A late-night coding session blurs into a nightmare as she wakes up in a strange body, pinned down by a man named Teng Xiao. He accuses her Yin Zhu of being a shameless female, forcing him into heat with a love flower and declaring he'll never be her mate. This is her new reality, transmigrated into a world of beastmen, inheriting the body and disastrous reputation of the original Yin Zhu, who was a laughingstock for her constant, failed suicide threats to trap the strongest warrior. As the village women gossip about her latest attempt, Yin Zhu sits alone, trying to swallow a poisonous mushroom before spitting it out in disgust, her 21st century mind reeling in panic. How could a simple coder deal with this mess? Her thoughts are shattered when a friend bursts in with terrible news. Teng Xiao is heading to the land of divine punishment to atone for her sins, a place so dangerous no beastman has ever returned. The tribe elders plead with him, reminding him he's their strongest warrior, and that Yin Zhu is a healthy female he could just marry. But Teng Xiao coldly refuses to take her as his wife. Just as he's about to leave, Yin Zhu arrives, stopping him in his tracks. One of her rivals, Sophia, immediately confronts her, asking if she's satisfied now that she's driven Teng Xiao to his death. Yin Zhu shoves her hand away, telling her to mind her own business. The onlookers call her shameless for stealing another's mail, but she internally scoffs at the ridiculous claim. She faces Teng Xiao, who is stunned by her changed demeanor, and tells him his past actions were all in the past. He doesn't have to go to the land of punishment, and he certainly doesn't need to take her as a wife, because she doesn't want him anymore. He demands to know what she's plotting, but she calmly explains that if he would go so far as to die just to get rid of her, then she can let him go so he can live. As she speaks, a single tear rolls down her cheek, a final remnant of the original owner's feelings. With that last desire settled, she turns her back on him, vowing that from this day forward, the body is completely hers to live to the fullest. Her new life begins with an awkward reunion with her mother, who is not relieved but annoyed. She informs Yin Zhu that she'll be an adult in half a month and will be driven into the woods to become a breeding tool for orcs if she doesn't find a mate. To Yin Zhu's horror, her mother has already chosen a nephew named Ma Ding for her. Yin Zhu vehemently refuses, unable to comprehend marrying a stranger in 2 weeks. Her mother scolds her, declaring that producing children is the greatest contribution a female can offer her tribe. Needing to escape, Yin Zhu runs off, claiming to help with the food preparations. Alone in the woods, she laments her situation, but her 21st century knowledge gives her a sliver of hope. Suddenly, a blue screen appears before her eyes. A new species has been detected, activating an appraisal system she recognizes as her own program from her past life. It's a lifeline, a way to survive in a world where food is scarce. Determined to prove her worth beyond being a broodmare, she approaches the tribe's eldest, humbly stating she wants to gather her strength and contribute. To everyone's surprise, she volunteers to watch the cubs, holding one gently and asking the other women to teach her. Her chance to truly shine comes when she sees 2 men about to discard a basket of innards and bones. Her system appraises the contents, revealing they have a 3-star deliciousness rating. She stops them, much to their confusion. Sophia mocks her, accusing her of just trying to get Teng Xiao's attention again, sneering that the guts and bones are inedible. Yin Zhu retorts that she's done with Teng Xiao and challenges Sufei's shallow knowledge. The red-haired girl scoffs, betting her entire month's salt ration that Yin Zhu can't make the scraps edible. A sly smile crosses Yin Zhu's face as she accepts the challenge. Using her system, she finds edible mushrooms and begins preparing a fragrant stew, proving that knowledge, not just brute strength, is power. But just as her culinary revolution was about to begin, her vision blurred, the primitive village dissolving into an ornate, unfamiliar hall. Her consciousness was ripped from one world and thrust into another, this time into the body of a young man named Tang Xiao, who was facing a momentous decision. The revered alliance leader was offering to take him as a disciple, an honor that would make him the leader's 6th disciple and restore the Tang clan to its former glory. A rival clan member seethed with jealousy, knowing the power structure he built would collapse. To the utter shock of everyone present, Tang Xiao refused the offer. The alliance leader was stunned, admitting it was the first time he'd ever been rejected. Tang Xiao bowed respectfully, explaining that as the future leader of his clan, his only master could be the Tang clan. It was a powerful display of loyalty, but his inner thoughts revealed a far more pragmatic reason. His demonic arts would be instantly discovered by the alliance leader's golden light, resulting in certain death. Impressed by the young man's conviction, the alliance leader decided he couldn't return empty-handed and gifted him the legendary sword Wave Moon, forged from meteorite iron. A spark of dark excitement flashed in Tang Xiao's eyes. This was the perfect material to create a divine artifact. He gratefully accepted the sword, and the alliance leader added a personal token, a plaque that would grant any of his requests as if they came from the leader himself. The rival's face turned crimson with rage at the unimaginable privilege being bestowed upon this upstart. Miles away, the disgraced dragon successor guard Yugon's son drank alone in a tavern, cursing Dang Siwoon for his ruin. He overheard patrons gossiping about the Tang clan's rising fortune and his own exile, his humiliation burning fresh. He roared in fury, smashing his cup and swearing to repay the humiliation without fail. Back at the Tang clan estate, Dang Siwoon's worried father forbade him from going out and doubled the guards. But Dang Siwoon knew he couldn't waste time, grasping his new sword. He resolved to sneak out. He effortlessly slipped past the guards, noting their skills needed work. His destination was the clan's forge, the 10,000 iron hall, where he would create his main weapon. Looking out over his homes, he vowed to make the Tang clan more prosperous than ever before. And this would be the first step. He arrived at the forge, assuming it would be deserted at this late hour. But as his hand reached for the door, he froze. Someone was inside. He stepped in and came face to face with the one man he'd hoped to avoid. The master of the forge, a core member of the clan who didn't even share their name, the legendary blackhand craftsman Gu Yangyeon. With Joey's approval sealed, Ida finds herself trapped, her protests muffled as her mother and friend celebrate the successful matchmaking. She's dragged into a barbecue she never wanted, her fate decided for her. Later, sitting by the crackling fire, the tension is thick as Joey asks if being his partner is truly so terrible. Ida tries to explain the shock of it all for a modern girl, but Joey cuts to the heart of it, asking if she prefers Tara's. She quickly clarifies that while Joey is outstanding, his reputation precedes him, and she doesn't believe he even likes her. To her utter shock, Joey's expression softens as he confesses that he's not forcing himself at all. He genuinely likes her. He calls her smart, praising her for discovering the edible umbrellas which could save countless lives in their clan, a compliment that makes her blush. Humbled, Ida admits she just saw birds eating them, but Joey's resolve only hardens. He takes her hand, his touch sending a jolt through her, and promises to give her time to get to know him, hoping she won't reject him outright. Meanwhile, as the tribe enjoys the new umbrella soup, the red-haired Sophia seethes with jealousy, convinced Ida stole Tara's and is now moving on to Joey, the man she believes belongs to her. Elsewhere, Tara's confronts Joey, offering to deal with Ida for his sake, but Joey stops him cold. He declares he isn't marrying Ida out of pity or obligation. He's marrying her because he likes her, leaving Tara stunned. Joey insists that Ida has changed and that Tara shouldn't judge her for her past crush on him. While Joey defends her honor, Sophia is already plotting, manipulating another lovesick male by asking if he would die for her, and his eager agreement seals his fate as she invites him to her house that night. Later, Joey surprises Ida with a gift, a fluffy, long-haired beast he caught just for her. He teases that she needs to get fatter for the winter, a strange compliment she doesn't understand until he explains it's for survival. Just as he's about to process the animal, Ida stops him, struck by a revolutionary idea. If they can't survive winter due to scarce food, what if they could store it? The concept hits Joey like lightning. Preserved food would be a treasure beyond measure. Overcome with excitement, he scoops her into a hug, calling her a hero and dragging her off to tell the chief immediately. Before his mother, Joey proudly announces Ida's discovery. The chief is skeptical, reminding them that people have died eating mushrooms, but Ida confidently explains how to distinguish the safe ones and dry them for storage. The chief is overjoyed, but her shock intensifies when Ida reveals she also knows how to preserve meat by making bacon. Understanding the gravity of this knowledge, the chief agrees to provide the necessary salt and insists Joey accompany her to the forest for protection. Ida's world is then turned upside down as Joey transforms into a magnificent giant eagle. He tells her to climb on and she nervously obliges, soon finding herself soaring through the air, giddy with excitement. Joey then drops another bombshell, revealing that a beast's true form can only be ridden by his partner, slyly solidifying their bond as Ida wonders if it's too late to back out. They land at the edge of a dense forest, a place even the bravest warriors avoid. Relying on her system to identify the alien plant life, Ida quickly spots a cluster of giant bamboo shoots, exclaiming that they can be dried and stored for years. An impressed Joey effortlessly yanks one from the ground. Their foraging is a massive success as they discover cassava, chives, and even a nest of cuckoo bird eggs. But their victory is cut short when the mother bird attacks, forcing Joey to pull Ida into his arms to save her from its sharp beak. The close call leaves her flustered and breathless in his embrace. Joey smirks, noting her blush, and though she denies it was anything but fear, he finds her reaction utterly lovely. In the tribe's yard, Ida proudly announces that her discovery of edible mushrooms means they will no longer starve in winter, earning her the admiration of the whole tribe. She patiently teaches them how to identify the safe ones, explaining that brightly colored ones are usually poisonous while white and light gray ones are edible. When a villager presents a mushroom he picked, Ida calmly confirms it's safe to eat and adds it to the pot. But not everyone is pleased. Sophia watches from the crowd, her heart filled with venomous jealousy. She seethes over Ida's newfound popularity and beauty, believing that without Ida, both the credit and the chief's son, Joey, would be hers, and a dark resolve forms in her mind to send Ida to hell. Sophia finds Jones, a young man completely infatuated with her, and asks if his promise to die for her is true. When he eagerly confirms his love, she presents him with a bright red, poisonous mushroom, seductively telling him to eat it as proof. He hesitates for a moment, recognizing the poison, but she whispers in his ear and his resolve crumbles, agreeing to eat it for her. As he declares his undying love, she internally scoffs at how gross he is, hoping the idiot won't let her down. Suddenly, chaos erupts in the village as someone screams that Jones has been poisoned by the mushrooms Ida found. Panic spreads like wildfire as another woman shouts that the mushrooms are not edible at all. The tribe rushes to the scene, finding Jones convulsing on a table with Sophia feigning desperate concern. Ida is stunned, unable to understand how he could be poisoned when she personally checked the mushrooms he picked. Sophia seizes the opportunity, lunging at Ida with a furious scream, calling her a bitch. Before her hand can connect, Taras intercepts her, grabbing her wrist tightly. Sophia immediately plays the victim, crying that Ida killed Jones and must pay, then turns to the crowd, screaming that the mushrooms are all poisonous and Ida is trying to kill them all. Her words spark mass hysteria, with people clutching their stomachs in fear and demanding the food be thrown away, cursing Ida for deceiving them. Taras cuts through the noise, calmly asking the dying Jones to tell everyone what truly happened, reminding him that the tribe's survival is at stake. With his last breath, Jones confesses his terrible secret. He wanted to frame Ida to please Sophia, so he secretly added a bright red poisonous mushroom to the soup himself. He hangs his head in shame and apologizes to a bewildered Ida. Ida can't comprehend why Sophia would hate her, but Taras reveals that Jones doesn't know Ida at all. He only knows that Sophia dislikes her. Exposed, Sophia calls Jones useless and storms away in a fury. Ida asks the chief if Jones can be saved, but the old woman sadly shakes her head, advising her to let him be in his final moments. Outside, Ida is consumed by guilt, blaming herself for Jones's death. Taras comforts her, gently telling her it wasn't her fault and that she did everything right. While the tribe elder wonders where Sophia has gone, Sophia is already in the arms of another man, Arthur, asking him to help her forget her sorrow. Arthur grows irritated that she keeps mentioning the dying loser while they're together, prompting her to walk away from him too. She fumes silently, wishing for a man like Joey or Taras and vowing to make Ida pay for stealing them from her. Sophia then returns to Jones's hut, putting on a convincing performance of a grieving lover for Aunt Macy. The woman, believing her act, tells her Jones doesn't have much time left and leaves them alone. The moment the door closes, Sophia's facade shatters. She slaps the dying Jones awake, calling him a useless piece of trash for failing at the one thing she asked of him. She coldly informs him that she never liked him and was only using him, mocking his ugly face and saying he doesn't deserve to live. As Jones begins to cough up blood, Sophia's demeanor instantly flips back to panic desperation and she screams for help. She throws herself into Arthur's arms as he runs in, crying about how scared she is that Jones is dying. Jones watches her final, cruel performance with a broken, hollow look, realizing with grim humor how utterly meaningless his death was. In the days that follow, life returns to normal for everyone except Ida, who can't stop sighing over the tragedy. She confesses to Taras that she feels responsible for what happened, but he tries to cheer her up, pulling her to her feet and suggesting she teach him about drying bamboo shoots. She stumbles and falls directly into his arms, the atmosphere suddenly charged. Blushing and flustered, Ida apologizes, but Taras holds her close, looks deep into her eyes, and softly asks if he can kiss her. Joey leans in, asking Ida if he can kiss her, a question that leaves her completely stunned. Internally, she panics, wondering why he's asking for permission when heroes in TV shows just steal kisses. Seeing her hesitation, Joey's face falls and he tells her to forget it if she doesn't want to, but Ida quickly clarifies that's not it at all. He takes her hand gently, explaining that he respects her and promises not to cross any lines until she has fully accepted him as her mate. With the awkward moment past, he suggests they deal with the food they've gathered. And Ida agrees, eager to also prepare the preserved entrails and spicy fruit. She gets to work immediately, stir-frying the intestines over a crackling fire, and the delicious aroma soon draws Joey over. He asks what smells so good, and she proudly presents the stir-fried pork intestines, the very same ones he had wanted to throw away. Ida offers him a taste, but Joey is hesitant, recalling how the spicy fruit made him sick before and worrying that the intestines would be inedible. He cautiously takes a bite, and his expression instantly transforms into one of sheer delight. He exclaims that the spicy intestines are unbelievably good, much to Ida's satisfaction. Amazed, Joey asks how she knows so many ways to process food. Unable to reveal her secret system, Ida claims she was enlightened by the god of beasts, thinking it's the only excuse she has. To her complete shock, Joey believes her without question and excitedly suggests they take some to his mother. The tribe's chief is equally impressed, declaring that with Ida's knowledge they will no longer starve in the winter. She thanks Ida tearfully, explaining that her discoveries have saved the tribe by giving purpose back to the many males who become disabled during hunts and often fall into despair. Thanks to the edible mushrooms Ida found, these men can now contribute by gathering food, restoring their honor. The chief proclaims Ida the heroine of their tribe. When the chief asks if she knows any other food preservation methods, Ida explains they can dry meat with salt or make bacon and pickles, and the chief promises to trade for more salt soon before sending Joey to store the food. He leads Ida to a massive ice cave, their tribe's natural refrigerator, a clever invention from the former priest that keeps food fresh for months. As Ida looks around, she spots something peculiar and asks the chief for a closer look. Unseen, Sophia watches from the shadows, her face twisted with jealousy as she fumes over Ida's growing popularity and the chief's favoritism. She vows to use her own skills to win the favor of the giant gate tribe. Meanwhile, Ida excitedly identifies the plants as sweet grass and soft roots, packed with sugar and starch. The chief dismisses them as not very tasty, but Ida declares them treasures. Sophia, still eavesdropping, realizes their potential for making sugar and noodles and decides to leak this information to the giant gate tribe. Her excited gasp alerts Joey, who instantly appears before she can escape. Panicking, Sophia is cornered, but she quickly concocts an excuse, claiming she was there to give Ida the salt she owed from their bet. Joey is suspicious about her strange delivery method but lets her leave. Later, Ida and the chief inspect the meat they've begun preserving in a small cave. The method is working perfectly and the chief is thrilled. Taking the opportunity, the chief gently questions Ida about the source of her sudden knowledge. Ida, feeling guilty, sticks to her story about being blessed by the god of beasts, which moves the chief to tears, thankful their god still watches over them. For Ida's safety, the chief forbids her from leaving the village, which conveniently allows Ida to focus on teaching the tribe how to refine sugar. The village buzzes with activity as the tribespeople gather the new resources. Their work soon interrupted by the irresistible smell of Ida cooking entrails again. The crowd flocks to her, eager to taste her latest creation. Sophia watches this scene with pure hatred, ordering her companion Arthur to replicate Ida's dish. Convinced it's simple, their attempt is a disgusting failure as Arthur can't even clean the entrails properly. Sophia erupts, screaming at him for being useless, causing Arthur to finally snap. He kicks over the pot, yelling that he's a hunter, not a cook, and exposes Sophia's petty jealousy for all to see. In stark contrast to their toxic dynamic, Joey lovingly praises Ida, calling her a genius and playfully sweeping her into his arms. Their happiness a clear sign of their strong bond. The next day, Ida attempts to teach the tribe how to make sugar. But without proper tools, they can't filter it. As she sighs in frustration, Joey appears, asking what's wrong. A spark of inspiration hits Ida as she remembers their ancestors used woven bamboo strips for filtering. She asks Joey to help her make some thin bamboo strips, but his brute force only shatters the bamboo. He sulks as he fails repeatedly, and Ida suddenly realizes her mistake. They have no iron knives in this primitive era. Just as despair sets in, she remembers the perfect tool hidden in her system inventory, a sharp black iron dagger. As Joey works on a piece of bamboo, Ida stops him, offering a new tool she made. He takes the strange implement and tests it, easily slicing through the tough bamboo with a satisfying whoosh, marveling at how sharp it is. He instantly recognizes it as an iron dagger, something their tribe's technology can't produce, and Ida laments what a pity it is they can't make more, as they would no longer fear the wild beasts. But Joey is ever the optimist, reassuring her that they can beat the beasts anyway, and that this dagger will revolutionize their ability to make large bamboo baskets. Walking together, Ida happily imagines all the different shapes they can now create. Back at the village, the tribe is in full swing, processing sweet grass and roots to make sugar. And soon Ida and Joey arrive with all the necessary tools already prepared. The chief, Joey's mother, wonders why Ida is in such a hurry to finish in 3 days. Before her expression turns grim, she explains the harsh reality of their world. The sweet grass only grows in the spring and the changing seasons are cruel. The winters are freezing and filled with starving beasts, while the summers bring devastating floods that wipe out entire tribes searching for food. Ida listens, finally understanding the brutal logic behind their social system, where females often take multiple partners to ensure the tribe's survival by bearing more cubs. This thought sends a chill down her spine. She has no desire to get married, have cubs, or take more partners, and she wonders if she's just wasting Joey's time. The realization hits her with comical horror. She's acting like a jerk who dates without any intention of commitment. Flustered, she quickly excuses herself to help with the sugar cooking, needing to escape her own thoughts. As she stirs the large pot, Joey quietly approaches from behind, placing his hands over hers to help her with the heavy work. His sudden closeness makes her heart flutter, a warm blush spreading across her face as she thinks she's falling in love. But from the trees, the red-haired Sophia watches with contempt, complaining to her friend Melanie that Ida is always seducing men. Melanie tries to defend Ida, pointing out she was just asking people to work, but Sophia snaps at her, accusing her of taking Ida's side. Melanie quickly backs down, and Sophia reveals her scheme, promising her friend a better life in exchange for support now that she has convinced Mushian to be her partner. Meanwhile, the sugar water is finally ready and poured into a stone basin to dry in the sun. The tribe's disabled members who helped with the process thank Ida profusely. Thanks to her, they can now feel like useful members of the community instead of hiding in the shadows. As they leave, Joey's mother asks him if he likes Ida, and he answers without a hint of hesitation that she is the girl he likes. His mother presses him about marriage, but he simply says Ida hasn't agreed yet, calling out to her as she waves goodbye. Later that evening, after Joey tells her to rest, Ida is getting ready for bed when she notices a strange pattern on her arm, a sprig with 3 leaves that definitely wasn't there before. As she stares, it seems to move, and she lets out a scream of pure shock. Joey bursts in, finding her clutching her clothes in a panic. She asks him if she's sick, but he just smiles, gently telling her she's not sick, she's having babies. His words are a bombshell. He explains the 3-leaf mark is a sign of pregnancy, 1 leaf for each cub, and Ida's world shatters. She doesn't want to be a mother of 3, and the most horrifying part is the realization that their father must be Tara's. Joey tries to comfort her, saying Tara's won't be able to refuse her now, but she frantically tells him not to say a word. These cubs are proof that the body she inhabits was violated, and she wants nothing to do with that man. She declares firmly that she won't have them, and Joey's demeanor instantly hardens. He grabs her, reminding her that any female who doesn't cherish her cubs, a gift from the god of beasts, will be expelled from the tribe. She argues back through tears, questioning why she should give birth to cubs who will be fatherless, knowing she can't raise them alone. The unfairness of it all overwhelms her, and she breaks down completely, sobbing that she has to clean up a mess from a life she never lived, having never even been in love herself. Seeing her utter despair, Joey pulls her into a hug, apologizing for scaring her. Then an idea sparks in his eyes. He tells her he's taking her somewhere, and suddenly, magnificent white wings sprout from his back as he lifts her into the sky. He explains that before cubs are born, they are eggs, and he's taking her to the sanctuary to see them. They arrive at a sacred grove filled with colorful eggs of all sizes. The priestess shows them 3 new ones, and Ida feels an undeniable pull towards one, instinctively knowing it's hers. Joey explains the spiritual bond between mother and cub, their feelings intrinsically linked. He then holds the egg before her and asks if she truly has the heart to break it, and as if understanding, the tiny sprout on the egg wilts in sadness. Ida is torn, her mind still racing with the reality of raising a child of Tara's alone. It's then that Joey makes his move, softly asking if there's any chance that he could be their father. Ida is stunned speechless as he confesses his love for her, asking her to choose him as her partner. He tells her he wants to spend his future hunting with her, eating with her, and raising these cubs with her. Taking her hand, he asks her to let him be her mate and take care of all of them. Overwhelmed by his sincerity, she whispers her consent, as long as he promises not to regret it. Joy erupts from Joey as he soars into the air, wings spread wide in celebration. Ida, terrified of heights, clings to him and he laughs, joking that they can't build their new home in the trees. The word home catches her off guard, and he looks down at her with infinite tenderness, promising that they will build a home of their very own. Ida sinks into despair, her face buried in her hands as she laments how quickly she's being forced to accept a male beast as a partner in this strange new world. Just then, Joey bursts into the room with a radiant smile, presenting a bag overflowing with glittering crystals as a gift. He declares that he's her partner now, and until his new house is built, his duty is to move in with her to protect her and the cubs. He gently takes her hand, his touch sending a jolt through her, and reminds her that she already agreed to be his partner the day before. Suddenly, he presses her down onto the bed, his face close to hers, and softly asks if her promise was a lie. She denies it, flustered, but he presses closer still, wanting to know why she seems to hate him. When she insists she doesn't, he takes it as his cue and steals a kiss. He smirks, reasoning that if she doesn't hate him, she must like him, even just a little. He whispers that he doesn't expect much at once, only that she tries to like him a little more each day, his hand wandering where it shouldn't. She gasps that he can't, but he playfully nips at her skin, making her cry out in a mix of pain and surprise. He then declares his deepest desire, for her to be his one and only partner, promising that her next litter of cubs will be his. Ida is completely overwhelmed by his blunt passion, her mind reeling with embarrassment. Sensing her distress, Joey pulls back, promising he won't do anything more until their wedding, a statement that only makes her blush harder at his directness. The next morning, news of them living together spreads like wildfire, with tribesmen eagerly gossiping about the prospect of new cubs. Taras, however, doesn't share their excitement and confronts Joey with a steely gaze. Joey stands his ground, issuing a clear warning that Ida is about to be his partner and he likes her very much. Defeated, Taras promises to keep his distance from now on. But Joey knows this is a temporary truce. A dark thought crosses his mind that once Taras discovers the fatherhood pattern on his own arm, he'll stop at nothing to claim Ida. Joey gives his old friend one last, chilling warning to remember his words. Hiding nearby, Sophia seethes with jealousy, vowing that she should be the one envied by all the other females, and plotting her revenge with the impending arrival of her friend Inya from the giant gate tribe. Meanwhile, Ida is cheerfully cooking a massive pot of noodles, excited by the discovery of a staple food that can be stored for winter. Her moment of peace is interrupted by Sophia, who approaches with a seemingly innocent request. Sophia puts on a tearful performance, begging for forgiveness and asking to be friends again, an act Ida immediately recognizes as a trope from a cheap TV series. Seeing right through the facade, Ida coldly tells her to stop pretending and that they should just stay out of each other's lives. Undeterred, Sophia changes her strategy, asking to learn Ida's cooking secrets for the good of the tribe. Ida's eyes narrow, knowing this is about something else entirely. And Sophia finally admits she wants to learn how to make the new food. After Ida's refusal, Sophia storms off in a rage, only to immediately start manipulating another girl's Melanie. Sophia viciously commands Melanie to learn the recipe from Ida, dangling the prospect of marrying her crush, Mushian, as a reward. Mushian cruelly reinforces the threat, telling a heartbroken Melanie to do as Sophia says if she wants to win his heart. Melanie reluctantly approaches Ida, who surprisingly agrees to teach her, and even offers her a bowl of the finished dish. But when Melanie brings the food to Sophia, she flies into a rage, accusing her of begging and slapping the bowl to the ground. The commotion is cut short by a scout's frantic cry, "Visitors from the giant gate tribe have arrived." Joey immediately grabs Ida's hand, telling her the chief has summoned them. Sophia smirks triumphantly, dreaming of the power she'll have when the tribes merge. On the way, Joey explains that the giant gate tribe is powerful but untrustworthy, suspecting a traitor is colluding with them. Ida connects the dots, mentioning Sophia's strange behavior, and a furious realization dawns on Joey. He slams his fist into a log, roaring that Sophia is a traitor for revealing their food stores. The chief tasks them with a desperate mission: negotiate with the visitors and buy time. They are met by a haughty woman named Inya, who introduces herself as the partner of the giant gate tribe's chief. Joey pulls Ida close, protectively announcing her as the future chief's partner of their tribe. At the negotiation table, Inya's companion mocks their food, calling their hunters weak for only providing bones and organs. Ida smiles calmly and tells him to try it before he judges. As they eat, Joey whispers his plan to trade their recipes for salt, and a sudden wave of confidence washes over Ida as she declares she's got this. Anya is shocked by how delicious the simple bone soup is, and Ida cleverly explains the dangers of preparing the ingredients without proper knowledge. Seeing her chance, Ida brandishes a cleaver and makes her offer with a fierce grin: the recipe for 100 bamboos of salt. Enya's companion protests, revealing Sophia had sent a letter claiming Ida bullied her. But Enya is far too cunning for that. She dismisses him, understanding that the inventor is far more valuable than the invention, and makes her true intention known. She doesn't want Sophia, she wants Ida. Enya lays out the terms of their trade, offering 100 bamboo tubes of salt with a single condition: her clansmen must be allowed to learn from Ida how to identify and prepare food. As a group of handsome beastmen approach, Joey's protective instincts flare up, and he immediately pulls Ida behind him, demanding to know what Inya is planning. The other males try to de-escalate, explaining they just want to learn from Ida, but Joey erupts in a possessive rage, warning them to back off because while he might hurt anyone else, he would never harm his female. Ida manages to calm him down, even as a horned beastman named Red agrees to the terms, his eyes locked on her. While Joey grumbles from a distance, sharpening a rock and fuming that he can't see what's happening, Ida begins her lesson. Rhett wastes no time, leaning in close and offering Ida a piece of fruit directly from his fingers, causing her to blush as Joey's sulking turns to pure fury. The horned beastman then drapes an arm around her, and Ida, completely flustered, tells him to mind his behavior or she can't teach him. That's the last straw for Joey, who roars for Rhett to get his hands off her. In a flash of movement, his wings unfurl as he snatches Ida away and kisses her fiercely, staking his claim in front of everyone. Nearby, Enya smirks at a stoic beastman, asking if he's jealous before brazenly approaching Joey herself, introducing herself and offering to be his partner. The beastman flatly rejects her, leaving Enya stunned that any male could refuse her unless he was injured or already in love. Joey confirms her suspicion, gazing at Ida and declaring he already has someone he likes. From the bushes, a red-haired woman named Sophia seethes with jealousy, convinced Enya is trying to drive a wedge between Ida and Joey by surrounding her with other males. A man finds her, delivering the crushing news that his sister now thinks Ida is more useful to their tribe's goals, meaning Sophia might be left behind. Sophia clenches her fist in silent rage, dismissing him with a cold wave before her fury consumes her. She glares after him, her mind twisting with hatred as she accuses Ida of using evil magic to bewitch everyone and silently vows to kill her. Her sinister plot begins as she asks a man named Mushian for a favor. At the same time, another woman named Melanie interrupts Ida's lesson, internally branding her a shameless flirt. Mushian then appears before Ida, offering her a bouquet of flowers as an apology on Sophia's behalf, forcing them into her hands. This is all part of Sophia's cruel stage play, as she shows a tearful Melanie the scene, convincing her that Ida is now seducing Mushian, the very man Sophia supposedly loves. Sophia feeds her friend's despair, wishing Ida had never been saved from her suicide attempt, and promising that once Ida is gone, Mushian will be hers again. As the day ends, Ida is left feeling overwhelmed by the attention, worrying about how she'll ever manage Joey's jealousy. Her worries are cut short when Melanie suddenly appears before her eyes filled with a terrifying rage. Before Ida can react, Melanie brandishes a knife, accusing her of stealing her man. She lunges, screaming that she's going to kill her, and slices a deep gash into Ida's arm. The aftermath is chaos, with Joey rushing to protect his female. But the truth soon comes out: Ida is pregnant. Melanie is horrified, realizing she's attacked a pregnant female and deserves to die, but Sophia twists the situation, whispering that Ida deserved it for seducing her man and hiding her condition, promising to keep Melanie's murderous secret safe. Wounded and alone, Ida flees into the treacherous beast's forest, knowing she has to find a safe place to treat her wound before she bleeds out. Unseen in the trees, a mysterious blue-haired man observes her, wondering how a pregnant female got lost in the forest and expecting her to break down in tears at any moment. But Ida stands her ground when a wolf appears, her resolve hardening even as she knows the smell of her blood will only attract more predators. The watcher is impressed this little female didn't cry. As the wolf lunges, Ida prepares for death, believing she is doomed. Suddenly, the mysterious man is behind her, catching her in his arms and warning the beast not to touch his prey. With a single contemptuous slap, he sends the wolf flying into the darkness. He turns to Ida, his voice calm as he asks if she's all right. But as he gently holds her bleeding arm, she looks down and freezes in shock, her eyes widening at the sight of his shimmering serpentine tail. Her savior is a snake. Ida stands before the enigmatic half-beast, who coldly rebuffs her attempt to tend his wound, warning her to step back. His gaze is filled with contempt as he calls her hypocritical for her sudden kindness. But she ignores his hostility, gently patting his arm to reassure him. He sneers, asking if she truly doesn't know what he is, forcing her to recall the terrifying tales of half-beasts as sinners and tyrants born of punishment. When she admits her ignorance, he scoffs at her foolishness for approaching what her people call a vile spawn. But Ida's spirit is unyielding. She looks him in the eye and declares that half-beasts are not vile spawns and that the white crystal on his brow is beautiful. With unwavering conviction, she tells him that a person's worth is defined by their heart, not their kind, and since he saved her, he must be a good half-beast. Fleurs is taken aback, stammering that his only intention was to capture a female for his place. But Ida sees right through him, asking why he turned away when he thought she was pregnant. His facade crumbles, and he blushes furiously as she calls him a noble warrior, a compliment that sends his heart soaring. With the air cleared, she introduces herself as Ida and he quietly gives his name, Fleurs. He leads her to his cave, but she stops short at the sight of rotting meat swarming with flies. Fleurs' heart sinks, convinced this delicate female is now disgusted by him. But to his shock, Ida simply grabs his arm and offers to teach him how to preserve food. She explains the methods with a smile, saying she learned them from the god of beasts and that such knowledge belongs to everyone. Touched by her generosity, Fleurs decides to share his own secret, revealing he came to this forest because he discovered a source of salt. Their conversation is cut short by shouts from the darkness as Ida's tribesmen, Mushian and Joey, appear with torches, searching for her. Mushian gestures for silence as they spot a group of half-beasts hauling barrels through the forest. He steps out to confront them, explaining they only seek a lost female and have no ill intentions, offering to leave peacefully if she is returned. But after a silent exchange of glances, the half-beast's leader gives a chilling order: kill them now. A battle erupts and Mushian realizes they are outmatched, urging a retreat. His companion Aras unleashes a spiritual attack, a massive spectral lion that roars and stuns their enemies, allowing them to escape into the night. They believe they got lucky, but Mushian notices a residue on his companion's arm from the struggle. Back at their village, he reports to the chief that the half-beasts are in the forest because of a salt mine. The news fills them with dread for Ida's safety. Suddenly, Joey is struck by a terrifying vision of Ida being captured and crying for help. Overcome with panic, he vows to find her that very night, and Mushian agrees to go with him. The chief gives her blessing, praying for their success as they rush into the dark. News of the half-beasts and the salt mine spreads through the tribe, sparking fear and chaos. The men are ordered to hunt in groups while the women are confined to the village. Amidst the panic, two women discuss Ida's fate, with one, Sophia, callously remarking that it's Ida's own bad luck if she was captured. Her friend cries out in guilt, admitting she was the one who forced Ida into the forest. But a third woman exposes the truth, revealing that Sophia had lied, claiming Mushian was pursuing Ida. Sophia denies it, but her friend realizes she was manipulated, furiously accusing Sophia of setting Ida up from the very beginning. Sophia's casual guess shatters Meliny's composure, who frantically denies everything, screaming that Sophia was the one who told her Mushian would finally love her if Ida disappeared. The accusation hangs in the air and Sophia stares in stunned silence, the horrifying truth crashing down on her. The commotion draws the tribe, who surround the two females with contempt, calling them vicious murderers and lamenting that Ida is probably already dead in the forest, all because of their jealousy. The tribe's chief steps forward, her face a mask of cold fury as she delivers a grim sentence to Meliny. She will now be forced to bear 10 children for the males who cannot find mates. The chief then turns her wrath upon Sophia, accusing her of instigating the entire plot. Sophia's desperate denials are useless. The chief declares her unrepentant and proclaims that the god of beasts will now decide her fate. With a final, furious command, she orders Sophia to be locked up and taken to the dreaded zone of punishment, a name that fills Sophia with pure terror. Meanwhile, in a different part of the forest, one of Fleurs' clansmen reports that they saw two females searching for another lost female the previous night. As Fleurs processes this, realizing they must have been searching for Ida, she herself emerges from the cave, yawning and stretching. His follower is stunned into silence, gaping at the sight of a female with his lord. Ida mentions she couldn't sleep well her first time outside the tribe, and her words are misconstrued by the shocked clansmen who assume she's pregnant with Fleurs' child. Ida quickly tries to clear up the misunderstanding, explaining that Fleurs merely saved her and they aren't together. But Fleurs cuts her off with a cold glare. He curtly orders his men back to work, telling them to speed up the salt mining, leaving his clansmen to wonder why she was alone in the forest, and finally connect the dots that the two females were looking for her. Back by the fire, Fleurs asks Ida about her injuries, surprised to learn she was hurt by a male, not the females who betrayed her. Moved by her plight, he offers her a place in his tribe where he can protect her, but Ida politely declines. Her thoughts drifting back to her own home and her mate, Joey, Fleurs asks if Joey is good to her, and she smiles, recalling how he was the only one who always stood by her side, making her feel safe. The thought of him now being worried sick about her fills her with guilt. Hearing her praise another male sends an unfamiliar wave of depression through Fleurs, who internally questions if he's actually interested in her, or if it's just a primal male instinct taking over. Having finished her food, Ida announces she's ready to leave, cheerfully admitting she has no idea how she even got there. Fleurs watches her, a flicker of doubt crossing his face as he wonders if he'll regret his promise to send her back. Just as she's about to head off, he stops her, his tone grave as he tells her she can't return to the Great Lake tribe just yet, as something has happened at the salt mine. He takes her hand, asking her to come with him, explaining that he needs her expertise on storing food and that listening is no substitute for practice. He grabs her arm, ready to take her back, but she surprises him by agreeing to go to the salt mine first, asking only that he send a message to her tribe that she's safe. When he challenges her, asking if she isn't afraid he'll imprison her, she looks at him with unwavering faith and declares that she trusts him. Her complete trust flusters him, and he quickly agrees, warning her to stay close so she doesn't get lost again. He leads her to the salt mine, a bustling hub of activity, where beastmen are hard at work crushing giant salt crystals with heavy hammers. Ida is fascinated by the sight, but their arrival causes a stir. His tribesmen immediately assume Ida is his female, forcing her to once again correct them while Fleurs silently broods, thinking she doesn't want him because he's a half-beast. Fleurs introduces Ida to his people, ordering them to listen to her lessons on food storage and to protect her at all costs. He then organizes the workers, sending one group to transport salt and the other to learn from Ida. Later, his subordinate questions his decision to send such a nice female away. But Fleurs remains impassive, stating that his feelings don't matter. He coldly reiterates that she already has a male and doesn't belong to him. When his man argues that Fleurs saved her, he cuts him off, insisting that a half-beast like him is not good enough for her and she deserves better. He clenches his fist, his decision made, but his subordinate leaves him with a warning to think carefully about whether he will regret sending her away. As Fleurs watches Ida cheerfully teaching his people, his cold resolve begins to waver, and for the first time, he truly wonders if he is making a terrible mistake. Ida expertly guides the Beastmen, explaining how to process bamboo shoots and cure meat for preservation. As she instructs a blonde youth on preparing soft roots, her internal system suddenly alerts her to a new plant nearby. It identifies a star radish, which is just a common white radish, but to these people it's a miracle. She explains it's another storable food, and the Beastmen erupt in joy, realizing this could save them from starving during the harsh spring and summer. Ida is confused by their relief, questioning why they would starve with so much seeming abundance. The grim reality is laid bare. They live in a desolate desert where food is scarce and meat spoils quickly, leading to countless deaths and forcing tribes to steal from one another just to survive. A wave of empathy washes over Ida, and she declares that she knows of other storable foods and will help them find every last one. Fueled by new hope, they eagerly lead her into the forest, a whirlwind of activity as Ida points out edible sour pods that can be pickled, and quickly warns another away from a poisonous fruit that would cause severe illness. Later, as they all share a meal made from her recipes, the snake-like Fleurs tries a dish and his eyes widen in surprise. The entire tribe marvels at the delicious food, praising Ida as a savior sent by the god of beasts. She humbly deflects the praise, but one of the beastmen quietly urges Fleurs not to send her back, pointing out how kind she is. Fleurs' expression hardens, his decision unshakable. But a cold fury burns in his eyes as he inwardly vows that before she leaves, he will eliminate everyone who ever hurt her. His vengeance is already in motion, while his men knock out guards at the Great Lake tribe. Fleurs himself appears outside their village walls. He's informed that Melanie, the one who stabbed Ida, has been made a slave, a fate he deems acceptable. But for Sophia, who is to be sent to a zone of punishment, he has other plans. A sinister smile playing on his lips as he suggests bringing her to their city of darkness instead. At that very moment, Sophia and her lover Mushian are attempting a desperate escape into the woods. Completely unaware they're being watched, a heavy club swings through the air, and they collapse to the forest floor, their escape cut brutally short. Fleurs looms over them, remarking on Sophia's cunning before ordering his men to take the pair to the city of darkness. With his revenge settled, he prepares a message for Ida's tribe. Back in her village, an elder sighs with worry over Ida's disappearance when a note materializes before her. The message claims Ida is safe, but the elder's blood runs cold when she sees the seal, the mark of the city of darkness. Her comrades Joey and Tara's look on in horror, knowing it as a lawless city of chaos ruled by a brutal lord. Joey explodes with rage, ready to charge in and save her, but Tara's holds him back, questioning the kidnapper's motives. The elder silences them, declaring their only option is to negotiate. Meanwhile, Ida sits peacefully under the night sky when Fleurs approaches, asking why she's still awake. Before she can fully answer, he sweeps her into his arms. Stunning her, he cryptically tells her he is taking her to a secret place, carrying her to a cliffside with a breathtaking view of the cosmos. Overwhelmed, Ida asks how he found such a place. He leans in close, explaining he found it while exploring, his proximity making her blush furiously. She asks to be put down, but he coolly refuses, stating the terrain is treacherous and carrying her is safer. Forgetting his warning in her excitement, Ida rushes towards the cliff's edge to get a better look. Her foot slips on a loose stone and she pitches forward with a cry. In a flash, Fleurs lunges and catches her, but their momentum sends them tumbling together, their lips crashing in a surprised, starlit kiss. Ida gratefully tells Fleurs he saved her life again, but he gently covers her mouth, asking her not to thank him. With a soft, sincere expression, he confesses that he likes her and wants to protect her, so his actions are simply what he feels he should do. Stunned by the sudden confession, Ida gently turns him down, explaining that she's sorry but she already has Joey and won't be taking any other mates. Though visibly upset, Fleurs accepts her decision, stating that his feelings are his own business and asking if they can at least remain friends, to which Ida happily agrees. He promises she can always come to him for help before sending her off to rest, reminding her of their plan to try working the salt mine on their own tomorrow. The next morning, Ida wakes up feeling incredibly well-rested, only to realize with a blush that she's been sleeping completely encircled by Fleur's massive snake tail. He calmly explains that it's natural for a snake to sleep coiled, and that she simply rolled over into his space during the night. As they prepare to leave, Ida insists on saying goodbye to the others, feeling it would be rude to depart without a word. But their plans are shattered when a panicked guard bursts in, reporting that dozens of beasts are heading straight for the salt mine. Both Fleurs and Ida are shocked by the news. The guard confirms they are all strong males and suspects the secret of the mine has been discovered, prompting Fleurs to declare with cold resolve that he will kill every last one of them. Ida, ever naive, asks if fighting is truly necessary, but Fleurs shuts her down, explaining that the hatred between beasts and half-beasts is an unresolvable conflict. He tells her not to worry and instructs his subordinate Dandro to ensure she gets back safely, his gaze hardening as he prepares for the inevitable war. Meanwhile, a search party led by Joey and Taras is moving through the forest, certain they are in the right area to find Ida. Suddenly, a spear flies through the air aimed directly at their chief, but Joey shoves her out of the way just in time. Taras, enraged, snaps the spear shaft with his bare hands as they find themselves surrounded. Joey demands to know who dares attack them, questioning if this is the behavior of the City of Darkness. Just as Fleurs appears, coolly asking how they dare provoke his city. The search party demands the return of Ida, but Fleurs smirks, confirming he saved her but declaring that by the rules of the beasts, she now belongs to him. Her tribe is furious, shouting that Ida is carrying Taurus's cubs. The chief steps forward, attempting to negotiate by offering to keep the salt mine's location a secret in exchange for Ida's return. Fleurs counters with an impossible offer. He'll trade half the salt mine for Ida, knowing they'll refuse. As expected, they erupt in anger, declaring Ida is more important than any mine and threatening to declare war and reveal the secret to everyone. Amused, Fleurs concedes their point but proposes a duel instead. Taras, the one who rushed forward, will fight him one-on-one for Ida's fate. Taras readily agrees, and the two transform into their beast forms, a massive winged lion and a giant white snake, roaring at each other about who is qualified to be her mate. The battle is immediate and brutal, with the lion pouncing and the snake striking back with blinding speed. But it's cut short when Ida herself runs between them, screaming for them to stop fighting. Both beasts freeze in shock at her appearance. Taras transforms back, rushing to embrace her with overwhelming relief, followed by the rest of her tribe who are overjoyed to have found her. Watching the reunion, Fleur's heart sinks, realizing her happiness is more important than his own desires. Ida excitedly explains to her clan that Fleurs is her life savior and a kind half-beast, much to their astonishment. Later, inside a tent, the misunderstanding is finally cleared up, and the chief formally thanks Fleurs for saving Ida. Fleurs tries to brush it off, but Joey steps between them, placing a hand on Ida's head and slapping Fleurs' hand away, asserting that as her mate, it's his duty to thank him. This only creates more confusion, as Fleurs thought Taras was her mate. The chief clarifies the Tangled situation. Ida is carrying Taurus's cubs, but she is not his mate, which leads to a chaotic moment of realization for everyone involved. Finally, Ida laughs, admitting Taurus is not her mate and declaring that Joey is her only one. A heartbroken Taurus excuses himself for a walk, while the chief observes the scene with a calculating eye. She pulls Joey aside, delivering a chilling warning. A great female like Ida will never have just one male, and he should know that he alone cannot protect her. Joey reveals Muni's cruel fate. She's been sentenced to bear 10 cubs for the tribe's disabled beasts. Ida is horrified, but Joey insists that even though Sophia instigated the whole affair, Muni's punishment must be severe to maintain order in the tribe. He does, however, reassure her that Sophia will also be sent to the zone of punishment for her role in the deception. Changing the subject, he asks how Ida was treated by the half-beasts, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Ida quickly explains that they were incredibly warm and kind, treating her with such care that she wasn't allowed to do anything. She realizes the rumors about them being violent monsters are completely wrong. They are simply lonely souls who repay any small kindness with overwhelming gratitude. She recounts how Fleur saved her from wolves, took her to a safe cave, and even shared the secret of the salt mine, all while Joey's expression darkens with jealousy. Seeing his mood, Ida leans in and kisses his cheek, admitting she missed him terribly. The two share a passionate kiss, their worries melting away in the embrace until a voice cuts through the tender moment. It's Taras, who bluntly states he's not there for Joey but for Ida. Meanwhile, in the half-beast camp, Fleur strikes a deal with the elder. His people will mine the salt, and in return, the tribe gets half of the whole and a steady food supply. The elder is wary, questioning why Fleurs is hesitating after Ida already taught them so much. But Fleurs impatiently cuts her off, demanding a decision. The elder immediately agrees to cooperate, but as soon as Fleurs departs, she warns him to leave their territory. Alone, she fumes, realizing Fleurs never intended to return Ida. He had cleverly tempted them with the salt mine as a trade for Ida, even leaving a mark of darkness to warn them away. The elder grits her teeth, telling Joey and Taras they must fight for Ida. Back with Ida, she finds herself in an awkward conversation with Taras, the man she once rejected. She thanks him for searching for her, but he immediately blames himself for failing to protect her and their unborn cubs. Seeing his distress, Ida offers to sign a contract to become his mate when she's older, but he recoils, asking why she hates him. She clarifies that she doesn't hate him at all. She just knows that a relationship built on responsibility instead of love will only bring misery for everyone. She tells him to think for himself before turning to leave, leaving Taras alone to question if he truly has feelings for her. Later, Ida finishes identifying local plants for the half-beasts. When her system suddenly chimes, rewarding her for identifying 200 species with a silver star necklace that boosts her stats. As the half-beasts plead for her to stay, she looks for Fleurs, learning he returned to his tent looking unhappy. A plan forms in her mind. She can give him the necklace to cheer him up. She finds him in his tent and presents the gift, explaining it's a reward for all his hard work. As she places it around his neck, Fleurs feels a surge of power but insists it's too precious. To repay her kindness, he gives her a gift in return, a box containing a magnificent glowing blue flower. Her system goes wild, identifying it as the flower of God's tear and offering a mysterious gift pack if she surrenders it. The system's proactive request is bizarre. It offers a choice of powerful items like gunpowder and weapons in exchange for the flower. Realizing the flower's immense value to the system, Ida decides to refuse the offer for now. She tries to decline Fleur's gift, but he counters by threatening to return her necklace. Changing tactics, she asks where he found such a rare item. He hesitates before revealing it grows on Mount God, a legendary place where the god of beasts lives, a place of immense power and treasure. To reach it, one must pass grueling tests and climb the mountain on foot to be accepted by the god. Ida's mind races, connecting the dots between the legends, Fleurs, and the system's strange behavior. She concludes the system is simply a collector of precious things and wonders if she can communicate with this strange, powerful flower. Ida is overjoyed to learn the flower Fleur gave her can make her cubs stronger. But their quiet moment is shattered when the tribe's chief storms in, demanding to know where Sophia is and accusing Fleur of taking her. The chief frantically explains that Sophia's guard was knocked out and she has vanished, likely having run away. Ida's mind races. She knows Sophia is too cunning to simply await her fate. The chief adds that after Sophia's disappearance, they found traces of other half-beasts circling their territory, which is why she came seeking Fleur for answers. She points a finger directly at him, demanding to know if he was responsible. Before Ida can explain that she was the one who asked for his help, Fleur cuts in with a chillingly calm admission. He took her. The chief erupts in fury, questioning why he would take Sophia when she had done him no wrong. Fleur's gaze remains cold as steel as he declares Sophia a criminal for harming Ida and now his prisoner, stating with finality that he will never give her back. When pressed on his plans, he dismisses the chief, coldly stating he will take Sophia to the City of Darkness to receive the punishment she deserves. A wave of horror washes over Ida at the name, as whispers of the city's cruel reputation spread, a place where females are forced to breed cubs against their will. Worried, Ida asks if he's truly sending her there, but the chief, seeing Fleur's unshakable resolve, decides to wash her hands of the matter and leaves abruptly. Ida pleads with Fleur, insisting that Sophia's punishment is too cruel despite her actions. But he calmly explains she has misunderstood. The City of Darkness, he clarifies, is a refuge for abandoned half-beasts who despise their families and have no desire for cubs. It is a place for Sophia to reflect on her crimes, a far more fitting punishment than a simple plea for forgiveness from the god of beasts. Understanding dawns on Ida, and she apologizes for misjudging him. Later, her heart flutters as she thinks of the man she truly wants to marry. Joey, the gentle, reliable man who first protected her. Fleur's expression darkens slightly as he listens to her praise enough. But Ida, oblivious, asks if he would do her the honor of being her cub's godfather. After Fleur leaves, Ida returns to her own tribe and is swarmed by worried friends and her mother, who she reassures that she's safe. Having taken over the original Ida's body, she resolves to be a better daughter. But her mother immediately drops a bomb, asking if she plans to choose another partner for her upcoming age ceremony. Ida is shocked, vehemently refusing and declaring she only wants Joey. Her mother scolds her for such nonsense, reminding her of her duty to the tribe, but Ida stands firm, forcing her mother to relent. She makes a tearful vow that she will only ever marry Joey and have his cubs, begging her mother not to force her. Unseen, Joey overhears everything, his heart sinking as another warrior, Taras, taunts him, claiming he alone cannot protect a female as valuable as Ida. The doubt festers in Joey's mind, and he later confronts Ida, asking why she refuses to marry Taras. Furious, Ida yanks his ear, asking if he wants to share her with another man. He forces a smile, explaining that her cubs will need their father and that Taras might make a good one. But Ida cuts him off, her voice trembling with betrayal. She declares that her heart has room for only one, and if he insists on this, she won't marry him at all before running away. Joey chases after her, wrapping her in an embrace and apologizing profusely. She tells him she only wants true love, and he finally understands, promising to give her the best life he can. They seal their promise with a passionate kiss under the stars. On the day of the ceremony, Ida is radiant in her traditional dress, and the tribe members admire how beautiful and happy she and Joey look together. As they stand before the statue of the god of beasts, ready to receive his blessing, a system notification flashes in Ida's vision, announcing an imminent auto-update. Panic seizes her as a wave of dizziness washes over her, and just as the ceremony reaches its peak, she collapses unconscious into Joey's arms. Ida's eyes flutter open as she pieces together her last memories, wondering why her system chose this moment to update. She calls out for it, confused by its sudden silence, especially after the last update was triggered by the Flower of God's tear. Suddenly, a red warning flashes across her vision: energy shortage. The system's voice rings out, announcing the update is short of energy just as she plummets through the air. She doesn't understand. The priest is weak, so accepting the blessing shouldn't have taken much energy at all. As she loses consciousness, her final thought is a desperate resolve to make her tribe stronger. Back in her residence, a worried group gathers around her unconscious form. The elder examines her, finding no signs of poison or curses, concluding she must have fainted from sheer nervousness. Just then, Ida jolts awake with a gasp, desperately calling for her system, startling Joey, who was watching over her. Later at the wedding, her mother frets over her health, but Ida, still inwardly fuming about the system's ill-timed failure, insists she's fine now. Her mother worries she's too tired and suggests she marry more males to help take care of her, a thought that makes Ida cringe. The wedding finally begins, and Joey approaches with a bouquet, asking if she wants him to be her partner. She smiles, giving a happy "I do," but the moment is interrupted when several other males step forward, offering their services as partners, boasting of their skills. Ida is stunned and firmly clarifies that she doesn't want another partner, she only wants Joey. But then Tara steps forward, bouquet in hand, and Joey quietly begs him to stop. Ida confronts him directly, telling him he doesn't need to sacrifice himself for the cubs because he doesn't even like her. In a stunning reversal, Tara looks her in the eye and confesses that he does like her. Ida is shocked into silence, thinking he must be joking. But he insists he's serious, admitting he was confused by his feelings of jealousy before but now understands it's love. His confession is heartfelt, but Ida's response is cold and swift. She doesn't like him anymore and will not marry him. She explains that since she can't return his love, it would be unfair to him. She embraces Joey, declaring that they love each other and will be happy together, a clear dismissal. Tara's, however, is persistent, arguing that he and Joey can protect her together, a concept that completely baffles Ida. Realizing their views on love are fundamentally different, she decides to be brutally honest, telling Tara's that love for her is selfish, and she will only ever marry Joey. She whispers to Joey, asking why he didn't intervene, and he explains that tradition dictates only the female has the right to refuse a potential partner. The priestess accepts Ida's decision and prepares to finalize the ceremony with Joey. But Tara shouts for them to wait, interrupting the proceedings. Joey whirls on him, accusing him of ruining their wedding. But Tara calmly states he has a reason. He wants to become Ida's protector. Everyone is stunned. The chief explains that a protector is a male who swears eternal loyalty, can sense his master's location, and can even absorb fatal injuries for them. But the cost is that he can never have a partner for the rest of his life. Ida is horrified, seeing this as another attempt to force her hand, and declares she doesn't want him as her protector. The chief regretfully informs her that the god of beasts gives masters no right to refuse their protectors. Tara's decision is binding. Desperate, Ida begs Joey to reason with him. Joey approaches his friend, asking if he's considered his own future happiness if Ida never loves him back. But Tara's resolve is unshakable. He knows Ida will never choose him as a partner, so he would rather be her protector, staying by her side to ensure her happiness, even if it's from a distance. The chief's voice booms, declaring that Tara's has made his decision and the ceremony will now begin, sending a wave of panic through Ida. To her horror, it's not her wedding to Tara's, but to another man, Joey, who is pronounced her husband under the eyes of the god of beasts. Joey thanks her for choosing him, swearing to make her the happiest female in the world as he lifts her into a celebratory embrace. But Ida's heart is a storm of confusion. The elder then announces that the ceremony is over and it is now time for Tara's to swear his oath. Despite being warned that he can still regret his choice, Tara's resolve is absolute. He extends his sharp claws, slices open his own arm, and presses it against Ida's. He swears a blood oath to the god of beasts, vowing to sacrifice his life for her and never betray her, sealing their fates with a golden light that binds them together. Ida is stunned, feeling a sudden, inexplicable connection to Tara's and sensing his overwhelming happiness, a feeling that only deepens her bewilderment. Later, during a bonfire party, Joey pulls her away from the crowd, complimenting her dancing before leaning in close, his intentions clear. His kiss on her neck sends a shiver through her, but the moment is shattered by a rustle in the bushes. Ida knows instantly that it's Tara's. She confronts him, demanding he stop following her, but he stoically insists it's his duty as her protector, leaving Ida determined to break this bond once and for all. In a desperate attempt to drive him away, she leans seductively against Joey, cruelly asking Tara's if he intends to watch them on their wedding night. His response shocks her to her core. He calmly agrees if it's what she wants, even offering to join them. Ida is left stammering and flustered, insisting she didn't mean it. Joey steps in, pulling Tara's aside to tell him he's pushing her too hard. The two men strike a deal. They will take turns protecting Ida while the other is away. A compromise that settles nothing for Ida's conflicted heart. Joey returns, assuring her he's handled Tara's before pulling her into a passionate kiss, declaring he can't wait any longer. As they fall into the soft grass, things quickly escalate. But when he reaches for her skirt, she stops him, admitting she's not comfortable being so exposed. Their intimate moment is interrupted by a sound from the nearby woods. And to Ida's horror, she discovers another female, Muni, tied to a tree as part of a public punishment. Joey explains that Muni committed a crime and must now breed for the tribe, pulling Ida away from the disturbing scene. Ida's mind flashes to Sophia, the one who betrayed Muni, wondering if she feels any remorse in the desolate city of darkness. Meanwhile, in that very city, Sophia is playing a dangerous game, feigning affection for a man named Alex before being caught by her partner, Mushian, with another Beastman. She spins a tearful tale of coercion and suffering, convincing Mushian that she sacrificed her body for their survival. He falls for it completely, embracing her and vowing to get her out, all while she smirks with thoughts of bloody revenge against the entire city. Oblivious to this drama, Joey leads Ida to their beautifully decorated new home. He sweeps her into his arms, laying her gently on the bed, his intentions clear as he leans down to claim his new wife. In a haze of blossoming flowers, Joey whispers Ida's name, telling her not to be afraid and to just relax, certain that she would enjoy what was to come. The next morning, sunlight streams in as Ida awakens in Joey's arms, the reality of their wedding night settling in. They are now a married couple, a fact Joey seems all too eager to celebrate as he wakes up and immediately suggests they do it again. Horrified by his morning vigor, Ida tries to slip away, but her movement rouses him, his eyes blinking open in confusion as he finds her side of the bed empty. Before she can escape, he pulls her into a deep good morning kiss, once again proposing they make use of the early hour. Ida panics internally, knowing exactly what he wants, and quickly deflects, insisting it's already broad daylight and they should go out now. Joey's face falls into a comically pathetic pout, but he reluctantly agrees. Her escape is short-lived as another woman enters, cheerfully offering her ointment for the hickeys scattered across her body, a suggestion that makes Ida flush with embarrassment. The woman simply smiles, guessing that Joey would likely keep Ida company for the entire day. Outside, Ida tries to set some boundaries, telling Joey he should be hunting while she meets with the chief, but her friend merely teases her about their long night. Her world then tilts on its axis as she spots Tara's approaching, a cold dread washing over her as she wonders if he was also there last night. To her shock, Joey greets Tara's warmly. Tara's explains he just arrived to bring them prey. A wave of relief washing over Ida that he hadn't witnessed her wedding night. But her relief turns to utter confusion as Joey accepts the gift and casually asks Tara's to help prepare the meal for her. She can't comprehend how they can accept polyandry so easily, and as Joey sends her inside to rest, she resolves that she must not only return the prey, but also convince Tara's to give up his position as her protector. Over the meal, she whispers to Joey, asking if it's truly all right for Tara's to be standing guard outside. Joey dismisses her concerns, explaining that Tara's has already eaten and is merely fulfilling his duty. Ida argues that she doesn't need him, that Joey is enough, but her new husband calmly explains that Tara's chose this path himself and they cannot stop him. Frustrated that even Joey wants her to accept this strange custom, she glares at the food he offers her. Later, while meeting with the tribe's chief, Ida is praised for discovering new food sources for the winter. The chief asks her to investigate more plants in the ice cave and seeing Tara's standing guard, suggests he accompany her. Ida immediately refuses, but Tara's cuts in, stating that he and Joey made a deal to take turns protecting her, and since Joey is hunting, it is his duty to stay by her side. Trapped, Ida fumes internally, desperately trying to figure out how to make him leave her alone. In the freezing ice cave, she identifies edible plants while Tara's diligently takes notes. The cold finally gets to her and she lets out a small sneeze. Instantly, Tara's drapes his own cloak over her shoulders, insisting she wear it. She tries to refuse, arguing he's barely dressed himself and they aren't that close. But he firmly tells her it's his duty as her protector to take care of her. He grasps her hand, his gaze intense, forbidding her from taking it off, leaving Ida stunned by his uncharacteristic refusal to obey her. That night, after finally finishing her work, she tells Tara's he can leave, but he calmly informs her that Joey is on patrol for several days and he has been tasked with her care. Suspicious of this convenient arrangement, she sits on her bed and dismisses him, insisting she doesn't need to be watched. Tara's remains firm, arguing it isn't safe for her to be alone. Ida finally snaps, declaring that she won't sleep with him watching her and demanding that he leave immediately. Tara's stands before Ida, his expression unwavering as he asks what it will take for her to finally accept him. Inside, Ida is screaming with frustration, wondering why this man is so infuriatingly persistent. She thought she had been ruthless enough, but he simply won't give up, so she resolves to maintain her cold indifference, hoping one day he'll finally get the message. Later, feeling dirty and wanting a bath, she considers asking Taras for help with firewood but dismisses the thought, opting for cold water instead. Her quiet moment is shattered when she gasps, a sound that carries outside to where Taras is standing guard. A jolt of panic runs through him. Convinced she's having a nightmare, he decides he has to check on her, protocol be damned. Pushing the door open just a crack, his eyes widen as he finds her bathing, completely vulnerable. Ida freezes, shocked to see him peering into her room. Tara stumbles in, hastily explaining that he heard strange voices and was worried. But as he moves, he slips on the wet floor, his body lurching forward. He falls right into her, his hands accidentally grabbing her in the process. A sharp slap echoes through the room, leaving a bright red mark on his face. Mortified, Taras tries to explain it was an accident, even offering to boil her water, but Ida screams at him to just stop talking. Seizing the opportunity, she tells him she knows it was an accident but feels uneasy with him there, ordering him to leave. She declares that with Joey gone, she can take care of herself, her words a defiant claim of independence. Taras is stunned into silence, the question of what Ida truly wants hanging in the air. A flicker of pain crosses his face before he hardens his expression and agrees to go, realizing he must find another way to protect her. Ida is left confused by his easy compliance, an unsettling feeling creeping into her heart as she tries to sleep. Her restlessness is proven right when she senses a presence and sees Taras' silhouette by her bed. He watches her pretend to sleep, wondering if he's the cause of her sleepless nights. Whispering a quiet apology, he turns and leaves as silently as he came, leaving Ida to wonder if he has finally given up for good. The next day, her mother tries to reason with her, suggesting that having Taras as a secret protector is a good thing and that perhaps protecting Ida is his greatest happiness. She urges Ida to give him a chance to let him join their family. Ida internally scoffs at the idea, deciding to change the subject by showing her mother some hawthorn fruit. Her diversion is successful, but a sudden system beep interrupts her relief. A holographic screen announces she has identified 500 species and has been rewarded with a food processor. Before she can fully process the exciting news, another message flashes. The system is updating. A wave of dizziness washes over her, and she begins to collapse into her mother's arms. Far away, Tars's head snaps up, his instincts screaming that Ida is in danger as he begins to run. Ida awakens with a groan, finding herself back in the strange, digital space she recognizes as the unreliable system. A voice confirms she's awake, and she looks up to see a small, pink-haired boy with fox ears. Wary, she demands to know who he is, taking a step back. The boy introduces himself as Benny, reminding Ida that he's the one who brought her from modern times to this world of beasts. He reveals that he is the system, his very soul now living inside an applet she created. Ida is stunned, questioning his original identity. Benny explains he was the youngest disciple of the god of beasts, recounting his past life where his unique gift for worship allowed him to communicate with the god. He was chosen as the god's sole disciple, living a cherished life with his 3 senior sisters. But that peace was shattered when the temple collapsed around him, his master's urgent voice echoing in his mind, warning him to run and trust no one. He frantically searched for his master amidst the chaos, only to be brutally stabbed from behind. Ida asks who attacked him, but Benny admits he never saw their face. He only recalls lying on the cold ground, bleeding out, when his master appeared in a haze to save his soul, sending it across dimensions into the 21st century. It was there his soul found refuge in the applet Ida had made. Benny explains that he had been with her all along, and when she died, he couldn't bear it, using his accumulated strength to bring her soul back with him. Her soul just happened to be a perfect fit for this new body, whose original owner had just taken her own life. Ida is grateful for this second chance at life, but Benny waves it off, claiming it was merely incidental before asking for a favor. His request is monumental. She must help him avenge the god of beasts. To do this, she needs to strengthen the tribe, as the beast's devotion will make him more powerful. Ida readily agrees, eager to improve the lives of her new people anyway. However, she points out their tribe is too weak to defend its riches, cheekily asking why he can't just give her weapons from the system. Benny sheepishly admits he lacks the energy, prompting an annoyed outburst from Ida before he quickly suggests another way to strengthen the tribe: the totem. Back in the physical world, Ida lies unconscious while her tribe members worry around her bed. They speculate about the cause, wondering if she fainted from excitement or if it was Tarz's fault for upsetting her. Just then, a man named Joey bursts into the room, demanding to know what happened to Ida. He furiously grabs Taraz, blaming him for not protecting her. But the others quickly intervene, insisting it wasn't his fault. At that moment, Ida's eyes flutter open, confused by the crowd. Joey rushes to her side, pulling her into a tight embrace, relieved that she's finally awake. He fusses over her, certain she's lost weight in his absence. She reassures him that Taras took great care of her, noticing Taras' guilty expression. Shifting the subject, Ida turns to the priest, Charlotte, and asks a question that stuns the room. Does their tribe have a totem? Everyone is shocked she knows the ancient term. Taras confirms that he used to be a 2-star totem warrior, explaining that totems grant power from the god of beasts. Their civilization once flourished under this power, but a catastrophe destroyed it all, leaving only a mutilated totem behind. Pressed for how she knew about something lost 5,000 years ago, Ida quickly concocts a story, claiming a disciple of the god of beasts instructed her in her coma. The priest accepts this explanation, relieved that Ida is safe. Joey pulls her close, whispering that they should keep the quest for revenge a secret until they are stronger. Eagerly, the priest asks if Ida can gather the totem now. Ida explains she knows the method but requires jade as a carrier for the magic. Joey notes their land is poor in minerals, but they can trade for jade in the plains. As Joey volunteers to go, Taras cuts him off, insisting he will be the one to find the jade. He argues that Joey must stay to protect Ida, admitting he wouldn't be able to leave without worrying otherwise. The others agree, suggesting he take helpers from the salt mines for the dangerous journey. Taras calmly explains his simple plan. He only needs the tribe's extracted sugar, which he's confident he can trade for rare jade in Beast City. After assuring the chief he will be careful, he turns to leave, preparing for his long journey. But as he's about to go pack, Ida's voice stops him in his tracks. She appears before him, looking conflicted, and stammers that he doesn't have to undertake this dangerous quest for jade just for her. Tars's reply is cold and distant. He states that he isn't doing this for her but for the tribe and for himself, driven by his own ambitions. He pats her head with a detached gentleness, telling her it's none of her business, and that since she can now live on her own, she must take care of herself while he's gone. The words hit Ida like a physical blow, and her heart sinks as she wonders if this is his way of finally giving up on her. Her confusion turns to horror moments later when she asks Benny if there's a way to lift the protector's pledge. The small child's answer is chillingly simple. The pledge is lifted as soon as the protector is dead. The realization leaves Ida reeling. Had she known, she never would have let Taras go. Later, as Joey comforts her, she confesses her guilt, explaining that she can't be free from Taras unless he dies. To her surprise, Joey is calm, reassuring her that he doesn't mind Taras's existence and is actually grateful for the extra protection since females are vulnerable. He admits that if he were to die, he would rest easier knowing Taras was there to care for her. Moved by his selfless concern, Ida demands he stop being so pessimistic and fight to live for her and their cubs, and they reaffirm their bond in a tender embrace. As Taras prepares to depart, the tribe gathers. Joey approaches, handing him poisonous fruits treated by Ida, explaining their use for his protection. Ida watches from afar, simply telling him to take care. In a sudden move, Taras pulls her into a fierce final hug, promising he'll be safe and that the tribe is waiting for him. With a last look, he entrusts Ida to Joey's care before taking flight into the sky. Watching him disappear, Joey decides to distract them both, suggesting they visit the trade fair of the Giant Gate tribe, the very same tribe that their former ally Sophia betrayed them for. At the bustling market, surrounded by strange new goods, Joey encourages Ida to relax and look for anything she likes. Her eyes suddenly land on a familiar item at a stall: yam beans. After the vendor explains they just picked the fruits from the ground, Ida stops Joey from buying them and asks a crucial question: did they find anything else when they picked them? The vendor seems confused, confirming they only took the fruits, and a spark of genius ignites in Ida's mind. They don't know the tubers are edible. She immediately offers to buy their entire stock, and even trades a staggering 20 hides for the location of the plants. The vendor, stunned by the offer for what he considers a common plant, happily reveals that Black Tower Mountain is full of them and strikes the deal. As they leave, Ida excitedly explains her discovery to Joey. The yam beans' underground tubers are a huge source of food, and they have just secured access to a whole mountain of them. A haul worth far more than the 20 hides they spent. Overwhelmed with pride, Joey lifts her into his arms, proclaiming she is awesome. He immediately plans to send people to dig up the yams, and as a reward, insists on buying her a beautiful accessory. They stop at a stall selling luxurious fabrics, and Ida is mesmerized by a piece of cloth that feels like silk. The horn vendor explains it's a rare fabric made by silkworm beasts, making it incredibly expensive. Ida instantly tells Joey to forget it, but he insists, saying she can make clothes for herself or their babies. Just then, the vendor, recognizing Ida, steps in with a surprising offer, telling her he will give it to her for free. Joey pulls Ida protectively behind him, his voice laced with possessive anger as he declares she is his mate and will accept no gifts from other males. The silver-haired man, Zico, simply smiles, intrigued by the feisty female before him. Ida herself refuses his offering, stating she won't accept gifts from a stranger. Unfazed, he introduces himself as Zico, the eighth elder of the giant gate tribe, explaining that a mutual acquaintance named Enya told him about her. Just as he presents a beautiful silk cloth as a gift, a furious voice cuts through the air. A red-headed fox girl named Sophia storms towards them, demanding to know why Zico, her mate, is giving gifts to another female. Joey immediately steps forward, ready to drag Sophia to the zone of punishment for her outburst. But Sophia scoffs, puffing out her chest and announcing she is now the maid of the eighth elder of the powerful giant gate tribe, daring him to try. Zico quickly tries to correct her, stating that the chief only introduced them and he has no intention of marrying her, but Sophia is a master of manipulation. She immediately plays the victim, clutching his arm and begging him for help against Joey. Zico's expression hardens as he remembers the chief's words, and he reluctantly tells Joey that he cannot take her away. Berger clarifies the situation, explaining that since Sophia is now considered part of the giant gate tribe, their laws no longer apply to her. Ida watches Zico's sudden change in demeanor, a seed of suspicion planting itself in her mind about the chief's influence. Realizing this is a losing battle, she advises Joey to forget it for now. After he grudgingly agrees, Ida turns her gaze to Sophia, her voice low and steady as she warns her to stop her games, or she won't be let off so easily next time. Sophia's face contorts with rage at the threat. Later, Sophia is seen pleading with Chief Vincent of the giant gate tribe, spinning a tale of how Ida seduced Zico and begging him to help her kill Ida. Vincent brushes her off, saying he must maintain safety during the fair, but Sophia reminds him of his promise to find her a mate in exchange for the location of the salt mines. He dismisses her, saying he already fulfilled his end by introducing Zico and marrying her to Berger, but Sophia reveals her information came from the dangerous City of Darkness, a secret she could easily share with other tribes if he breaks his promise. His hand clenches as she threatens to leave. Cornered, Vincent stops her, reluctantly agreeing to her scheme while warning her not to break the rules. A wicked smile spreads across Sophia's face as she vows Ida won't escape this time. The following day, Ida and Joey arrive at her mother's stall only to find it completely deserted. Her mother explains that the prime market spots were all given to the large tribes, leaving them in a desolate corner where no one bothers to look. Joey seethes at the blatant unfairness of it all. But Ida isn't one to give up. A brilliant idea sparks in her eyes. She begins cooking spiced kebabs and soon a mouth-watering aroma drifts through the air, attracting the attention of hungry passers-by. Calling out to the growing crowd, Ida advertises her tribe's specialty, and in moments their stall is swamped with customers eager to trade for the delicious snack. The business booms, and her mother uses the opportunity to sell their other wares like dried fruits, creating a frenzy of happy customers. As Ida watches the successful scene, she smiles, thinking how food unites everyone. But the triumph is short-lived. Suddenly, two beasts clutch their stomachs and collapse in agony, screaming that the kebabs are poisonous. Panic erupts, and in the ensuing chaos, Sophia appears with the fair's patrol captain. She points a trembling, accusatory finger at Ida, claiming she sold tainted food that nearly killed them. Ida's mind races. The patrol was stationed far away yet arrived almost instantly. Her eyes narrow with suspicion. It's almost as if someone knew this would happen. Across the crowd, Sophia smirks, convinced Ida is finally doomed. The captain roars for his guards to arrest them. Ida knows she cannot be taken away or her guilt will be sealed. She consults her system, Benny, who offers a bottle of truth-telling wine. Stepping forward, Ida declares she will cooperate with the investigation, but insists on treating the victims first with a medicinal wine that can cure any poison. The captain refuses, but Ida presses, arguing that letting beasts die would ruin the fair's reputation. Sophia shrieks that Ida is just trying to poison them again to cover her tracks. Ida calmly counters that she isn't foolish enough to poison them in front of everyone. The captain finally relents, ordering her to try the medicine but warning her tribe will pay the price if it fails. As she moves, Benny confirms her suspicion. The two beasts are merely pretending. Understanding Sophia's entire plot, Ida uncorks the bottle and pours the antidote down one of the fakers' throats. Instantly, both beasts sit up, completely healed. Sophia and her minions watch in utter disbelief, their plan crumbling before their eyes. Ida calmly asks the two if they remember collapsing after eating her kebabs. Before they can speak, Sophia rushes to them, whispering threats and reminding them what to say. Her face a mask of menacing intent. The confession spills out raw and undeniable. The kebabs weren't poisoned at all. It was all a scheme, a lie they were forced into by Sophia to frame the female from another tribe. Sophia stands frozen, her plan crumbling into dust as the crowd erupts in confusion. Still trying to play the victim, she whines at Ida, asking how she could just throw away the fact that Sophia saved her life. But Ida isn't rattled. She calmly reveals her trump card. The bottle wasn't medicinal wine for detoxification. It was a truth-telling wine blessed by the god of beasts. The realization dawns on Sophia's face. They were compelled to speak the truth. Desperately trying to regain control, Sophia scoffs, questioning how anyone could believe such a thing, but Ida simply offers her the bottle, challenging her to drink it if she doesn't believe her. The captain tries to smooth things over, but Sophia won't back down, getting in Ida's face and reminding her that she's from the powerful giant gate tribe, calling her naive for daring to challenge her. Just as it seems influence will win over justice, a commanding voice cuts through the chaos. Zico arrives, his expression stone cold as he announces he knows exactly what happened. He marches directly to Sophia, accusing her of boldly breaking the rules of his fair and ordering his guards to seize her. He declares that she will be taken away and thrown in jail, his patience finally at its end. Consumed by rage and jealousy, Sophia can only wonder why everyone likes Ida, why they always come to steal males away from her. In a stunning reversal, Sophia falls to her knees, begging Ida for forgiveness. But it's a ruse. With a venomous curse, she lunges forward, a hidden dagger flashing in her hand aimed straight for Ida's heart. Before the blade can strike, Ida's mate reacts in a blur of motion, grabbing Sophia's wrist with an iron grip. He roars at her audacity before sending her flying with a powerful kick. As he comforts a shaken Ida, the crowd gasps at a new revelation. Ida is pregnant and Sophia just tried to murder her. Her mate turns to Zico, demanding to know what he'll do now that Sophia has broken the rules and attacked a pregnant female. Zico's face is grim. He promises an explanation and delivers a harsh sentence. Sophia is to be tied to the stone pillar at the fair entrance and whipped. She screams his name in protest, reminding him that she's his fiancée, but he turns his back as she's dragged away. Tied to the pillars, Sophia endures the scorn of the crowd and the sting of the whip, her mind fixated on one thing: revenge against Ida. Later, Zico explains his actions to the tribe's chief, detailing how Sophia framed beasts, attempted murder, and disgraced the fair. He then pivots, suggesting that Ida, with her valuable skills, could bring immense benefits to their tribe. The chief is intrigued by Zico's report on Ida's secret spices and other innovations. He agrees that recruiting her would be beneficial, but his friendly demeanor vanishes as he gives a chilling order. If Ida refuses to join their tribe, Zico is to kill her. The next day, Zico approaches Ida and her maid at their stall. He apologizes for what happened, offering a chest of magnificent jewels as compensation. Ida's mate is instantly wary of the giant gate tribe's sudden generosity. Ida politely refuses the gift, stating that Zico already fulfilled his duty by punishing Sophia. Thwarted, Zico changes his approach, asking about her spices and offering to trade rare goods from the distant plains for her recipe. He leads her to the tribe's enormous warehouse, a testament to their wealth and power built on trade caravans. The sight of jewels and exotic goods leaves Ida momentarily stunned. Zico uses the opportunity to praise her talents, suggesting they are wasted in her small tribe and that she could achieve her full potential with them. Ida politely refuses, stating that her happiness lies with her family and loved ones. Zico's mask of friendliness finally slips. He changes his tone, suggesting that if she became his mate, she could stay with the giant gate tribe. He presents her with beautiful rouge flowers, claiming they can enhance a female's beauty, and moves uncomfortably close, crushing a petal and touching the red juice to her lips with a possessive gleam in his eye. Zico leans in close, his voice a low murmur as he marvels at the pretty color on Ida's lips, expressing his surprise that females on the plains would use something so exquisite as lipstick. Ida, hiding her amusement, asks if there are any other colors. Her mind, however, is already buzzing with opportunity, remembering that lipstick from her past life required beeswax and olive oil. She realizes these rouge flowers are a potential gold mine, perfect for creating cosmetics, and excitedly asks Elder Zico if he can bring more. With a forced smile, he crushes her hopes, explaining that the rouge flower is a rare specialty of the plains, and this is all they have for trade. Undeterred, Ida pivots her attention to his other goods, her business mind still racing. Zico smirks, confident she won't be swayed by his charms alone, and presents a roll of fine, light gauze, praising its venting quality and inviting her to touch it. Ida examines the fabric, intrigued by its feel, but quickly dismisses it as too impractical for winter. Her eyes then light up as she discovers a pile of fluffy material, instantly recognizing its texture as wool, perfect for knitting warm sweaters to fend off the cold. Later, at the warehouse gate, Ida finalizes their deal, asking Zico to send the goods to the Great Lake tribe, but his internal monologue reveals his suspicion. He wonders if she's a fool or just playing dumb, vowing not to be tricked. He smoothly invites her to dinner to celebrate, but a friend named Ida quickly warns her that Zico bears no good intentions. Trusting her own gut, Ida politely declines, recalling how he'd tried to touch her several times and says her family is waiting. Without another word, she turns and dashes away, leaving a stunned and rejected Zico in her wake. On the journey home, she discusses the encounter with Joey, who warns her that the giant gate tribe doesn't accept rejection, preferring to destroy what they cannot have. They agree to be more cautious, deciding to lay low until they have enough strength to truly fight back. Their return to the tribe is met with a warm welcome from her mother. But the touching reunion is cut short by a familiar voice calling Ida's name. It's Fleurs the half-beast, his sudden appearance shocking Ida and igniting a flash of rage in Joey's eyes. Inside their hut, the truth is revealed. The traitor Sophia has told the giant gate tribe about the salt mines. Fleurs explains that Sophia escaped with the help of a city patrol captain and was then saved by the giant gate tribe, which is why they haven't been spotted recently. The chief worries the mines will be discovered soon, but Fleurs cautions her against getting involved, reminding her that an open alliance with half-beasts will make them enemies of all beast tribes. Ida, ever the strategist, proposes a new plan. They will mine all the salt before their enemies can find it. To solve the transport issue under the enemy's nose, Ida suggests Fleurs and his people, whose allegiance is secret, can move the salt. Fleurs agrees, placing his complete trust in her and Joey. Later that night, Joey's jealousy boils over as he confronts Ida about her poker face and her hospitality towards Fleurs. He demands compensation for his wounded pride, pulling her into a fierce, passionate kiss that quickly escalates, her soft protests lost in the heat of the moment. The next morning, Ida is violently woken by Benny's frantic shouts, sore from the previous night's activities. She learns that something is terribly wrong with Fleurs. Benny explains she has sensed her master's curse on him, connecting it to the ancient rumors of the god of beasts' punishment upon half-beasts. After a night of research, Benny is certain half-beasts only appeared after the Great Catastrophe 5,000 years ago, and she believes the curse is linked to her master's death. To find answers, Benny declares she must go to the City of Darkness, a suggestion that horrifies everyone. Ida, however, is resolute, seeing a chance to find clues about the catastrophe and a way to break the curse. Fleurs is deeply moved by her determination and agrees to help, acknowledging the risk she's taking for his people. Despite Joey's protests about her pregnancy and the danger, Ida insists on going. Joey relents and vows to protect her, but Fleurs proposes a safer, stealthier plan. Ida will pretend to be his captive to enter the city unnoticed, preventing the giant gate tribe from being alerted by a large group of beasts. He pounds his chest, promising Joey he will protect Ida with his life. Ida clings to Joey, her heart heavy as he promises to return safely, a promise she echoes with a vow to wait for him. But days later, she stands before the towering walls of the City of Darkness with another man, the enigmatic merman Fleurs, who whispers that it's time for their performance to begin. As Beastmen shout propaganda about the fortified city, Fleurs begins the charade, cupping her chin while she plays the part of a desperate captive, pleading for him to let her go because she already has a partner. He coolly dismisses her pleas as impossible before effortlessly tossing her over his shoulder, declaring she's coming with him. The guards whisper in awe that their lord has caught a female, but Ida's mind races with the terrifying reality. She is now deep within the city of half-beasts. Fleurs leans in, quietly reassuring her to hang on until they reach his mansion where the act can finally end. But their path is blocked by a sneering elf named Luke. He challenges Fleurs, accusing him of breaking his own law against capturing females. Fleurs' eyes narrow with contempt, stating he doesn't need to explain himself to a mere flunky of the priest. Enraged, Luke lunges forward, only for Fleurs to vanish in a blur of motion, reappearing behind him in an instant. Before anyone can react, Fleurs delivers a single brutal punch that sends Luke crashing to the ground, unconscious. He then turns to Ida, his expression softening as he asks if she was scared. She manages a steady reply that she's fine, just as a boisterous voice calls Fleurs' name. It's his friend Rowan, who playfully asks if Fleurs has finally brought home a female to start a family. And just as they are about to leave, a messenger arrives with a summons. The priest wants to see Ida. Fleurs' face darkens instantly, coldly stating that the priest has no right to order him around. When Rowan suggests they just go, the messenger gets bold, grabbing Ida's arm and insinuating her life will be enjoyable if she serves the priest well. In a flash of fury, Fleurs smacks the man's hand away, sending him sprawling to the ground. He pulls Ida into a protective embrace, his voice low and dangerous as he declares that he brought her here, she is his, and he will never give her to anyone else. He orders the terrified messenger to tell the priest that if she wants Ida, she'll have to kill him first. Later, Fleurs explains his suspicions to Rowan. The priest's sudden interest is a trap, and he refuses to let Ida take any risks, deciding they will meet but only on his terms. The priest will come to them. In the safety of the mansion, Ida discusses the plan with a small spirit boy, revealing she sensed a familiar, suspicious power from the priest that is likely connected to her own past. Later that night, Fleurs quietly enters her room, bringing a quilt because he was worried she would be cold. The tender moment is observed by a frustrated Rowan who decides his friend needs a push. He hurls a small rock directly at Ida, forcing Fleurs to react instinctively, tackling her out of the way and sending them both tumbling to the ground. They land in a heap, their faces mere inches apart. Rowan's voice cuts through the stunned silence, urging Fleurs to realize that Ida is special and he should make her his wife. The words echo in Fleurs' mind, and as he gazes into Ida's startled eyes, he finally gives in to his feelings, closing the distance between them in a deep and passionate kiss. Fleurs' confession hangs heavy in the air, his admission that he wants to be the one to make Ida happy leaving her utterly stunned. He desperately asks for chance, but Ida, flustered and overwhelmed, can only apologize as she snatches her hand away. A shadow of disappointment crosses his face, but Ida quickly backpedals, insisting the moment was just an accident and that they are still friends. Fleurs forces a smile, agreeing of course, but the tension is palpable. Needing space, Ida quickly ushers him out, claiming he must be tired and should get some sleep. She wishes him a good night, closing the door behind him. But once alone, Fleurs' smile vanishes, replaced by a quiet sorrow as he wishes her good night in the empty hall. Ida leans against her door, breathing a sigh of relief, convinced she needs to keep some distance from him. Her small companion, Benny, immediately pops up, bluntly stating that Fleurs likes her and she should just make him one of her partners. Ida recoils in shock, protesting that as a modern woman, she strictly believes in monogamy. Benny scoffs, reminding her that they are in the world of beasts where polygamy is the norm. But Ida is resolute, declaring she will never accept such a thing. Outside, the dark-haired Beastman confronts Fleurs, questioning why he isn't in Ida's room and revealing his own meddling. Fleurs accuses him of orchestrating the situation, but the man claims he was just trying to help, mocking Fleurs for giving up so easily after one rejection. He leans in close, whispering a sinister piece of advice. Fleurs should seize his chance and find a way to make Ida stay with them forever. Later that night, as Ida sleeps, a cloaked figure creeps into her room, their shadow falling over her bed. But just as the intruder reaches for her, Ida's eyes snap open and she grabs their wrist with lightning speed. She furiously demands to know who they are, before throwing a handful of powder directly in their face. Benny explains from the sidelines that the hemp powder is a powerful narcotic that should knock him out instantly, and after a moment of sputtering, the intruder collapses to the floor. Relieved, Ida prepares to unmask her attacker, but the downed man suddenly lunges, grabbing her arm and revealing he was faking it. Before he can harm her, Fleurs bursts into the room, roaring her name in a panic. He throws himself between Ida and the attacker, shielding her from harm. He pulls her close, his voice trembling as he asks if she's all right, and she buries her face in his chest, assuring him she's not that fragile. The intruder tries to flee, only to be blocked by the dark-haired Beastman, who smirks, confirming his part in the scheme. Fleurs demands the intruder reveal who sent them, his voice laced with killing intent. But the captive suddenly transforms into a hawk and soars out the window. They immediately realize the hawk belongs to the priest, who is clearly determined to capture Ida for some unknown reason. Knowing they can't wait for another attack, they decide to take the fight to her. Ida devises a daring plan. They will strike the sacrificial temple now, while the priest is expecting a report from her failed subordinate and her defenses are relaxed. At the temple, the subordinate kneels before the priest of the City of Darkness, admitting his failure. But the priest isn't angry. Instead, she smiles, saying he did a great job because the person she wants is now here. She calls out into the shadows, telling Lord Fleurs to show himself. Ida and Fleurs emerge, stunned that she sensed their presence. Fleurs quickly whispers to Ida that he will stall the priest, telling her to find Rowan and escape. He steps forward to confront the priest, who greets him calmly. Fleurs coldly tells her he'd appreciate it if she stopped sending assassins to his mansion. Her bold follower erupts in anger at his disrespect, but Fleurs simply calls him a loyal dog before inviting the priest to talk privately, hoping to create a diversion. The priest agrees, but then shatters his plan by adding that the female should come out and join them. Realizing she's been discovered, Ida steps out, deciding she can't hide from someone with such powerful senses. She boldly tells the priest to say whatever she has to say to both of them. The priest's eyes lock onto Ida, a chilling smile spreading across her face as she grabs her. She exclaims that Ida has finally come, that she's been waiting for so long. Benny's panicked voice cries out that the priest is already dead, a mere soul trapped in a dried-up body by some dark power. Fleurs steps in front of horrified Ida, demanding an explanation and insisting the priest has the wrong person since Ida has never been here before. But the priest calmly refutes him, stating that she hasn't made a mistake. She has been waiting 5,000 years for the one chosen by Benny. Ida's mind races as she learns the priestess has been waiting for Benny for 5,000 years. A fact that puts her on high alert. The priestess introduces herself as Lainey, Benny's former maid, and at the mention of her name, Benny's eyes fill with tears of recognition. Overcome with emotion, Lainey weeps, thanking the god of beasts that Benny has finally returned to the City of Darkness. Ida gently suggests she should be happy about their reunion, prompting Lainey to reveal the dark history behind Benny's disappearance. She explains that 5,000 years ago, it was Benny's three treacherous senior sisters, led by the eldest, Iris, who betrayed and killed the god of beasts to seize his throne. Their battle was catastrophic, reducing the continent to a wasteland and collapsing civilization. In his final moments, the god of beasts used his remaining power to seal their souls beneath Mount God and trapped Lainey's soul in his own body, commanding her to wait for Benny's return. A hidden passage rumbles open, and Lainey leads them down into a secret chamber. Fleurs holds Ida's hand, warning her to stay close. As they arrive before a large totem rough stone on an altar, Benny recognizes it as a gift from his master, but as he touches it, a brilliant golden light erupts, engulfing him completely. Fleur shields Ida from the blast, and furiously confronts Lainey, demanding to know what she did. Lainey calmly explains that Benny is safe. He has merely broken the seal and is receiving the final message from the god of beasts. Fleurs remains wary, but Lainey elaborates that the stone holds the world's most primitive power, and with the seal broken, the ability to use totems has returned. Benny reappears, sobbing that he is too weak to fulfill his master's wish of rebuilding their civilization. But Ida comforts him, promising they will do it together. Lainey then reveals another secret. The god of beasts left a way to remove the half-beast curse. Fleurs explodes in rage, demanding to know if the god intentionally cursed them. Lainey clarifies the curse was a punishment for the guards on Mount God who were swayed by Iris into betrayal, a punishment passed down through their bloodlines that can now finally be lifted. Overwhelmed, Fleurs embraces Ida tightly, who awkwardly accepts the hug as a friendly comfort. As Ida moves to store the stone, she suddenly remembers Tara's mentioning a mutilated totem in the Beast City, something that should be impossible. Lainey confirms it, realizing there's only one explanation. Iris must have broken the seal. The weight of this revelation crashes down on Ida. Iris has likely allied with the formidable Beast City, a force with 4 beast kings and countless warriors. Fleurs reassures her that he'll face any difficulties with her. A plan forms in Ida's mind. They can now create their own totem warriors, and since the Beast City is far away, they have time to grow stronger. Hearing this, Lainey's spirit begins to fade, her duty finally complete. She reveals she died long ago, her resentful spirit waiting 5 millennia for this moment. She has witnessed everything and trusts that Ida will fulfill the god of beasts' wish. As her form dissipates into light, Benny cries out for her not to leave, and Ida comforts the grieving child, who promises to be strong. Just as Fleurs advises caution, they sense an arrival. A fierce-looking man named Morrison, chief protector of the priest lineage, appears. Morrison sadly reports that the priestess has passed on peacefully, before dropping to his knees and greeting Ida as his new master. He explains that their clan was ordered to serve her and atone for their ancestors' betrayal. Ida, flustered, insists he stand and just call her by her name. When she asks what other instructions Lainey left, Morrison glances at Fleurs and reveals her final command, that Ida and Lord Fleurs must hold a wedding ceremony. In the city lord's mansion, Morrison assures Fleurs that he's taken care of everything, suppressing the news of the priest's death and even preparing for his grand wedding ceremony with Ida. But Ida is horrified by the news, frantically trying to tell Morrison it's all a huge misunderstanding. She claims she was only pretending to be captured to find her real enemies and that she and Fleurs are merely good friends, desperately trying to find a gentle way to reject the marriage without hurting Fleurs' feelings. Morrison, however, misinterprets her panicked explanation entirely, cheerfully concluding that they are already a couple and the wedding is just the next logical step. Realizing the situation is spiraling out of control, Ida tries to interrupt again, but she's cut off by the arrival of Rowan, who needs to discuss the newly recruited half-beasts. Seeing an opportunity, Ida whispers to Fleurs that they should leave to give the others privacy. As they walk away, Fleurs subtly takes her hand, a flicker of hope in his eyes. Outside, he speaks of the land's potential, suggesting they could plant fruit for a stable food source. And for a brief moment, Ida imagines a peaceful life with him, wishing it could last forever. Fleurs senses her hesitation and gently explains the wedding is just a formality to make her one of them, confessing he only wants to help her achieve her goals. Their intimate moment is shattered when a guard bursts in with terrible news. There's trouble with the salt mines and the giant gate tribe is involved. This brings Ida back to Fleurs' original proposal, where he explained the political necessity of their union. Without being his wife, she would never gain the trust of the half-beasts or the support of Morrison. Meanwhile, at the gate of the Great Lake tribe, a confrontation is already brewing as Harry, the young chief of the giant gate tribe, accuses Joey of colluding with half-beasts. Joey tries to play dumb, but Harry smirks, revealing he knows they're secretly mining salt. He presents a basket of salt as evidence, but Joey defiantly asks what's wrong with it, claiming the mines belong to their tribe. Harry escalates, declaring their cooperation with half-beasts an act against the entire beast world, demanding they surrender the salt or face punishment. When Joey prepares to fight, Harry smugly waves his hand, revealing he brought reinforcements. Thinking fast, Joey sends a messenger to warn the nearby tribes that the giant gate tribe is trying to start a war, then challenges Harry to provide real evidence of his claims. Harry points to the salt, but Joey dismisses it as a pathetic frame job, forcing Harry to realize he acted too rashly and is being outmaneuvered. As Joey wonders how to move the salt, a cloaked figure appears. It's Ida, who announces she has a secret method. But Harry just laughs, revealing his backup plan. He's already spread rumors that the Great Lake tribe is trying to monopolize the salt mines, sneering that if he can't have it, neither can Joey. Later, Joey fumes about the spies crawling through their forest, but his anger melts away when Ida arrives and they share a warm embrace, all under the watchful, tense gaze of Fleurs. Ida's mother worries about the spies, but Fleurs declares he and Ida will sneak out that night to move the salt and solve the problem. Ida decides on a bolder plan, telling a guard she's just going to pick fruit before slipping away alone. Her movements don't go unnoticed. She's immediately spotted by 2 spies in the forest, whose captain recognizes her as Joey's partner. This information is relayed to Harry, who is ecstatic at his good fortune, mocking Joey for thinking a female wouldn't be taken seriously. Brandishing a wicked blade, he vows this will be the end of his rival. His spies lead him to a cave Ida entered, confirming it has no other exit. A malicious grin spreads across Harry's face as he orders his men to surround the cave, ready to catch them all in a trap and seize everything the Great Lake tribe possesses. Joey's world narrows to the hostile faces encircling him as Harry, flanked by the chiefs of 3 neighboring tribes, blocks his path. A knot of dread tightens in his stomach as he demands to know what's happening, but his words are laced with fear. He tries to explain his desperate situation, that his partner is missing and these chiefs were supposed to be helping him search for her. But Harry merely scoffs, a cruel smirk twisting his lips as he tells Joey to drop the act. The trap springs shut as Harry loudly proclaims the real reason they are all here: to witness the Great Lake tribe's treasonous collusion with half-beasts. The accusation hangs in the air, thick and poisonous, and Joey's fear instantly boils into rage. He fires back that this is nothing but slander, a petty revenge because he refused to share his tribe's new food recipe. But Harry is relentless, pointing to a nearby cave and declaring the evidence of their pact to mine salt is inside, his voice dripping with false righteousness. Just as the tension peaks, a cry for help rips through the forest. It's Ida, his partner, screaming about half-beasts. It's the perfect damning performance. The chiefs watch as a winged figure swoops in, confirming their fears. But Flyers, the half-beast leader, isn't playing along with the script. He scoffs at their petty squabbles, amused that they would be arguing on their deathbeds. Joey shoots back a defiant threat, but Flyers is unimpressed by the warriors from 5 tribes. With a challenging sneer, he lunges not at Joey, but at the orchestrator of this farce. Harry is caught completely off guard, and with a devastating sweep of his serpent tail, Flyers scatters the surrounding soldiers like leaves in the wind, coolly calling it strategy. He seizes Harry by the throat, hoisting him into the air with contemptuous ease. Panic erupts as Harry's men shout useless threats about his powerful father, but Harry himself can only gasp for air, begging them to stay back, his arrogance shattered by pure terror. The other chiefs try to negotiate, asking Flyers what it will take to release their ally. Flyers' demand is simple: let his people go. Once his half-beasts are safely away, he turns his cold gaze back to his captive, a predatory smile spreading across his face as he decides to catch up with his old friend Harry. He shreds Harry's denials to pieces, loudly revealing that Harry was his partner in digging the salt mines all along. The final truth comes out like a viper's strike. Harry lured the other tribes here to exterminate the half-beasts so he could claim all the precious salt for himself. The chiefs are stunned into silence as Harry's pathetic denials crumble under the weight of his own treachery. One of them realizes Harry's intent to kill Flyers was to silence the only witness to his greed. Cornered and desperate, Harry spins around and points a trembling finger at Joey, screaming that this is all a framed job. He orders a search of the cave, certain they will find the stolen rock salts, but his men return with only captured members of the Great Lake tribe and no salt to be found. Harry's face lights up with manic glee, believing he's been vindicated. But seeing his own people bruised and tortured sends a wave of fury through Joey. The other chiefs are not convinced by Harry's theatrics. They saw the collusion with their own eyes. The plan has worked perfectly. Joey watches as suspicion shifts entirely on Harry, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his face as he licks a drop of red from his finger. Ida gently takes his hand, revealing the blood was just juice from a red berry she picked for him. Later, back in the safety of their hut, Ida's mother explains that while Flyers' testimony has damaged the giant gate tribe, they still need more proof. She asks how they managed to hide the salt, and Ida reveals their secret weapon, a young boy named Benny, whose system backpack allowed him to store all the evidence in an instant. Just then the door creaks open, startling Joey. Flyers emerges from beneath a dark cloak, a warm smile on his face as he tells Ida he couldn't leave without a proper goodbye. But his farewell comes with a shocking proposal as he gently touches her chin, inviting her to return with him for their upcoming wedding ceremony. The words hit Joey like a physical blow, his mind reeling in disbelief. A wedding ceremony. The air crackles with tension as Fleurs confronts Joey, accusing him of stealing his girl after promising to take care of her. He angrily demands to know what tricks Joey played to win over Ida, but Joey shoves him back with a furious glare, warning him to stop or face the consequences. Fleur scoffs, daring him to bring it on, and with a powerful swing of his tail, he sends Joey flying. Ida screams for them to stop as they descend into a chaotic brawl, but her mother calmly notes that it's normal for males to fight over a female. The elder decides not to meddle in their family affair and leaves. Watching the fight escalate, Ida panics, terrified they'll both be severely injured. A wave of guilt washes over her. She blames herself entirely, realizing her attempt to keep Fleurs at a distance has backfired into a massive misunderstanding. Unable to bear it any longer, she throws herself between them, screaming for them to stop. Fleurs immediately rushes to her side, asking if she's all right, but Ida coldly tells him she's fine and orders him to leave first. She then turns her attention to Joey, gently asking if he's hurt. A crestfallen Fleurs quietly apologizes for his impulsive behavior. But Ida delivers a stunning blow, telling him he doesn't deserve her love and that she hopes he can make another happy. Both men are left speechless by her declaration. Later, in Ida's new house, she carefully tends to Joey's wounds, remarking that they should send some of the good medicinal powder to Fleurs. A shadow crosses her face as she declares she won't marry Fleurs. Suddenly, Joey grabs her hand, his patience gone. He pulls her close, his voice thick with jealousy, telling her that he's serious and that she sends him into a rage. He dismisses their fake wedding, whispering that more than anything, he wants to please her. But as she leans in to kiss him, he stops her, demanding to know if she has fallen in love with Fleurs. Ida quietly admits that she loves Fleurs. Joey, however, sees the truth she can't, telling her she hasn't realized her own feelings yet. He explains that she's not worried for herself, but for Fleurs' potential unhappiness. His words strike a chord, and Ida's mind flashes back to all the times Fleurs protected her without asking for anything in return, forcing her to confront a difficult truth about her heart. Joey correctly deduces this is why she agreed to the fake ceremony, an act completely out of character for her. With surprising understanding, he tells her not to suppress her feelings on his account, agreeing to let Fleurs join them. Ida, moved by his words, asks if he's truly okay with this. Joey confesses that as long as she's happy, he can accept anything, even sharing her love, but on one condition: she must love him the most. Overwhelmed, Ida agrees and pulls him into a passionate embrace, but she quickly stops him, reminding him of his wounds. When she mentions sending medicine to Fleurs, Joey calls her a liar, accusing her of just wanting an excuse to see the snake. He pulls her down, declaring that if he has to see Fleurs, at least he can have her for the night, brushing off his wounds as minor inconveniences. Their passion ignites the room. Later, another woman teases Ida about her physical weakness, questioning how she'll handle another strong male like Fleurs when she can barely take Joey. Ignoring the taunt, Ida goes to Fleurs' hut with medicine, only to find the door slightly ajar. Pushing it open, she discovers the room is completely empty. Her heart sinks as she concludes he's already left. She finds a letter that confirms her worst fears. Fleurs misunderstood everything and chose to leave. But just as despair takes hold, Fleurs' voice calls her name from the doorway. He's back and Ida is stunned, stammering that she thought he was gone. Joey appears behind him, issuing a stern warning to Fleurs that while he agreed to let him be Ida's partner, he won't tolerate it if he hurts her. Fleurs simply explains he was so excited that he rushed out and forgot the letter. He presents her with a beautiful bouquet, stating that by tradition, a male must get a female's permission before marriage. Looking her deep in the eyes, he asks if she will accept him as her partner for the rest of her life. Tears of joy stream down Ida's face as she happily agrees, and the two share a loving embrace, finally ready to start their new life together. In Tarz's embrace, Ida's mind drifts, comparing his sudden, possessive kisses to Joey's gentleness, yet finding a strange sense of ease that settles her anxious heart. Elsewhere, a far less tender scene unfolds as the chief of the giant gate tribe kicks his own son, roaring that he's a useless failure. The son scrambles to explain it was a setup by the Great Lake tribe, who must have colluded with the half-beasts to frame them. The chief scoffs, retorting that he isn't an idiot and had already figured that out. The real issue, he explains, is that the salt is now in their enemies' hands. But a wicked plan is already in motion. The chief reveals with a smirk that he's informed the Black Wolf bandit gang about the salt, and now all they have to do is sit back and watch the chaos. Far from these political schemes, Ida's tribe focuses on survival, learning how to loosen the soil to better fertilize the earth for their yams. The tribe members are full of energy, eager to put their new knowledge to work. Meanwhile, a hooded Taurus navigates the bustling fair in the Beast City, his gaze locking onto a large, uncut piece of jade at a merchant's stall. He declares that he wants it, only for the greedy merchant to demand an impossible price. Taurus tries a different tactic, offering some sweet candies as a trade. The merchant, though skeptical, takes a bite and is stunned by the flavor. Just as a deal seems possible, the man's expression turns sinister, and he lunges, declaring the price for the stone is Taurus's life. Taurus is enraged, warning the man that the Beast City won't tolerate him breaking the rules of fair trade. But the merchant simply laughs, saying the city is nothing and that the saintess herself ordered him to capture anyone coveting the jade. The merchant's thugs charge, and Taurus realizes he's trapped, unable to transform without revealing his true identity. He parries a few strikes, but is quickly wounded, a blade slicing deep into his arm. Just as he's about to be overwhelmed, a tremendous roar echoes through the marketplace. A magnificent winged lion descends from the heavens, snatching Taurus and the jade before soaring, leaving the stunned goons cursing his escape. Deep in the forest, Taurus finally feels a moment of relief, believing he's shaken his pursuers. His thoughts turn to Ida, but his journey home is cut short by the sight of distress smoke. He rushes toward the signal, only to find a village razed to the ground, its people slaughtered in a brutal massacre. Back at the tribe, a pregnant Ida is urged to rest. She confesses to Joey that she has a terrible feeling, a rapid heartbeat that warns of impending doom. The realization hits her like a physical blow. The babies have a spiritual connection to their father. Her fear is their fear, and something must have happened to Taurus. She's consumed by guilt for letting him go alone. But as Joey tries to comfort her, a scout rushes in with shocking news: Taurus has returned. The tribe's elder announces that Taurus has kept his word and returned. But the relief is fleeting. Taurus, pale and weak, informs Ida he has brought the jade back before collapsing into her arms. Later, Ida watches over the unconscious Taurus, his body a canvas of deep, brutal gashes. The elder explains his condition is dire, his numerous wounds are untreated and worsening, promising to prepare medicine while praying for his survival. Joey tries to comfort a devastated Ida, telling her not to overthink things, but she can only trace the blade wounds on Taurus's chest, her mind reeling with questions about his attacker. The elder reveals the grim truth: it was the work of the Black Wolf bandit gang. She recounts Taurus's tale. He'd overheard the bandits boasting about finding a salt mine, and more chillingly, their plan to ransack the Great Lake tribe next. Ida envisions Taurus fighting desperately to protect an innocent woman from the savages, his face a mask of pained resolve. Back in the present, Joey's grief turns to white-hot fury as he vows to attack the bandits first and claim vengeance for Taurus. The elder sharply rebukes him, warning that a rash attack against their superior numbers is a death sentence, and that their only logical move is to evacuate the vulnerable members of the tribe. But Ida refuses to flee. With cold determination, she argues that the best defense is a powerful offense, suggesting they use strategy and craft poisoned, long-range weapons to even the odds. Joey's eyes light up with renewed hope, adding that with the jade's return, the totem's blessing will amplify their warriors' strength, giving them the power they need to win. Convinced by their unwavering spirit, the elder finally agrees, declaring that they will fight. Joey pulls Ida into a protective embrace, promising to keep her safe, and she responds with a look of absolute trust, her gaze then shifting to the sleeping Taurus, silently hoping he recovers to see their victory. The tribe springs into action, preparing for the coming war as Ida stands before their sacred totem to begin a ritual. She prays for the totem's blessing to empower every member of their tribe, and a brilliant, magical light erupts, showering them all in its divine energy. The tribe erupts in joyous cheers, and Joey triumphantly lifts Ida into the air, proudly stating that of course he must take care of his only partner. The elder gently intervenes, noting Ida's exhaustion from the ritual and insisting she must rest. Before leading her away, far from the village in a lavish hall, a chillingly calm saintess interrogates a nervous man named Hans about a flying lion. Sensing his unease, she coolly asks if he's planning to betray her or if he knows more than he should. Just as a flash of totem power illuminates a nearby window, the saintess instantly recognizes the sacred energy, pinpointing its location in the north and commanding Hans to find the wandering clan member responsible and deliver them to her. She reminds him of her absolute power, dismissing the Beast Kings as her mere flunkies and demanding his unwavering loyalty. A cruel smile forming as she anticipates meeting her dear junior brother. Unaware of the greater threat, the arrogant Black Wolf bandit gang descends upon the Great Lake tribe's village, lusting for their salt, food, and women. Though their leader feels a flicker of apprehension, his men are overconfident, roaring for the slaughter to begin. They charge forward, proclaiming their invincibility, only to stumble into a meticulously laid trap. The ground gives way, plunging them into a hidden pit lined with sharpened stakes. From the shadows of the forest, Ida and Joey lead a line of archers, At their signal, a volley of arrows soars through the air, finding their marks in the panic bandits below. A horrified shriek confirms their worst fears. The arrows are poisoned. The survivors beg their leader to retreat, but he roars that any runaway will be executed. His threat cut short as a poisoned arrow sinks deep into his own flesh, silencing him forever. From the shadows of the forest, the enemy leader seethes, certain his opponents must have used up all their arrows as he signals for the attack to begin. His warriors prepare their slings, but their charge is met with a hail of massive boulders that crush them in an instant, turning their confidence to pure shock. Enraged, their leader rallies his men, roaring for them to kill everyone in the name of their tribe. The battle descends into chaos, blades clashing as warriors fight for survival. The bandit leader can't believe it. This was supposed to be a small tribe, yet they fight with the strength of demons. His eyes then lock onto a single figure on the front line, Ida, a female commanding with authority, and he realizes she must be someone important. Her people are shocked that the Black Wolf bandit gang would be so reckless, but Ida knows she's just a burden on the battlefield and steels her resolve, vowing that they will win this fight. A bandit lunges, his weapon poised to strike, but a powerful clawed hand intercepts, grabbing Ida and pulling her back from danger. She gasps in surprise, finding herself pressed against a powerful warrior, who she recognizes as Tara's. He looks down at her with intense eyes, telling her that she's finally woken up. The scene shifts, revealing the truth of the battle. Tara stands between Ida and the bandit leader, warning him not to dare lay a hand on her. The leader realizes with dawning horror that Tara's must have informed the Great Lake tribe of their attack, stacking the odds impossibly against them. Knowing defeat is certain, he screams for a full retreat, and his forces scatter into the woods. One of Ida's warriors, Joey, warns that the Black Wolf gang is ruthless and will only return for revenge, so he gives the order to chase them down and kill them all. As Taras moves to join the pursuit, Ida stops him, reminding him that he's still injured and should leave the rest to Joey. She gently touches his forehead, a wave of concern washing over her as she checks for fever. She tells him his wounds had gotten infected, but his temperature is finally back to normal, insisting he go see the priest. Taras is floored. This is the first time in his memory that Ida has ever shown him such care, and a secret wish forms in his heart that she could be like this all the time. He then stuns her by declaring that his injuries are completely healed. She looks at him in disbelief, but he explains that while he slept, a mysterious power entered his body. And when he awoke, he was not only recovered, but had also advanced to become a 3-star totem warrior. Ida's eyes fill with tears of relief, realizing it was a blessing in disguise from the totem. She explains how worried she was, how his fever raged, and tearfully tells him that his life is more valuable than any object, because as her protector, he can't die while she lives. He looks at her tenderly, asking if she is willing to let him stay by her side now. Ida reasons that since she already has other mates, one more protector wouldn't hurt. Taras pulls her into a firm embrace, promising to protect himself so he can protect her forever. A silent vow passing between them under the blossom tree. Elsewhere, another group of warriors lies in ambush, planning to capture members of the Great Lake tribe to find their hidden salt cache. They spring their trap, but are shocked to find themselves facing not Ida's people, but the remnants of the Black Wolf gang. Their leader, Harry, is confused, but the Black Wolf leader, Vincent, appears with a smug grin, and Harry realizes he's been played. Vincent sent him a false message to do his dirty work. Before they can clash, Joey's party arrives, surrounding the Black Wolf warriors and screaming for their blood. Seeing the raw hatred between the two groups, Vincent sees an opportunity and makes Harry an offer. Ally with him, kill the Great Lake tribe, and all their salt will be his. The battle is swift and decisive, ending with the Black Wolf bandits tied up and pleading for their lives. Ida halts their execution, proposing they serve as slaves to atone for their crimes. An elder furiously objects, listing the atrocities the bandits committed against innocent people, and her warriors agree that they don't deserve mercy. But Ida insists that true mercy is allowing them to repent. She recalls a lesson about using totems to brand people, ensuring they can never rebel, and proposes this as a solution. The tribe agrees it's a brilliant way to increase their labor force. As they celebrate, the elder suddenly worries about Joey's long absence. Her fears are realized when a commotion erupts from the village, with people screaming Joey's name. Ida's face drains of all color, her heart sinking with the terrifying realization that something horrible has happened to him. The return is met with cries of alarm as Joey appears, covered in blood. Ida rushes to his side, her face pale with worry, but he quickly reassures her, explaining the blood isn't his but belongs to the Black Wolf bandit gang. His tribe celebrates their victory, boasting that Joey defeated 10 men single-handedly. A grim success born from betrayal, he reveals the truth of the battle. Harry had allied with the bandits to kill them, but their newfound power turned the tables, and Harry was cut down by his own supposed allies. The news spreads that Harry's death will surely bring the wrath of the Giant Gate tribe upon them. Later, as Ida tends to Joey's wounds, she voices her fear that Harry's father will seek vengeance. Joey pulls her close, promising not to worry. He has a secret plan to buy them time, but he playfully refuses to tell her what it is, turning her concern into a passionate kiss. Following his lead, the tribe begins constructing a massive defensive wall, but Ida quickly sees a flaw in the design. A simple push reveals the wall of rammed earth is far too weak and will crumble under any real attack. She realizes they need a stronger binding agent, a stickier earth to solidify their defenses. As if on cue, a young man named Taras steps forward, telling her he knows where to find mud by the river. He explains he found the location while searching for jade, a dangerous task as he was being hunted by agents of the Beast City Saintess. Taras confesses he saw them take someone away on the Saintess's orders and barely escaped himself. Ida comforts him, vowing that soon their tribe will be so powerful that the Saintess will be the one running in fear. At the river, they find the perfect clay, but as Ida examines it, a monstrous, long-snouted fish leaps from the water to attack her. Taras reacts in a flash, snatching the beast from the air and tossing it aside. While Ida is shaken by the encounter, Benny cheekily suggests they take the fish back and cook it. The lighthearted moment shatters when Taras suddenly stumbles, collapsing against Ida with a pained gasp. He reveals the horrifying truth: the fish was poisonous, an aphrodisiac fish. His mind floods with feverish visions as he struggles against an overwhelming urge, desperately pushing Ida away. She's forced to slap him just to break him from his daze. Mortified, Taras apologizes, warning her to stay back, claiming the toxin will make him lose control and hurt her. Believing him, Ida turns to find a priest for an antidote. But Benny suddenly stops her, revealing a far more terrifying reality: Taras was lying. The fish's toxin doesn't just cause a loss of control, it stimulates a beast's desire to reproduce until they are driven to death by sheer exhaustion. The crushing news hits Ida like a physical blow. Benny confirms there is no antidote for the toxin. Her mind reels as she realizes Taras lied to her, a desperate attempt to protect her from the horrific truths. Panic claws at her throat. The aphrodisiac fish is a devil, and Taras is doomed whether they act or not. Meanwhile, in a dark cave, Taras pants heavily, his body burning with fever as he succumbs to the poison. He clutches his robes, thinking of Ida and his unborn babies, whispering an apology that he won't be there to see their birth. Suddenly, Ida's voice cuts through his delirium, and he sees her standing at the cave entrance. His immediate instinct is to protect her, urging her to go away quickly and not stay there with him. But Ida refuses to leave, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and anger as she confronts him about his deception. She tearfully asks why he would lie, questioning if he knew how devastating it would be for her to find his lifeless body later. He weakly replies that her staying won't change anything, as she can't detoxify him either. Her desperation morphs into fierce determination as she reminds him of his promise to cherish his life, roaring that she will not let him die. With newfound resolve, she declares she's going to punish him for giving up so easily. She climbs atop him, pinning him down and commanding him not to move. Before he can fully process what's happening, she ties a blindfold over his eyes, telling him not to look at her. Taras protests, insisting that mating won't cure the poison and will only drag her down with him, but Ida cuts him off, stating that it's not up to him anymore. She leans in close, telling him to trust her and promising she won't let him die. She reveals Benny's magic can only slow the poison but cannot suppress his primal mating instincts. Therefore, to save his life, she must satisfy his desire. Taking full control, Ida tells him to calm down as she intends to dominate the mating process to save him from the brink of death. Outside the cave, the world is washed clean by rain as the night passes. The sun rises on a new day, and Ida awakens, her body aching with exhaustion. For a terrifying moment, she wonders if Taras is gone, if the toxin won. But her fear subsides when his voice reaches her. He's standing there, healthy and holding a basket of fruit, a gentle smile on his face. He thanks her for saving him, explaining that he couldn't let her die since the poison entered him because of her in the first place, and offers her some fruit. As she eats, her thoughts drift anxiously to how she will ever explain this to Joey. Back at the tribe, Joey paces nervously, wondering why they haven't returned. He spots them at sunrise, Taras supporting a weak and injured Ida, and he rushes over in a panic, demanding to know what happened when he sees the fresh scratches on her legs. Later in her tent, Joey gently tends to Ida's wounds. She starts to apologize, but he silences her, insisting she made the right call to save Taras. Though he claims not to mind, his pained expression betrays him. He finally confesses he isn't mad at her but at himself. He thought he could accept her relationship with Taras, but smelling the other males sent all over her made him realize he couldn't accept it at all. He pulls her into an embrace, asking if he's still the dearest to her. When she says yes, he shocks her with a possessive demand. He wants to mate with her just as Taras did. Before Ida can respond, Taras walks in, interrupting the tense moment with an offer of medicine. Seeing Joey's hands on Ida, he quickly asserts his place, reminding Joey to let Ida rest so she can get well and fulfill a promise she made to him. Bristling, Joey tells Taras not to disturb her and follows him outside. In the cool night air, Taras challenges Joey to a fight if he's angry, promising no mercy. But Joey grabs him, clarifying that his anger is directed at himself for letting Ida get hurt. He reveals his fears about the hostile giant gate tribe and how Ida, as the goddess's successor, is a target, admitting he feels too weak to protect her. Taras's expression softens, and he agrees that protecting Ida is their shared responsibility. However, he then berates Joey for allowing the snake beastmen to join them, calling him a loser for watching Ida fall for another male without a fight. Meanwhile, in the giant gate tribe's camp, their chief explodes in rage over the body of his slain son, roaring for his soldiers to gather for an immediate attack on the Great Lake tribe. But a calm strategist named Zico intervenes, warning that a rash attack is foolish. He reminds the chief that their target wiped out an entire bandit gang without a single casualty, suggesting they possess a hidden strength. He counsels patience, a sly grin spreading across his face as he declares that once they uncover the secret to their enemy's power, the Great Lake tribe will be utterly doomed. Ida protests as the new day dawns, insisting she has to check on the wall's construction. But Joey pulls her back into his embrace. He reminds her that her own mother wanted them to spend more time together, playfully asking if she doesn't love him anymore. With a tender smile, he offers her a piece of fruit, whispering that they can take their time and enjoy themselves before capturing her lips in a deep kiss. Their intimate moment is shattered by a sudden knock at the door, and the voice of Taras announcing that breakfast is ready sends Ida into a panic. While she frantically tries to get up, Joey remains frustratingly calm, suggesting she just yell out that she's awake. Utterly fed up, Ida orders him to get out and go hunting immediately, punctuating her command by forcefully kicking the half-dressed man out of her hut, muttering that she shouldn't have gone easy on him. She later joins the men for breakfast, only to be surprised by Taras's announcement that he's built a new house for her right next door. He eagerly describes the very large, soft bed covered in hides, promising he won't hurt her like last time, making Ida blush furiously. The tense silence is broken by the sharp snap of Joey breaking his food in half. Just then, a guard bursts in with terrible news: Sophia has returned. Ida's mind races, certain that Sophia, who should be at the giant gate tribe, is up to no good. They rush to the gate where Ida immediately confronts her old rival, demanding to know how she dares to show her face. Sophia collapses to her knees, performing for the hostile crowd as she weeps, claiming she was young, ignorant, and overwhelmed by jealousy. She spins a pitiful tale of a voice in her head, urging her to return and die with her tribe if she must. But her act is too perfect, and an elder sees right through it, realizing Sophia hasn't changed at all. To cap off her performance, Sophia declares she'd rather die than be turned away and lunges for a nearby spear. Before she can reach it, Ida's hand clamps down on her wrist, her voice cold as ice as she asks if Sophia only came back to kill herself. Realizing she's been seen through, Sophia switches tactics, tearfully begging Ida for forgiveness and a chance to atone for her mistakes. She kneels, insisting she is sincere. But Ida suspects this is all a conspiracy by the giant gate tribe. The others are not fooled either, with Joey and Taras warning Ida not to believe her treacherous words. Joey's face darkens with rage as he calls Sophia a traitor and orders the guards to drive her away. As Sophia is dragged off screaming, Ida suddenly calls for them to wait. She calmly suggests that if Sophia has truly changed, they should give her a chance. Joey catches her eye, sensing a hidden plan. Ida declares that Sophia can stay temporarily, earning a flood of fake gratitude from the red-haired woman. But Ida's next words are a chilling promise. If she finds any bad intentions, Sophia will not leave the tribe alive. Back in the hut, Ida faces a barrage of questions from the elders about her risky decision. With a smirk, she explains her true strategy. It's far safer to keep a potential spy under their control. This way they can monitor her and even feed her false information. Taras and Joey remain deeply concerned for her safety, with Joey insisting she stay away from Sophia. Taras takes it a step further, declaring he'll sleep with both of them to protect Ida from a sneak attack. Much to her exasperation, he even suggests bringing Joey's new, larger bed over, leaving Ida to wonder how things spiraled so out of control. That night, Sophia's true nature is revealed as she sneaks towards the prisoner's hut. Scoffing at Ida's foolishness, she pushes open the door, announcing herself to the captive Black Wolf bandits as the one who can set them free. She proudly declares she's an envoy from the Giant Gate tribe, which will soon conquer their lands, offering them freedom if they reveal Ida's secrets and help kill her. One of the captives furiously reveals that Ida has branded them with an unbreakable slave mark. But the mere act of betrayal triggers the curse, and he collapses, screaming in agony as his head feels like it's splitting apart. Realizing her plan is a bust, Sophia glares at the others who now tell her to get out. Enraged at their loyalty, she's unceremoniously kicked out, screaming that they'll be useless slaves forever. Stalking through the forest, a new, more insidious plan forms in her mind. If she can win the hearts of Joey and Tara's, she can discover any secret she wants. She smirks, vowing to make Ida feel the pain of having her men stolen away by another woman. Joey theatrically welcomes Ida, announcing he's been waiting for her, while Tara's offers a massage if she's feeling unwell, both of them inviting her to bed. Completely flustered by the sight of her two shirtless mates, Ida covers her face, exclaiming that she could never go to bed after seeing this and nervously insists she isn't sleepy yet. But one of them gently grabs her wrist, pulling her in and reassuring her that they've accepted their new dynamic and will do nothing but sleep. She finds herself nestled in bed between them, surrounded by a cascade of flowers. Tara's whispers a promise not to do anything without her permission before planting a soft kiss on her cheek, much to Ida's relief. Joey, however, immediately demands his own kiss, and Ida obliges, though she can feel him starting to lose control during their embrace. Sensing the shift, she quickly pulls away, declaring it's time for bed and wishing them a good night. The next morning, Ida wakes up refreshed, stretching with a wide yawn. A peaceful domesticity settles in as Joey brings her salt water and reminds her about the light breakfast she wanted. Ida smiles, feeling a deep contentment that they are all finally getting along. Joey then sweetly promises to pick flowers for her room every day to make her happy, which immediately sparks a petty argument with Tara's, who calls the idea troublesome. Ida wisely decides to stay out of their bickering, knowing from experience she'd only get hurt. A rustle in the nearby bushes suddenly alerts them, and Sophia emerges from the greenery. Tara's mood instantly sours, and he confronts her, demanding to know if she's there to cause trouble for Ida again. Sophia puts on a show of repentance, claiming she's there to make amends and offering a basket of mushrooms she picked. As she approaches, she deliberately trips, thinking to herself that no male could resist such a damsel in distress. She stumbles dramatically, sending the mushrooms flying. But Tara's is utterly unimpressed. He coldly tells her they don't need help from someone so clumsy and questions what would have happened if she'd hurt Ida. Her ploy having failed spectacularly, Joey and Tara's rush to Ida's side, checking if she was scared by the commotion. Sophia, defeated, silently fumes, vowing to find a way to win them over while cursing Ida and her secret. Just then, a tribesman rushes in, panicking that the newcomers are fighting with the original members again. He explains that while the tribe has grown, clashes between the two groups are constant, and this time the newcomers are aggressively pursuing their females. Recognizing the situation could escalate, Ida decides to handle it herself. As they head to the scene, Sophia watches from hiding, a smirk on her face as she anticipates Ida failing to control the lawless wanderers. They arrive to find a heated confrontation, with an elf-feared newcomer named Vern holding a female named Yetta while arrogantly declaring she belongs to whoever is strongest. Ida steps forward, her voice cutting through the noise as she reminds them that in fighting is forbidden. Vern mockingly asks if she's here to drive them away. But Ida surprises everyone by apologizing first. She acknowledges that as members of the tribe, they have the right to pursue females, but then her tone hardens as she tells Vern it's his turn to apologize for trying to force Yetta, which is a betrayal of their rules. Vern scoffs, boasting that only the strong deserve females and he is strong enough to take who he wants. Ida meets his arrogance with a cool smile, challenging him to a competition. Vern eagerly accepts, demanding their strongest warrior, but Ida simply motions for another tribesman, Arthur, to step forward. Vern unleashes his power, his claws extending, but Arthur effortlessly blocks the attack with a single hand, calling him weak. Arthur then counters with a blindingly fast punch that sends Vern flying through the air. Before Vern can even process the immense power, Arthur has him pinned to the ground, the fight over in an instant. The newcomers are stunned into silence, and even Sophia watches in shock at Arthur's sudden increase in strength. Vern kneels before Ida, admitting defeat and awaits his punishment, but she simply calls it a friendly competition. She places a hand on his shoulder, assuring him and the others that as long as they are part of the tribe, they will never be cast out. Vern is visibly moved by her kindness, but Ida follows it with a stern warning. If they break the rules, they will face her wrath without mercy. The newcomers eagerly promise to behave, and Ida seals the deal by offering not just rewards but her help in making them stronger too. Overwhelmed by her power and grace, Vern impulsively grabs her hands and asks to be her male. This immediately sends Joey and Tara's into a jealous rage, and they grab the terrified newcomer, roaring that he's courting death. From her hiding spot, Sophia finally understands the secret: Ida can make others powerful. As this realization dawns on her, she's ambushed by Arthur, who drags her into the tall grass. He tells her he saw her watching the fight and loves her scheming nature before crushing his lips against hers. A flicker of calculation crosses Sophia's face as she succumbs to the kiss, already plotting her next move. Sophia clings to Arthur, desperately asking how he became so strong, and he internally panics, remembering the totem is a tribe secret that must be kept from her at all costs. A sudden blush creeps onto his face as she presses closer, her voice dropping to a seductive whisper as she asks him to tell her what's going on. Arthur's mind races, instantly suspicious that she's trying to pry information from him, and he questions why she came back. She feigns innocence, claiming she was just curious about how the tribe grew so strong. But he's not buying it. Grabbing a bundle of flowers to create some distance, he issues a stern warning. If she wants to stay, she must stop prying into things she shouldn't know. Realizing her approach failed, Sophia immediately backs down, promising not to ask again and pulling him into a kiss, but her mind is already working on a new plan. She curses his caution internally, frustrated that even intimacy couldn't loosen his tongue, and resolves to find another way to uncover the tribe's secret. Meanwhile, life in the Great Lake tribe has become more harmonious after Ida successfully integrated the newcomers. And Sophia has seemingly turned over a new leaf, becoming an obedient mother and building better relationships. The tribesmen gossip about how tender she has become, noting that she plans to settle down with a strong partner from their tribe, specifically one powerful enough to protect her. This news reaches Joey and Ida, and Joey's suspicion immediately flares up, convinced Sophia's true target is the power of their totem. Ida tries to calm him, promising to keep an eye on her while reminding him that protecting the secret of the salt mine is their top priority. Just as Joey manages to get a moment alone with Ida, telling her he sent the others away just for her, and pulling her clothes for a kiss, they are interrupted by a frantic tribesman. He yells that their yams have been infested by insects, sending Ida and Joey into a state of shock. Looking over the ravaged field, Ida realizes they have a serious pest problem. Joey casually suggests they just have someone catch the bugs, a simple-minded solution that the others cheer for. But Ida knows it won't solve the core issue. They need pesticides, a concept unheard of in this world until a spark of an idea hits her. She asks Benny if any natural pest-killing plants exist, and Benny confirms that her old tribe used them, though she has no idea what they look like. As Ida despairs over having to search for an unknown plant, a smooth voice cuts through the chaos, and a handsome, white-haired beastman appears holding a sprig of white flowers, asking if this is what they are looking for. Ida is momentarily captivated by his appearance, her heart pounding as the man introduces himself as Byron, a wandering beast. He explains he overheard their plight and offers the wisteria plant as a solution. Joey, instantly bristling with jealousy, steps between them, possessively declaring himself as Ida's partner. Ida confirms with a system prompt that the wisteria is indeed a poisonous, pest-killing plant, and her excitement grows. She asks Byron if he knows where to find more, but he claims he hasn't seen any nearby. Just as her hopes fall, he conveniently remembers he picked a whole bag full of them simply because they were beautiful. With the crucial ingredients secured, Byron reveals he has experience with planting and offers his help. Grateful, Ida offers him her aid in the future, and he immediately cashes in the favor by asking for directions to the Great Lake tribe. Ida proudly welcomes him to their home, and Byron seems impressed by their fortified wall, declaring he made the right choice. He then launches into a sob story about being a perpetually wandering beast, claiming other males drove him away because he was just a good-looking fox. He tearfully asks Ida if she'll drive him away too, a performance that instantly wins over her and all the other women who promise he can stay. Joey, however, watches with a grimace, convinced letting this man stay is a terrible idea. The commotion attracts the chief, Ida's mother, who Ida introduces to Byron. The chief welcomes him but is shocked when he reveals he's from the legendary Beast City. Later, Ida and her mother discuss the suspicious timing of Byron's arrival, wondering if the scientist sent him. Though his story seems too convenient, the chief admits he seems more like a genuine wanderer than a spy. Ida decides to question him directly, and Byron spins a tale of escaping the clutches of a vicious elder in the Beast City who wanted to force him into her service. This story earns him even more sympathy from the tribe's women who flock to protect him. Ida is baffled by the ridiculousness of it all until Benny explains that Byron belongs to the charming Fox clan, a race so beautiful they possess a natural enchantment that drives others to fight over them. With this new information, Ida concludes that Byron must be telling the truth and was simply seeking refuge. But when Joey sees her lost in thought about the handsome newcomer, his jealousy boils over. He furiously accuses her of falling for Byron, his tool cracking under the pressure of his grip, before he breaks down into tears when she denies it. Ida blushes furiously, explaining to a concerned Joey that she was simply lost in thought about her tribe's future, not ignoring him. To prove her point and soothe his worries, she declares that the person she loves has always been him, pulling him into a deep and passionate kiss. A flustered Joey remarks that she's never been so bold in public before. But Ida playfully tells him that in the future, he should think more about her and that they can be more intimate when no one is watching. As they walk off hand in hand, their domestic peace is interrupted at dinner when a friend mentions the highly capable wandering beast Ida recommended to the tribe. The conversation quickly turns to the newcomer, Byron, praising his talent and good looks, which has all the females in a frenzy and a scowl forming on Joey's face. Just as Ida promises to watch out for him, a charming voice calls her name, and she turns in shock to see Byron himself, holding a bouquet of flowers and announcing that he's their new neighbor. Byron explains he chose the location for its peace and quiet, offering the flowers as a neighborly gift. As Ida accepts, Joey cuts in possessively, stating that Ida is busy but he and Taras can help. Byron's gaze shifts to Taras, who introduces himself as Ida's guardian. Joey's eyes narrow with suspicion, and he aggressively questions if Taras is the illegitimate son of Hans, the flying lion king of Beast City. The accusation hangs in the air, the silence confirming the shocking truth. Byron smirks, barely containing his amusement, before feigning innocence and questioning their hostility. He claims he merely guessed Taras's identity from rumors and didn't expect to be correct. Effortlessly turning the tables, he accuses Taras of being reckless and demands an apology for being threatened, smoothly passing the buck and painting himself as the victim. Byron's manipulation isn't lost on Ida, but he dismisses her concern with a smile, only to suddenly press a knife to her throat. He warns her not to cause him any more trouble before calmly walking away, leaving them all stunned. After the confrontation, Taras confirms the truth. Hans is his father, but his mother was a stain on the king's name. Ida immediately cuts him off, her voice fierce with loyalty, declaring that his background is meaningless. She reminds him he is her companion, guardian, and the tribe's first warrior. Overwhelmed by her unwavering support, Taras asks if those titles are truly immutable, and she responds by pulling him into a tight, reassuring embrace. Joey watches them with a resigned expression, understanding this is a moment for them alone. Later, Joey insists Byron is deliberately provoking Taras and shouldn't be allowed to join the tribe. Taras is consumed by fear that Byron recognized him and will expose the Saintess's presence. But Ida argues that Byron has only been helpful so far. They agree to keep him under close watch for now. The weight of his past becomes too much for Taras, who feels he will only bring Ida harm and decides he must leave. Ida wakes from a nightmare to find him gone, eventually discovering him sitting alone beneath the moonlit sky. She confesses she dreamed he walked away and never looked back. Taras reassures her that the Great Lake tribe is his only home and he will never leave. He finally reveals his tragic past. Born to a mistress, he was a source of shame for his father Hans and was relentlessly bullied by his father's wife and half-brother Nant. Hans did nothing, eventually casting him out as a child after he was framed for a crime. Taras confesses he initially pursued Ida out of a sense of duty to their future children, desperate not to repeat his own father's failures. Ida holds him close, promising that while the past can't be changed, they will build a happy future together. The next morning, Ida wakes up late but refreshed, only to be greeted by the sight of Byron standing at her doorstep with a bright smile and another bouquet of flowers, leaving her utterly speechless at his audacity. Byron presents Ida with a bouquet of freshly picked flowers, calling them beautiful just for her. But she coldly rejects the gesture, stating she only accepts such gifts from her partners. Unfazed, Byron cheekily asks if that's an invitation for him to become her partner. Earning a sharp rebuke, Ida scolds him for wasting time picking flowers instead of contributing to the tribe. But he smugly reveals he's already returned from a successful hunt and simply gathered the flowers along the way, grabbing her hand to show her the proof. He proudly displays a massive pile of prey, far more than the tribe usually catches, before pulling her into a tight hug and asking for a reward for his hard work. The intimate moment is shattered by the arrival of Ida's partners, Joey and Taras, who look on with barely concealed fury. Joey immediately tries to separate them, telling Ida to get back to work. But other tribe members rush to Byron's defense, praising his flexible mind and brilliant hunting tactics that led to their success. Ida silently acknowledges how quickly Byron has managed to integrate himself into their ranks, as Taras explains that Byron's deep knowledge of wild beasts saved them immense time and effort. While his skills were impressive, it was his charming face that truly sealed the deal. And he proved himself to be a powerful hunter, not just a pretty face. Ida realizes with a hint of concern that Byron is serious about staying. Her partners, however, remain deeply suspicious, whispering that if this is all an act to gain their trust, then Byron is a far more dangerous enemy than they imagined, vowing to keep a close eye on him. Later, Byron's curiosity is piqued when a female stops him from discarding animal bones, explaining that Ida taught them to make bone soup and even umbrellas from them. The woman continues to sing Ida's praises, recounting how she discovered which internal organs were edible and identified countless useful plants. Byron's expression hardens as he realizes Ida is the source of the Great Lake tribe's surprising strength. He learns of another of her innovations, an ice cave for long-term meat storage, and is deeply skeptical that it could possibly work through the summer, suspecting another secret of Ida's is at play. Meanwhile, Ida is lost in her own project, successfully turning flowers into thread and dreaming of knitting sweaters for the tribe's babies. Outside, Byron has become the center of attention, effortlessly charming a group of females. And Ida can't help but admit that for a member of the Fox clan, he is incredibly attractive. He spots her and invites her to join, but she coolly declines, infuriating a red-haired woman who plots to turn the others against Ida out of jealousy. Her plan backfires spectacularly when the other females admit Ida is superior and decide they need to learn from her to become better themselves. Back in her room, Ida is knitting when Byron suddenly appears at her window. Startling her, he claims he was just curious, explaining that his party ended early because all the females ran off to improve themselves, inspired by her. His sharp mind quickly deduces how her knitting works, and when he shows interest, Ida surprisingly offers to teach him. He picks it up with astounding speed, proudly showing her his work. She tells him to practice overnight and she'll teach him more tomorrow. But as she turns away, he slams the door shut and corners her. He grabs her, questioning the wisdom of teaching a suspicious newcomer like him such a precious skill. Unflinching, Ida retorts that it's her decision and she'll bear the consequences. She seizes his wrist, her voice dropping to an icy whisper as she demands he finally reveal who he truly is. The tense standoff is broken as Joey and Tara's burst in, freezing at the sight of Byron holding Ida so intimately. Joey explodes with rage, and as Tara's blocks the exit, Byron makes a hasty escape, promising to see Ida tomorrow. Ida is forced to hold back a seething Joey, trying to explain that she was just teaching Byron to knit. Her partners are unconvinced, insisting that Byron is a suspicious man who can't be trusted. With a sly smile, Ida reveals her true plan. Teaching him is merely a reward, but more importantly, it's a hook. She explains that as long as she keeps dangling new knowledge in front of him, he won't dare act recklessly against the tribe. Her logic finally calms her partners down, though Joey insists she should just kick Byron's ass if he gets out of line. Alone, Ida decides she must confront Byron herself to uncover the truth about him once and for all. Her mind racing as she lies awake that night, Ida awakens next to Joey, a wave of guilt washing over her despite knowing nothing happened between her and Byron. She tries to reassure him, mentioning she let Tara sleep elsewhere, but her mind flashes back to a more passionate embrace. Her troubled thoughts are interrupted by a voice from outside. It's Byron holding a fresh set of clothes and cheerfully calling her name. The moment she sees him, Ida shoves him back, demanding he keep his distance. But Byron isn't deterred. He leans in close, sniffing her intently before announcing that Joey's scent is all over her, a clear warning for him to stay away. Flustered, Ida commands him to behave, but her words are lost on him as he confesses that he likes her. He then doubles down, boldly proposing marriage so they can become a real couple, his face drawing dangerously near. Ida reacts instantly, planting her hand on his face and shoving him away, warning him that she doesn't buy his tricks. She coldly tells him to stop wasting her time and pursue one of the many other females who are interested in him, but he insists his feelings are genuine. She scoffs at his words, calling his love cheap since they barely know each other. A flicker of hurt crosses Byron's face as he reminds her that she's the one who brought him here and taught him new skills, questioning how he could ever harm her after she saved him from being a lonely wanderer. Ida dismisses it as a misunderstanding and abruptly changes the subject, offering to teach him how to knit sleeves. Byron's mood shifts instantly as he proudly displays a sweater he knitted himself, bragging that he even invented a new pattern based on her technique. Ida is genuinely impressed, admitting he's the smartest beast she's ever met. He then reveals that he learned the weaving technique of the silkworm beasts, making Ida even more curious about his past. She notes how different he is from other males who only care about hunting and strength. Byron hints that he's had to deal with entitled upper-class females before, but Ida grows suspicious, demanding he be honest about why he gets along so well with the women in their tribe. He sidesteps her interrogation with a charming smile, simply stating that he needs his skills to make a living. He paints a picture of his past, explaining that as a good-looking but weak fox, he was constantly pursued and refused to become any female's appendage, forcing him to learn every trade possible to survive with dignity. He declares that only by becoming strong can he change the world's rules, a shockingly modern sentiment that stuns Ida. Seeing her surprise, he leans in close, explaining that she's just like him, fighting for her independence instead of relying on female privilege. He insists their similar struggles prove they are fated to be together and presses his marriage proposal once more. Ida's suspicion flares, and she shuts him down, stating that their shared desire for independence is precisely why they can't be a couple, warning that Joey will beat him up if he mentions it again. Byron looks momentarily crushed but bounces back immediately, offering to teach her knitting patterns as a reward. He guides her hands, showing her the technique, and she quickly masters it, triumphantly holding up her work. He praises her intelligence, using it as an excuse to get close again, only to be met with another shove to the face. Looking wounded, he mutters that she was the one who came to him. To break the awkward tension, Byron observes the large preparations of food and asks if there's an event. Ida freezes, realizing he's noticed the preparations for the secret sacrificial ritual. Trying to appear casual, she invites him to the party for warriors, but Byron is immediately wary, suspecting it's a trap. He politely declines, claiming he's tired, and watches her leave, his mind racing with suspicion. Later, Taras questions Ida about telling Byron about the ritual. Ida explains her plan. They'll use this opportunity to uncover his true purpose, admitting he's a complex individual who constantly evades her questions and makes her feel like she's being manipulated. Joey erupts with fury, declaring his absolute disagreement with Ida's plan to hold a sacrificial ritual. He demands she cancel it, arguing it's far too dangerous to test Byron when they know so little about him, but Ida is resolute. She insists the totem sacrifice is the only way to empower their warriors, explaining she can only perform it once a month and their newest members desperately need its blessing. Unconvinced, Joey slams his hand on the table, his voice hardening as he states that until Byron's identity is confirmed, there will be no rituals. Ida flinches, her heart clenching at his harsh tone, and Joey's anger immediately melts into regret. He apologizes for being rude, his expression softening as he explains his terror for her safety. If Byron exposes the totem, he whispers, the saintess will surely come for her, and he would give up any amount of power just to keep her safe. He pulls her into a desperate embrace, a silent plea for her to understand his fear, and she returns the hug, momentarily moved by his devotion. Gently cupping her face, he apologizes again for worrying her, but her resolve has not wavered. With a chilling seriousness, she informs him that the totem sacrifice cannot be cancelled. Before he can protest, she pulls him into a deep kiss, silencing his objections. She whispers her appreciation for his concern, then skillfully twists the knife of his affection, telling him that only by growing stronger can he truly protect her, and that she has complete faith in his ability to do so. As Teng Xiao watches them leave to prepare, he confronts Joey, chiding him for failing to protect Ida from taking such risks. Joey's eyes flash with defiance as he declares himself Ida's protector, vowing to shield her in his own way, regardless of the price. Meanwhile, from the shadows of the forest, the white-haired Bai Kun watches the ritual preparations with a deep sense of unease. He recalls the words of his matriarch, who sent him north to find her son, Taras, and secure a future for their people, and he knows that even if this is a trap, he cannot retreat. Arriving at the ritual, he notes with suspicion that Ida is leading it instead of the priest, his eyes locking onto the strange jade stone she wields. Suddenly, a wave of immense power washes over him, causing him to clutch his head in pain. As the other warriors roar in triumph, feeling their strength surge, Bai Kun connects the dots. The jade, the ritual, the overwhelming power, it's the legendary ancient totem. He realizes Ida has exposed her tribe's greatest secret, and in that same moment, he knows he's been discovered. Joey points him out, a grim smile on his face, declaring it's too late for him to escape. He lunges forward, vowing to capture Bai Kun and force the truth from him. But Teng Xiao intervenes, landing a vicious kick that sends Bai Kun stumbling back against a tree. Surrounded and cornered, Bai Kun knows escape is impossible. Ida orders him to surrender, but he calmly insists he means no harm, prompting her to command her warriors to seize him. And just as they charge, a brilliant light erupts from Bai Kun's body. The totem stone itself has recognized him, blessing him with its power. The warriors halt in stunned silence, realizing he must be sincere in his wish to join them. A smug smile plays on Bai Kun's lips as he declares his innocence proven. But Ida is not so easily swayed. She presses a cold dagger to his throat, snarling that he deserves every moment of their suspicion and threatening him with a fate worse than death if he doesn't start talking. At that moment, Bai Kun reveals he was sent by Wang Hongsai to assist Teng Xiao. Ida immediately accuses him of lying, but Bai Kun recounts his meeting with the leader, who tasked him with finding and protecting his son, Teng Xiao, from a mysterious woman he called her. Before unceremoniously kicking him out, Joey quickly deduces that her must be the saintess. Overwhelmed, Teng Xiao walks off to clear his head. Ida explains to Joey the profound confusion Teng Xiao must be feeling, having always believed his father abandoned him, only to now learn he was being protected in secret. Bai Kun scoffs, callously remarking that abandoning a child to wander is hardly protection, and that Hong Sai is merely trying to soothe his own guilt. Ida's eyes narrow with fury, demanding to know why he insists on provoking Teng Xiao if he was truly sent to help. Bai Kun coolly explains he is merely testing Teng Xiao's character and the strength of his relationship with Ida before revealing his true motives. He needs to find a home for his tribe, and he believes their tribe is the perfect fit. He asks if they will welcome his people. Ida, ever ambitious for her tribe's growth, readily agrees, promising them good treatment. Her smile falters when Baikun admits his tribe numbers over 200 people. Joey grows suspicious, questioning why such a large tribe would want to join theirs instead of a major city. Baikun explains that his tribe is mostly composed of beautiful women, making them targets for larger, more corrupt tribes, and that their smaller, kinder tribe is a much safer haven. He takes Ida's hands, speaking of a prosperous future together, but Joey jealously slaps his hands away, reminding him to keep his distance. Unfazed, Baikun agrees to her terms, but states that his people will need a show of sincerity from their new hosts. When Ida asks what he wants, his demand is simple and desperate: food. The tribe is in an uproar over Byron's audacious condition: enough food to feed his 200 people for the entire winter. Ida, however, remains unshaken, explaining that demonstrating their strength through an abundance of food is the only way to earn the trust of a new tribe. She slams her hand down, decisively agreeing to the terms. An elder points out the strategic advantage, noting that the influx of females from Byron's tribe will finally balance their own male-heavy population. Ida confirms this, envisioning a future where their two tribes become one, building new families and ensuring their legacy. With Ida's advanced methods for preserving food, the elder is finally convinced they can achieve this daunting goal. Full of purpose, Ida dashes off to prepare. But Joey is stopped by his mother. She warns him with a grave tone, revealing that she's noticed Byron is always with Ida and clearly has feelings for her. Joey tries to brush it off, stating Ida doesn't feel the same, but his mother plants a seed of doubt, questioning if that will remain true when Byron is so smart and can connect with Ida in ways others can't. Later, Ida presents Joey with a sweater she made just for him, her eyes sparkling as she confirms it fits him perfectly. But Joey is distant, his mind clearly elsewhere, prompting a worried Ida to check his temperature. He insists nothing is wrong, but she sees right through him. And he finally confesses he was thinking about Byron. Joey reveals that Byron has already sent for his tribe and then admits his deepest fear: that Byron has feelings for Ida. Ida is momentarily stunned, but quickly reassures Joey that Byron is just a joker and that he must trust her. The confession that tumbles from Joey's lips is heartbreaking. He tells her he trusts her completely, but he doesn't trust himself. His insecurity pours out as he calls Byron smart and intelligent, someone who shares so much in common with her, while he feels himself becoming more and more useless to her. He feels utterly powerless, questioning if he can even help her anymore. Ida cuts off his spiral of despair with a fierce, passionate kiss. In the afterglow, she feels fully charged, telling him he is her source of energy and confidence. To prove her devotion, she reveals the sweater was the very first one she ever knitted, made for him and no one else. Seeking one last bit of reassurance, he playfully asks her to prove how much she cares, leading them into another intimate embrace. Though Joey feels better, a lingering wariness about Byron's intentions remains. Sometime later, Ida and Byron are working on making porcelain, a lost art they are exploring together. Ida invites a watchful Joey to join them and he happily agrees. The three working side by side. Their work is interrupted when Byron is harshly called a loser by a formidable woman carrying a massive spear, her arrival announced by a guard. Byron greets his chief with a playful complaint that he missed her, only to get whacked with her spear for his trouble. She berates him for being from the charming Fox clan, yet failing to win over the woman he desires. Stepping forward, Joey firmly introduces himself as Ida's partner. The chief, momentarily flustered, introduces herself as Haley and declares that their tribes will spend 2 months together on a trial basis before any permanent merger. Joey immediately senses that Haley is a cautious woman and this alliance will be complicated. Ida offers a tour, but Haley curtly refuses, claiming she's tired, before ordering a reluctant Byron to follow her. As they walk away, Ida tells Joey she has a bad feeling about this. In private, Byron praises the Great Lake tribe's innovations to Haley, from their food storage to their new weapons. But she is unimpressed, telling him to share something she doesn't already know. Her questions turn sharp as she asks if he likes Ida. Byron admits Ida already has partners and isn't interested, but Haley presses the question again. She tells him not to worry, reminding him he is the youngster she values most before proposing a marriage of convenience, her strategic ambitions finally laid bare. Haley presses the issue of a marriage of convenience between her tribe and Ida's, an idea Ida immediately shoots down. The foxwoman insists it's the fastest way to unite their clans and show sincerity, painting a picture of a peaceful future. Haley then attempts to guilt-trip Ida, asking her to compromise for her tribe and mentioning how well she's been getting along with the proposed groom, Byron. Ida internally scoffs, seeing the emotional manipulation for what it is. An elder from Ida's tribe offers a compromise, suggesting Haley choose another female for the marriage, but Haley refuses instantly. She slams her staff down for emphasis, declaring that only Ida, as the partner of the young chief Joey, has the necessary high status to prove their sincerity. In a stunning move, Joey steps forward and declares he will give up his position as chief. He reasons that this would mean Ida is no longer the future chief's wife, thus freeing her from the obligation of a political marriage. He takes her hand, his expression soft as he vows that no one will ever force her to do something she doesn't want. Haley remains unimpressed by the touching display, reminding them that Byron is far too important to their tribe for this to be a simple affair. Realizing she's losing ground, Ida takes back control of the conversation. She points out that while her tribe needs their help, Haley's people also need them, so a compromise from both sides is only fair. Internally, Haley calls Ida a clever girl for her threat, but counters by revealing they could always ally with the Great Lake tribe's bitter enemy, the Giant Gate tribe. Ida meets her gaze, asking if that's a threat. Haley simply tells her to think carefully before turning to leave. Joey slams his hands on the table in fury, but Ida quickly rushes to calm him down. Later, as they walk away, Byron questions Haley's aggressive strategy, but she explains it was necessary, reminding him that he represents the clan's interests now, not just himself. She tells him that as chief, she must put her people first and he must learn to do the same. When he wonders what will happen if Ida still refuses, Haley smirks, confident that Ida will agree for her tribe's sake. If not, she plans to exploit Ida's one great weakness, her love for Joey. Back in the village, life has become more lively with the new arrivals, but Ida feels the crushing weight of her tribe's future on her shoulders. Joey comforts her, urging her not to bear the burden alone and assuring her they can negotiate with Haley. However, he also shares his deep concern that a full merger could lead to them losing control of their own tribe entirely. As they discuss the problem, Ida suddenly gets an idea. Not long after, a pink-haired fox girl named Lancy approaches Joey, coyly asking for help moving heavy stones. Ida smiles and encourages him to go, staying behind to chat with her mother. Lancy fawns over Joey's strength and then gets closer, offering to wipe the sweat from his brow. He immediately pulls back, telling her not to touch him, but she presents a perfumed cloth, claiming it's a special scent she created. Thinking Ida might like it, Joey asks how she made it. Lancy claims the recipe is a clan secret, all while fuming internally that her powerful ecstasy perfume has no effect on him. She tries a new tactic, sighing that she wishes she had a partner as good as him, but Joey bluntly advises her to find one among their tribe's men. As he finishes the work and turns to leave, she grabs his arm, begging him to stay. He shouts at her to let go. Just as Ida appears, her expression unreadable. Lancy seizes the opportunity, clinging to Joey and loudly claiming he loved her fragrance. Joey tries to correct her, but Lancy interrupts, holding him tight and thinking that if she can't seduce him, she'll at least create a conflict between the couple. But to her shock, Ida simply pulls Joey away, calmly scolding him for being impolite by asking about a strange perfume. She then wraps her arms around him, sweetly saying she also likes making perfumes and asking if he'll help her get the recipe, to which he readily agrees. Lancy is left stunned by their unshakable trust. Ida dismisses Lancy, but not before leaning in to whisper a cold threat to stay away from her male. The pink-haired girl freezes, terrified by Ida's intimidating aura as the couple walks away. Once they're alone, Ida reveals she overheard the whole thing and knew Lancy's true intentions from the start, but as she looks at Joey, she's confused to see an unhappy expression on his face. Joey's jealousy burns hot as he admits that even though he knew Lancy was acting on purpose, he's still furious that she dared to try and steal Ida away from him. Overwhelmed by his possessive confession, Ida grabs him, declaring she can't hold back her own feelings and promises she'll never get near Lancy again. A satisfied smile curls on Joey's lips as Ida further agrees to run away the moment she spots Lancy from a distance. After sending a threatening aura toward Lancy's departing figure, Joey suddenly sweeps Ida off her feet and into his arms, announcing he's taking her home. Ida protests, flustered that it's still daytime, but Joey just flashes a sly grin, telling her they have something important to do, before leaping away into the trees. Meanwhile, hidden from view, two members of the fox tribe observe them, impressed that Joey could resist Ida's potent charming skills. The female fox worries that their deep affection will make it impossible to split them up so she can marry Joey, asking her chief for advice. The chief muses that their bond is so strong the only way they'll separate is on their own terms, cryptically adding that sometimes the more you love someone, the more space you must give, lest she suffocate from the relationship. The next morning, Ida shoves a reluctant Joey out of their hut, telling him to stop dilly-dallying and get to hunting. He turns back with a playful pout, demanding a kiss to charge him up for the day. Calling him a scoundrel, Ida is still pulled into a passionate kiss. Just as the moment ends, a rustle in the bushes reveals Taras has arrived. Joey asks Taras to look after Ida, and Ida reassures him that she trusts Taras completely. Before leaving, Joey gives Ida one last warning. Help those in need, but stay far away from anyone with ulterior motives, especially Lancy. Ida comically salutes in agreement. As Taras and Ida exchange greetings, he mentions she used up all the pottery clay. But when she offers to get more, he just stares at her silently, leaving her to wonder why he's been acting so weirdly. Miles away in the forest, Joey stands victorious over a massive boar, its blood staining his blade. Just as he's about to claim his prize, a voice cuts through the silence and Byron, the white-haired fox Beastman, appears. Joey demands to know what he's doing there, and Byron coolly says he's come to talk about the marriage of convenience. Joey scoffs that no one can force Ida, but Byron challenges him, asking what he'll do if Ida herself agrees to it. The air crackles with tension as Joey furiously denies the possibility, but Byron simply dares him to test that theory. Back at the village, Ida focuses on her pottery, carefully controlling the heat with her powers. She feels Taras's intense gaze on her and asks for his help. As he moves the pots, she confronts him, asking if something has happened. He denies it at first, but she sees through his lie. He relents and asks a chilling question: how important is Joey to her, and what would she do if he were suddenly gone? The words hit Ida like a physical blow, and she panics, demanding to know if Joey is okay. Taras reassures her he's fine, but presses for an answer, stating what he already knows to be true, that Joey is irreplaceable to her. His composure finally shatters as he confesses that just being by her side is no longer enough. He wants more. He corners her, his voice filled with the pain of being a bystander to her love for Joey, and desperately asks if she can ever love him the same way. Cupping her face in his hands, he leans in close. Ida gently pushes him back, her heart aching as she tells him she can't. She explains that when she felt lost in this new world, Joey was the one who saved her, supported her, and gave her the courage to live. He is the pivot of her entire life, and she cannot give Taras what he desires. She offers him friendship if he wants to give up, but as she turns to leave, he grabs her wrist. He asks what if he's willing to accept it, willing to live with the fact that he'll never compare to Joey, as long as he has a place in her heart. He pulls her into a tight embrace, acknowledging that it isn't fair and that he will suffer. But love itself is unfair, and for his suffering, he will need her sweet encouragement. Before she can process his words, he pushes her down onto the furs and captures her lips in a deep, desperate kiss. In the forest, the aftermath of a brutal fight is clear as a wounded Joey faces a bruised Byron. Byron cuts to the chase, telling Joey he simply wants him to know that with such weak strength, he can't possibly protect Ida. Joey tries to dismiss him and leave with his kill, but Byron's next words stop him cold. He admits Joey is powerful, but asks if that power is enough to resist the entire army of the Beast City. Byron reveals the grim truth. If the marriage of convenience is rejected, the Beast City will come for them, and he's not the only one who's been sent after Taras. With time running out for the Great Lake tribe to grow strong, he leaves Joey with one final, haunting question. Can he really protect Ida from what's coming? Joey returns home to find a flustered Ida being fed by Taras, who insists she shouldn't get out of bed. Ida, embarrassed, blames Taras for the situation and insists she can eat by herself. When she sees Joey, she asks why he was so late, and he explains he went hunting somewhere far. He gently touches her forehead to check for a fever, but Ida nervously claims she's just tired from making pottery, a flimsy excuse that doesn't quite fool him. His eyes narrow as he notices strange marks on her neck and a scent that isn't his. Before he can press further, another woman intervenes, telling him to let Ida rest. Joey relents, kissing Ida's forehead and promising to deal with the prey he brought back. Alone, Ida clutches the sheets in turmoil, blaming herself for not being able to control herself around Taras, and worrying that Joey is upset. Outside, the truth is far more calculated, as Taras bluntly tells Joey he seduced Ida. He explains that with Ida's shy personality, he had to take the initiative if he wanted to find a place for himself in their family. As they talk, Joey notices a fresh bruise on Taras's arm, but Taras quickly covers it up, urging him to hurry. The next day, as Ida is happily preparing food, a new face appears. A silver-haired man named Byron arrives with a basket full of squeaking creatures, a gift he claims can be used to make yarn. Ida immediately warns him away, telling him Joey won't be happy to see him. But Byron smiles cruelly and drops a bombshell: Joey has abandoned her. Ida's face hardens into a cold mask, her calm reaction unnerving Byron. He insists he isn't lying, but Ida responds by slamming a heavy cleaver through a fish, warning him not to treat her like a fool and to stop trying to sow discord. Her unwavering trust in Joey seems to amuse Byron, who pushes further, revealing that Joey agreed to a marriage of convenience just yesterday. The lie is too much, and Ida explodes in fury, lunging at him with the blade and roaring that Joey would never do that. Byron easily disarms her, sending the knife clattering to the floor before pinning her against the wall. He leans in close, whispering that while Joey loves her, he's a responsible man who would make sacrifices for the tribe, like accepting another man to protect her. Just then, Joey and Taras arrive, demanding Byron release her. Ida rushes to Joey, desperately explaining that Byron is speaking nonsense about a marriage of convenience. But Joey's silence is damning. Byron smirks, confirming that a wedding ceremony is coming soon and asking if Joey plans to break his promise to let him stay with Ida. The words wedding and promise, combined with Joey's hesitation, shatter Ida's world. Her head spins with the pain of betrayal as she wonders why he would abandon her, before collapsing unconscious into Taraz's arms. They rush her to bed where Charlotte delivers shocking news. Ida is pregnant, and the mental shock was too much for her to handle. Outside, an elder scolds the men, warning them that their arguing caused Ida's illness. Enraged and heartbroken, Taraz grabs Joey by his collar and slams a fist into his face, roaring at him for making a deal with Byron when he knows how deeply Ida trusts him. Joey finally explains he didn't fully agree, recounting what truly happened. Byron had offered an alliance, a necessity for the coming war, but Joey refused to use Ida as a bargaining chip. Seeing Joey's resolve, Byron cleverly changed his offer. He would be allowed to woo Ida, and only if she willingly agreed to marry him would it happen. Joey agreed on the condition that Byron wouldn't use any dirty tricks, a condition Byron immediately violated by asking Joey to keep it a secret to let things develop naturally. Joey now realizes it was all a ploy to sow discord from the start, and decides his only priority is caring for Ida. Meanwhile, that same devious man Byron is kneeling before his own chief, who reprimands him for trying to force a marriage through foul means instead of creating a genuine alliance. She questions whether he's acting for their tribe or for his own selfish motives, her piercing gaze suggesting she already knows the answer. The white-haired man, Byron, agrees with his chief's plan to accept Chief Monthly's proposal for a voting system, a move he believes will finally bring their tribes together. His chief sighs, knowing full well his motivations are anything but political. She gently touches his face, acknowledging his real reason. He wants to be with the female he loves. Byron's resolve softens as he admits he'd be anything, counselor, subordinate, whatever she needs, as long as he can stay by Ida's side. The chief playfully chides him for his immediate surrender, telling him to show that loyalty to Ida, not her, and insisting Ida will develop feelings for him eventually. Dejected, Byron pouts, convinced Ida won't accept him since she already has partners with babies. Shaking off his gloom, he flashes a determined smile and declares he's going to check on her. Elsewhere in a rival tribe, a horned man slams his fist down in a fit of rage. His partner asks what news in Sophia's letter could have made him so furious. He explains that a massive tribe is merging with the Great Lake tribe, a move Sophia couldn't stop, and now she's asking them for a solution. They both know this merger cannot be allowed to succeed, as it would instantly make them enemies. Back in Ida's new home, her children dote on her, asking if her head still hurts. Exhausted but touched, Ida assures them she's fine and tells them to rest. Joey then pulls her into his arms, apologizing for keeping things from her, which allowed Byron to create a rift between them. Ida tells him it wasn't his fault, her trust in him never wavered for a second. She confesses her deepest fear was that he would one day leave her, realizing that to love someone is to be terrified of losing them. Joey embraces her fiercely, swearing to the god of beasts that he will never leave her, not even if she takes other partners in the future. He promises to stay by her side forever, only cheekily asking that she not marry too many other males, as he'd get jealous. Ida smiles, telling him that he, Taraz, and Fleurs are more than enough for her, until death itself parts them. Their intimate moment is shattered by Byron appearing at the door, but Taraz immediately stands in his way. He tells Byron his apology isn't needed and that he shouldn't show his face again, but Byron insists he has important tribe matters to discuss. Just as Taraz tries to send him away, Ida's voice cuts through the tension, permitting him to enter. Inside, Ida wastes no time, cutting off Byron's apology by stating it's meaningless as long as he continues to play tricks. He quickly pivots, announcing that his chief has agreed to the marriage of convenience, and that he's there to arrange marriages for the females of his tribe and integrate his males into their hunting teams. Ida listens with a stern expression, warning him to behave himself and keep his hands off her. Later, Ida confronts him, correctly guessing he sent Joey and Taraz away on purpose. Byron smirks, admitting he wanted to be alone with her. When she tells him to leave so she can nap, he creepily offers to stay and watch her sleep, realizing she'll get no rest with him there. Ida pinches his cheek and suggests they do something else. Byron leans in close, whispering his agreement, only for Ida to pull out a razor-sharp knife, offering to test its edge on him. Terror flashes in Byron's eyes, and he hastily backs away, claiming he has other business to attend to. As he flees, Ida calls out, warning him not to approach her under the guise of tribal affairs, as it will only cause misunderstandings with Joey. Byron stops, spinning a tale about how he's genuinely wooing her because they are like-minded people, and that a female should trust her partner enough to have male friends. Seeing right through his manipulative ploy, Ida tells him to stop sowing discord and pulls the covers over her head. He leaves, defeated but not deterred. Sometime later, Joey brings Ida a bowl of foul-smelling medicine. She recoils in disgust, but he coaxes her by offering a piece of candy as a reward. She pinches her nose and downs the bitter concoction. But before she can complain, Joey leans in and captures her lips in a deep kiss, passing the sweet candy from his mouth to hers. He teases her for blushing and she shoves him away, flustered but happy. But the peace is broken once more by Byron, holding a bowl of hibiscus tea he brewed himself. He extols its virtues as a special tonic for females that maintains beauty and youth. Intrigued, Ida takes the bowl and sniffs it curiously. But just as she's about to take a sip, Joey's hand shoots out, stopping her with a grim warning that she absolutely cannot drink it. Joey's suspicion hangs heavy in the air as he confronts Byron, flatly stating he can't take the offered medicine. Byron smirks, acknowledging Joey's resentment over a past deception but insisting Ida's health is the priority now. He claims the medicine is perfectly safe and tells Joey he can vent his anger by punching him later. But Joey's fury only grows, accusing Byron of another elaborate trick and vowing he won't let Ida risk her life. Just as the tension peaks, Ida herself snatches the bowl from Byron's hands and drinks it down, declaring she's testing it for poison. Byron's smug smile returns as he asks if Joey believes him now, reminding him that members of the same tribe should trust one another. He playfully chides Joey for his suspicious mind, but the moment is shattered by a sickening crack as Ida suddenly collapses, the bowl falling and spilling its crimson contents across the table. Panic erupts as Joey desperately tries to wake her, his voice choked with fear. A subordinate reports that Ida passed out right after taking the medicine Byron brought. Consumed by rage, Joey scoops Ida into his arms, his eyes burning with accusation as he snarls at Byron, declaring that he knows exactly what was in that medicine. Byron, looking genuinely shocked, demands to know why he would ever harm Ida, pointing out that he drank some of it himself without any ill effect. Joey slams his fist against the wall, demanding the truth as Byron looks away, his mind racing with worry for Ida. Later, the tribe's healer confirms their worst fears. Ida has been poisoned with a rare substance called Sweet Dream, which is harmless to most but slowly lethal to pregnant females. The realization dawns on another tribe member who grabs Byron, roaring that he knew the medicine wouldn't hurt him. Byron frantically denies it, suggesting another source for the poison, prompting Joey to have the tea tested. An elder sniffs the bowl and confirms the presence of Sweet Dream, leaving Byron utterly bewildered as to how it's possible. Joey looms over him, presenting the irrefutable evidence. Byron desperately pleads his case, questioning why he would poison the future leader when their tribes are about to merge, adding that he's too smart to get caught so obviously. The logic makes sense, prompting Joey to ask if Byron ran into anyone while preparing the tea. Byron's mind flashes back to a group of fawning females who stopped him on his way, and the culprit's face crystallizes in his memory. Joey roars her name in fury, Sophia. A flashback reveals Sophia secretly adding the poison to the bowl, later reporting to an elder named Wyatt that her plan to frame Byron was a success. Wyatt praises his undercover agent, pleased that her work is finally useful. Back in the present, Joey's group has tracked down Sophia, and he demands the antidote, threatening to make her life a living hell. But Sophia is arrogant and unafraid, smugly telling them Ida's life is in her hands and they should beg her for mercy. Just as Joey's rage is about to boil over, Byron cautions him against acting rashly. His warriors raise their spears, creating a tense standoff as he warns Sophia to understand her precarious situation. Her arrogance falters when Wyatt appears, calling her an idiot for her recklessness. The elder then turns to Byron with a proposition. They will trade the antidote for Ida, who must become a female of their giant gate tribes. Joey instantly rejects the impossible demand, but the elder simply shrugs, leaving them with no other choice. Joey's companion suggests they capture the elder and force an exchange, but Wyatt warns them not to push him, declaring he's ready to die with Ida. Byron's voice cuts through the standoff, cold and deadly. He agrees to fulfill the elder's wish for sacrifice and orders his men to kill them all. The ensuing clash is brutal. The elder screams in disbelief, asking if they care about Ida's life at all. But Byron calmly states that their tribe wouldn't break an alliance over the death of one man. With a flash of his claws, he draws blood from his enemies. He then shifts tactics, ordering his men to capture Wyatt alive, recognizing his value as a bargaining chip. With the elder secured, Byron confirms that this proves the giant gate tribe possesses the Aurora plant, the antidote. Since they refuse to give it, he declares he will go and steal it. Joey objects, citing the dangerous 3-month journey, but Byron is resolute, insisting Ida's life is his responsibility and this is their only hope. He will infiltrate the tribe alone, while Joey provides backup. Arriving at the heavily guarded giant gate tribe, Byron surveys the 10 warehouses, confident the plant is inside one of them. Despite warnings about the tight security, he smirks, saying infiltration is his specialty. To everyone's shock, he simply swaggers towards the main gate. A guard immediately stops him, demanding to know who dares barge in. Byron feigns innocence, portraying himself as a lost, wandering beast who meant no harm. While the guard is unmoved, the local women are instantly charmed by his handsome face. They override the guard's order to leave, insisting he stay with them. As they begin to bicker over whose house he should stay in, a stunning blonde woman steps forward, silencing the crowd. With a confident smile, she declares that it is only suitable for the tribe's newest member to stay with her. To find the cure, Byron must become a charmer, and his target is Snow, the chief's daughter, a woman notorious for collecting partners. He effortlessly plays the part of a handsome, wandering male, accepting her offer to stay at her place while the other women watch with envy. With a simple flick of his hair, he has them all captivated, but his mind is on a singular goal. Snow leads him on a tour, showing off her tribe's massive warehouses filled with grains, leather, and herbs. When she mentions rare species from other regions, Byron's focus sharpens, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Could the Aurora plant be here? She boasts that their tribe is the richest, possessing 10 such warehouses, a fact that would awe any other tribe. Feigning amazement, Byron asks to see them, his flattery a perfect mask for his true intentions. He takes her hand, sealing the deception with a gentle touch as she agrees to his request. But later that night, the facade drops as he meets with his companions, his expression grim. He reports that he searched all 10 warehouses and found nothing. His friends are stunned, a wave of despair washing over them. Byron clenches his fist, realizing they might have been lied to, that the giant gate tribe may not have the antidote at all. His allies insist it must be there, asking if he missed a secret compartment, but Byron is certain the warehouses were too simple. The thought is raised that such a rare herb would be kept privately, perhaps by the chief or even the priest. A cunning smile spreads across Byron's face. The priest is the most likely culprit. He remembers Snow pointing out the priest's heavily guarded home, a place ordinary people are forbidden to approach. The task seems impossible, but Byron has a plan, assuring his worried companions that he just wants to play a small game with them. His game begins with chaos as fires suddenly erupt across the settlement. The priest's guards are thrown into a panic when they learn several warehouses are ablaze. The stern priest orders all of them to go extinguish the fire, but then he hesitates, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. He realizes the fires are no accident, but his concern for the grain outweighs his caution, and he leads his men away, leaving his post vulnerable. This is the moment Byron was waiting for. He slips silently into the priest's empty home, a shadow in the night. Inside, he tears the room apart, desperately searching for the plant, but his search yields nothing but frustration. Could it be hidden somewhere even more private? His gaze lands on the large tree outside the window, and Snow's words echo in his mind. The solitary priest loves to sit on that tree all day. In a flash of insight, Byron leaps out the window and scales the ancient branches. There, hidden within a nest, is his prize, the glowing, ethereal aurora plant. Clutching it triumphantly, he's ready to leave, his mission complete. But their deception is uncovered, and the tribe's warriors swarm them, roaring that they burned the warehouses. With pursuers closing in, Byron tells his companions he has the antidote and it's time to go. He unleashes a cloud of smoke, felling the guards. And as wings sprout from their backs, they take to the sky. The enraged priest, emerging from the smoke, refuses to let them escape, and hurls his spear with deadly accuracy. It finds its mark, piercing the wing of his companion, Joey. Despite the agonizing injury, Joey grits his teeth, telling Byron he's fine and they must return. They vanish into the moonlight, leaving the priest below to scream threats against the Great Lake tribe. Back home, the antidote is prepared, and Byron insists on being the one to administer it to the poisoned Ida. As he gently helps her drink, the toxic marks on her skin miraculously fade away. But as she stirs, she murmurs that she's cold, and to Byron's horror, ice-like crystals begin to form on her skin, a new and terrifying symptom taking hold. An unbearable cold seeps into Ida's very bones, her body turning icy as if frozen from the inside out. Around her, panic erupts. The sweet dream poison is gone, but something far worse has replaced it. An unknown frosty energy that the elder can't identify. Joey explodes with rage, shouting that it's impossible that Ida can't die. He is convinced the giant gate tribe tampered with the antidote and declares he will go negotiate with them, even if it means his death. Just as he's about to storm out, a woman blocks his path, warning him that he's courting death. Suddenly, Byron has a revelation. Remembering the aurora plant was encased in a piece of thick ice when he found it, suspecting Ida's symptoms are related. The elder despairs, admitting she has no way to remove this new cold poison. But just as hope seems lost, Byron calmly announces that he knows how to remove it. Joey, desperate for any solution, asks if he's serious, and Byron confirms it, but on one condition: everyone must leave the room immediately. They reluctantly agree, and after shoving them all out, Byron closes the door, leaving Joey to wonder what he's planning. Outside, Chief Haley solemnly reveals the grim truth about Byron's method. She explains that the charming foxes possess a skill called life sacrifice, a ritual for couples where one can transfer all damage to their own body to save the other. Inside, Byron performs the ritual, sacrificing his own life force to save Ida. promising she will be fine. Moments later, the door bangs open and Byron stumbles out, visibly weakened but alive. Chief Hilly rushes to support him, asking how he is, and Joey, now understanding everything, thanks him for his help. Byron blushes, surprised they knew, but the mood turns somber when they ask how long he has left to live. With a sad smile, he reveals he has about 1 month before he won't be able to see their babies born. He asks them for one final favor, to never tell Ida what happened. He explains that Ida is too weak to bear the emotional stress and guilt of his sacrifice, insisting that them taking care of her is the best thing they can do. Looking at a vision of her smiling face, he wishes her a happy life, even without him. Just then, Ida awakens, feeling as if she's been asleep for a long time. Joey and the others rush in, overjoyed to see her awake. After the elder confirms Ida is perfectly fine, Ida tries to piece together what happened, only remembering taking medicine before passing out. Joey struggles to explain, but the elder interrupts, pulling Tara's aside for an urgent conversation. She reveals that the giant gate tribe is about to attack and tasks Tara's, their first warrior, with leading the hunt to gather food and train their people for the coming war. As the tribe prepares, building weapons and training their warriors, Joey brings Ida some soup, insisting he cook for her himself to prevent another poisoning. Ida notices the hibiscus tea and asks where Byron has been, as she hasn't seen him recently. Joey lies, claiming Byron is busy hunting and training to master his new powers. Ida presses further, finding it strange that Byron hasn't come to see her even once since she woke up, and asks Joey if he is hiding something from her. Joey forces a smile, stroking her hair and telling her she's thinking too much, begging her not to ask anymore because the truth would only hurt her. Ida confronts Joey, her voice trembling but firm, demanding he stop hiding the truth for her own good. She declares they are partners and must face whatever comes together because she can't bear it alone. Joey finally breaks, his voice thick with guilt as he admits it's all his fault for hiding the truth from her. He reveals that after she ate the Aurora plant, she didn't just wake up. She was suffering from a second, deadly poison. The revelation hits Ida like a physical blow as she processes the fact that Byron traded his own life for hers while she was unconscious. She desperately calls out for Benny, grabbing the small Beastman and demanding to know if there's a way to save Byron. Benny's expression is one of pure sorrow as he admits there is nothing he can do. The only cure, the earth flame flower, was lost long ago when the mountain god's flame died out. Despair crashes over Ida as she realizes she might have to simply stand by and watch Byron die. Suddenly, a series of weak coughs pierces the air and she turns to see Byron himself, looking pale and shocked to see her there. He gently urges her to go inside, but with a surge of desperate resolve, Ida grabs his hand and announces that they should get married. Byron is stunned, asking if she's joking, as Joey realizes she now knows everything. Ida confirms she knows, explaining that this is the only way she can properly acknowledge his sacrifice. Byron's face softens, admitting he hid the truth because he didn't want her to feel obligated to repay him. He tries to lighten the mood, joking that as the savior of his tribe, her future actions will make his sacrifice a worthwhile investment. This only angers Ida, who scolds him for treating his life so carelessly. He pulls her close, confessing he only said it to stop her from being sad. Attempting to change the subject, he asks if she's had breakfast, only for his own stomach to rumble loudly. Ida notes he looks cold and hasn't eaten, and he mentions that Haley usually brings him food. Just as they spot her walking away with what appears to be another woman. Deciding to cook for him herself, Ida leads him toward the hut, promising to try her new recipes. But their path is blocked by two mysterious cloaked figures. Byron instantly becomes protective, suspecting they were sent to kidnap Ida. But the hoods come down and Ida's face lights up as she happily calls out the name Fleurs. The newcomers are revealed to be handsome half-beasts, and one of them, a merman, immediately sweeps Ida into an embrace, much to Byron's visible displeasure. After introductions, Fleurs boldly declares that he is Ida's partner. Not to be outdone, a defiant Byron steps forward, claiming that he is her partner too. Seizing the moment, Ida pulls Byron close, announcing they were just preparing for their wedding and inviting the newcomers to join. The tension between Byron and Fleurs thickens, with Fleurs mocking Byron's frail health and thick furs, suggesting he's in no condition to stay with Ida. The barb hits its mark and Byron's self-doubt flashes across his face. Ida has had enough, roaring for both of them to shut up. She clarifies that Fleurs is the lord of the City of Darkness who rescued her, and Byron was here for other reasons before joining her tribe. Byron sadly remarks that it's a pity he won't live to see the bright future she'll bring. Just as despair settles in again, the other half-beast, Morrison, calmly states that he has a way to keep Byron alive. He proposes a ritual to make Byron the soul of the totem, granting him eternal life as long as the tribe exists. But the cost is immense. Byron's soul would have to endure the burning of the totem fire, an excruciating agony that would repeat with every future ritual. It's a choice between death or endless torture. Ida immediately rejects the idea, but Byron accepts without a moment's hesitation. He tells her he wants to live, to protect her and the tribe forever, and that the pain is a small price for the hope of staying by her side. They proceed to the ritual site, where Byron stands ready in ceremonial clothes. Ida begins the incantation, and small flames ignite around the altar. As the heat intensifies, Morrison watches with a chilling, knowing smile. Fleur suddenly cries out, sensing something is horribly wrong. Just as the flames erupt and engulf Byron, who lets out a piercing scream of pure agony. Byron's screams of agony tear through the night as the sacred totem fire devours his flesh and blood. Ida watches in horror, tears streaming down her face as her friends hold her back from the inferno. They explain this is a trial he must endure alone to become the soul of the totem, a gruesome process of refining his very essence. But Ida can't bear it, seeing his body crack and break is too much. She pleads with Benny for a way to save him, her mind racing for a solution. A desperate idea forms: since she summoned the totem stone, perhaps it won't harm her. Ignoring the cries to stop, Ida breaks free and runs straight into the blaze. She throws her arms around Byron, telling him not to be afraid, that she's there to help. He is stunned by her reckless love, asking why she would be so silly, but she refuses to let go, promising to stay with him. In the heart of the fire, she tells him the pain isn't so bad, and he calls her his silly girl before their lips meet in a final, fiery kiss. The world dissolves into flames. When Ida's eyes flutter open, the searing heat is gone. She's not on the altar, but in a familiar room, confused and bandaged. A voice calls her name, and she sees Byron, alive and smiling. Overwhelmed with relief, she rushes to him, overjoyed that he survived. They embrace, celebrating that they are both safe, but as she touches his face, a sudden, chilling realization washes over her. The leaf mark on her stomach is gone, and a cold dread grips her heart as she asks where her babies are. Byron quickly reassures her, explaining the babies are fine, they just hatched ahead of schedule. Stimulated by her extreme mood swings during the fire, he confirms they are all strong and healthy, but his hesitation makes her wary. He grabs her hands, pleading with her to stay calm no matter what she sees. They lead her to a basket where 3 adorable infants are sleeping soundly. Ida is filled with maternal joy, seeing their perfect, chubby faces. But then she notices something is wrong. As she lifts the blanket, her blood runs cold. One of her babies is a half-beast, covered in fur with a lion's tail. She reels back in shock, unable to comprehend how this happened when both she and Tara's are pure beasts. Byron immediately apologizes, blaming himself for forcing her into the fire. But Ida cuts him off, insisting it's not his fault and that her sadness stems from her own weakness, feeling she failed as a mother by letting her baby suffer for her actions. The others weigh in on the grim reality of the situation. Fleurs points out that while they can accept the child, the other tribe's deep-seated hatred for half-beasts means the baby will face a life of invisible discrimination. Imagining her child being ostracized and friendless breaks Ida's heart. Fleurs then makes a shocking offer. He asks Ida to give the baby to him. He promises to take the child to the City of Darkness, a place where he can grow up safely among his own kind. Ida clutches her baby, fiercely refusing to abandon him. Fleurs argues that hiding him is not protection but a prison, condemning him to a life of loneliness and darkness. Even the baby's biological father, Tara's, grimly agrees it's the only logical choice. Torn and heartbroken, Ida realizes her love might become a cage. With a heavy heart, she decides to name her children, calling the half-beast Babytron. Unseen by the group, Fleurs confronts Morrison, the golden-haired beast. He accuses Morrison of deliberately telling Ida how to save Byron, knowing full well what the price would be. Morrison smirks, admitting he did, stating that he didn't expect one of Tara's babies to become a half-beast, but it's a good outcome nonetheless. Enraged by the manipulation, Fleurs seizes him by the throat, his face contorted in fury. Morrison holds the winged beastman by the throat, demanding to know if Ida was his original target. The man gasps that they need her to lift the curse, but complains that she's protected by her males, living in blissful ignorance with no ambition to grow stronger, completely unaware that ancient enemies are already targeting them. Morrison remains unimpressed, stating that's no reason to hurt her before slamming him to the ground. He coldly muses that this attack will probably motivate Ida and her baby to work harder, before pressing a knife to the man's neck with a sinister smile, warning him that if he tries anything against Ida again, he'll personally send him to meet the god of beasts. Meanwhile, Ida is utterly exhausted, having finally managed to get the 3 wailing babies to sleep, a disaster she and Benny barely survived. The recent attack has shaken her, and she confesses to Benny that she needs to become stronger, blaming herself for what happened. She realizes her previous plan to peacefully develop the tribe with her system was naive. This world is about survival of the fittest, and exposing her power will only attract more vultures. She steels her resolve, vowing not to let her men sacrifice themselves for her again. Benny understands completely, offering to teach Ida magic skills in addition to her species identification training. Their conversation is shattered by a loud crash as Byron bursts in, screaming for Ida to run. The giant gate tribe is attacking. Ida is stunned, unable to believe they resupplied for war so quickly after she burned their warehouses. Byron explains they've formed an alliance with other tribes and are attacking together, their sheer numbers a massive threat despite the city walls. Chief Monthly has already arranged for the women and children to be taken to safety, but when Byron tries to lead Ida away, she refuses. She declares she won't hide behind them anymore and will face this battle with them, confident she can protect herself. Atop the wall, Chief Monthly confronts the invaders, demanding why they've come to attack a tribe that has always minded its own business. The enemy leader, Vincent, sneers that her tribe colluded with half-beasts, seized their salt mine, and killed his people, claiming his attack as righteous justice. The chief furiously denies the slander, but Vincent demands the female involved come out and face them. Ida steps forward, telling her mother not to waste time arguing with him. Since he's looking for her, she'll settle the score now. She looks down at Vincent, accusing him of violating the rules of the beast world by poisoning a pregnant female and starting a war, asking if he isn't afraid of the god of beasts' punishment. Vincent merely scoffs that traitors deserve to be punished and roars for his men to attack. The battle begins in a chaotic frenzy of charging soldiers and warriors fighting for their tribe, as winged attackers rain down spears from above. Chief Monthly begs Joey to get Ida out of there, but Ida refuses to leave her tribe to fight alone. She declares that she can help them win. Benny warns her that the spell she intends to use will consume a massive amount of energy, but Ida is resolved, telling Benny she's counting on her as she begins to chant, her body erupting in a brilliant golden aura. A shockwave of light washes over her warriors, and they instantly feel their strength surge. Fatigue vanishes, wounds stop hurting, and a feeling of endless energy fills them. Believing it to be a blessing from the god of beasts, they roar and charge back into the fight with renewed fury. From the wall, Ida's mother anxiously asks for an update and is told the enemy can't break through, but their supplies are dwindling. Ida simply smiles with unwavering confidence, assuring her mother that the enemy will soon retreat. Vincent's forces are indeed faltering, his men telling him that the defenders are fighting like madmen and that they should withdraw to rethink their strategy. But Vincent, blinded by greed for the salt mine, refuses to give up. His resolve is shattered when a panicked messenger arrives, screaming that half-beasts have appeared and are raiding their tribe's food stores. Enraged, Vincent demands to know where his guards are, only to be told that he brought most of his warriors with him, leaving their home defenseless. As they look back, they see black smoke rising from their distant camp. The attacking alliance breaks and flees, and Ida's tribe erupts in victorious cheers. Ida smiles, knowing her counterplan worked perfectly. Joey explains to the others that Fleurs led a raid on the enemy's undefended home, because all is fair in war. Ida winks, adding that their foes were foolish to bring so many warriors and leave their own tribe vulnerable. She greets Joey with a passionate kiss, calling him her great hero. He pulls her close, whispering that she is his heroine too, but their moment is interrupted by her other partners. As Ida turns to address Taras, she's suddenly grabbed from behind by an unseen assailant. Ida awakens in a simple wooden hut, her friends immediately rushing to her side with relief and worry. A concerned Byron hugs her tightly, explaining how terrified he was when Joey carried her down from the city wall. Ida tries to brush it off as simple exhaustion, but her friend isn't having it, reminding her that the priestess said she'd forcibly overused her magic, landing her in a coma for 7 long days. Despite their concern, Ida maintains a brave face, insisting it was temporary and that the important thing is they repelled the enemy and won the battle in the end. Joey gently scolds her, explaining that just as she doesn't want to see them get hurt, they also feel worried and anxious for her safety. Touched by his words, Ida's expression softens, and she promises to pay more attention to protecting herself in the future, vowing to learn magic skills so no one can bully their Great Lake tribe again. With the matter settled for now, Joey offers her a bowl of medicine, but her initial resolve wavers at the sight of it. She forces herself to take it, only to immediately regret it as she chugs down the incredibly bitter concoction, her face contorting in disgust. After recovering, she notices someone is missing and asks about Fears, wondering if he returned to the City of Darkness. Joey reveals with a sly smile that Fears didn't go back. Instead, he took some men to raid nearby tribes, a clever tactic to confuse their enemies and ensure no one suspects their relationship with the half-beasts. Ida's brow furrows with worry, questioning what would happen if the other tribes unite against them, but Joey reassures her that the priority is her recovery as the tribe is now safe. Far away in a moonlit clearing, a red-haired beastwoman named Sophia lies with a man named Macken, telling him a tragic tale of how she offended a female in her tribe who not only snatched her mate but also drove her out and tried to kill her. She claims she jumped from a cliff, certain she would die, but was thankfully saved by him. Makin comforts her, promising her a good life and revealing he's a guard for Prince Nant of Beast City, but explains he can't take her back just yet. The Lion King has ordered them to find his illegitimate son, Tara's. Sophia probes further, asking why they're looking for him. Makin confides that Prince Nant wants Tara's dead, and finding him would be a great achievement. A cunning glint appears in Sophia's eyes as she leans in, whispering that she knows exactly where Tara's is. Overjoyed, Makin promises to take her back to Beast City the next day, completely oblivious to her wicked inner thoughts, as she relishes the fact that Ida, who offended someone from Beast City, is about to face her doom. Back at the Great Lake Tribe, their victory has brought prosperity and new allies. While her mates are busy, Ida is encouraged to rest. She finds some other women playing with two of her babies, Timothy and Terrence, who praise how big and strong they've become. Ida smiles warmly, saying she only hopes they can grow up safely. Her peaceful moment is shattered by a cat-like woman named Gina, who sneers that it's not even certain if the babies will grow up at all. When another woman objects to her curse, Gina doubles down, coolly stating that accidents happen and it wouldn't be surprising if the babies simply disappeared. Her eyes then lock onto Ida, and she asks with false concern why she only brought out two of her three babies, demanding to know the whereabouts of the youngest, Tron. Ida calmly replies that Tron isn't feeling well, but Gina presses on, finding it strange that babies from the same litter would have different constitutions and offering to inspect the child herself. Ida firmly refuses, but Gina insists she isn't an outsider. Before the situation can escalate, a white-haired girl steps in, calling Gina mental and questioning her nosiness. Enraged, Gina demands to know who dares scold her. But the newcomer is unfazed, retorting that she'll scold anyone, even the daughter of the White Tiger King. After her guard Leo escorts the fuming Gina away, the girl turns to Ida with a direct question, asking if she is Tara's partner and if these are his babies. Later, as Ida prepares food, Tara's returns. But their quiet meal is interrupted when the same white-haired girl bursts in, calling his name. The girl, Roland, rushes forward and throws her arms around a stunned Tara's, declaring she has finally found him. Tara's is shocked to see her, but Roland joyfully announces she came to find him to fulfill his promise to marry her. The room falls into a stunned silence. Byron and Joey immediately confront Tara's, demanding to know if he had an affair and how he could do this to Ida. Tara's desperately tries to explain to Ida that there's nothing between them, that he only ever saw Roland as a sister. Roland refutes this, reminding him of a childhood moment when he saved her from drowning and promised to marry her. Tara's dismisses it as a joke, but Roland vehemently insists she meant it, claiming she's spent over a decade searching for him. She tries to pull him away, but Ida steps between them, pushing Roland's hand off Tara's. Ida firmly states that Tara's is her man and the father of her babies, and it's inappropriate for Roland to try and snatch him away. Unfazed, Roland shoots back that Ida doesn't even like Tara's, revealing she's done her research and knows Ida only got with him for the sake of the babies after rejecting him for so long. Roland boldly declares her intention to rescue Tara's from his unhappy marriage, confidently pointing to herself as the new partner who will make him the happiest female in the world. Realizing she's been overheard, she becomes flustered but quickly doubles down on her promise to take Tara's back to Beast City. However, Joey intercepts her, reminding everyone that as a guest and an old acquaintance of Tara's, she can't be treated so coldly, tasking Tara's with explaining the situation to Ida. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Roland covers her face, mortified by her own outburst. Later, Ida watches Tara's with an amused smirk, finding his new admirer, Roland, to be rather cute. She explains to a stunned Tara's that she understands Roland's stubborn and straightforward nature. Tara's, flustered, tries to reassure Ida that Roland is like a sister to him, but Ida calmly points out that Roland traveled a great distance just to make him happy. She teases him, asking if he's jealous, which he vehemently denies before pulling her into a tight embrace. He admits he's glad she still has feelings for him and leans in for a kiss, telling her that's enough talk about other people. Their intimate moment is shattered by the cries of their baby, Terrence, and Ida rushes to comfort him, lamenting her terrible timing. Tara is now holding one of the children, asks where Tron is. Ida explains she had to leave him with Fleurs because he cannot be seen in public. She reveals the growing suspicion within the tribe, recalling the whispers she heard earlier that day. If Gina makes a scene, Tron's life will be in danger. Tara's pulls her close, promising that he and Joey will handle the situation and protect their son. Elsewhere, Roland stares out a window into the night, as her subordinate Leo returns with a report on Ida's incredible reputation, listing her achievements from discovering plants to building the very city wall Roland admired. Leo questions her obsession with Tara's, who has clearly moved on, but Roland erupts in fury, forbidding him from speaking ill of the man she loves. He suggests simply kidnapping Tara's, but she refuses, determined to prove she's better than Ida and win him over properly. She declares with unwavering confidence that she will not lose this battle for his heart. The next day, a delicious aroma draws a crowd, and Ida approaches to see Roland at the center of it all, cooking something new. Roland smirks, challenging Ida by saying that if she can find new food, so can she. She proudly presents skewers of potatoes, a staple food from Beast City, boasting that they will end the tribe's hunger. Ida is shocked, recognizing the tubers instantly, and begins excitedly listing all the delicious ways they can be prepared. Trying to appear unfazed, Roland dismisses them as mere tubers and grandly presents a massive basket as a gift to the tribe. While the villagers are grateful, they ask Roland how to plant them and she freezes, admitting she knows nothing about farming. Ida smoothly steps in, giving precise instructions on cultivation, which only irritates Roland further. Roland tries to one-up her by offering a yearly supply of tubers, but Ida politely declines, stating that the tribe must become self-reliant. Watching Ida's quiet strength, Roland feels a flicker of understanding about Taraz's choice but steals her resolve, deciding the way to his heart is through his stomach. She finds Taraz and eagerly offers him a basket of food, only to find him already having a picnic with Ida and Joey, eating delicious potato dishes made from her own gift. Crushed and desperate, Roland demands to speak with Taraz alone. Ida allows it, telling Joey that Taraz needs to clarify things with Roland himself. Taraz is brutally honest, telling Roland he has only ever seen her as a sister and can never love her romantically. He explains that he and Ida are happy with their babies, and he would rather die than be with someone he doesn't love. He dismisses his past life in Beast City, telling her he's no longer that resentful person and wants nothing more to do with it. Stunned by his complete rejection of his past, Roland plays her final card, warning him that his old enemy Nant still hates him and has already sent people to their location to deal with him for good. Taraz freezes in disbelief, realizing Nant's men have found him, and his mind races, wondering how they discovered his location. Roland appears, her expression grim, explaining that Nant wasn't the only one looking for him. She too had people searching. She reveals the bitter truth. An expelled female from the Great Lake tribes, likely Sophia, betrayed him and told Nant everything. Roland huffs in frustration, deducing that Nant is trying to hide Taraz's whereabouts from the Lion King, planning to kill him to secure his own position. She's enraged, but Taraz looks strangely pleased by this development, confusing her until he explains the true danger of the situation. Seeing her chance, Roland makes a desperate final plea, grabbing his arm and offering him more than Ida ever could. She proposes marriage, promising that with her as his backer, his talent would make him the next White Tiger King, a life free from bullying and disrespect. But Taraz is unmoved by her offer. He gently pushes her hand away, his heart already belonging to Ida. He tells her to stop wasting her time and turns his back on her, leaving her stunned and heartbroken. Elsewhere, Joey pulls Ida away from the scene, explaining that he's giving Taraz a chance to settle things with Roland once and for all. He then wraps her in a possessive embrace, whispering that he's missed her and wants her all to himself. In a sun-drenched field of flowers, he pulls her into a passionate kiss, their bodies entwining in the tall grass. Back in her hut, Roland is sobbing when her attendant Leo tries to console her, insisting Taraz's rejection isn't a reflection of her worth. He then delivers urgent news. Macken's tracks have been found nearby, and with their departure for Beast City looming, Taraz is running out of time. A cold resolve washes over Roland as she remembers her father's cruel philosophy to destroy anything he couldn't have. And with a hardened expression, she orders Leo to go to Macken with a message. The next day, a grumpy Taraz is stuck on babysitting duty while Ida and Joey enjoy some alone time. His irritation spikes when Roland appears yet again. He curtly reminds her that he's made his feelings clear, but she brushes him off, claiming she's there to see Ida. Roland approaches the hut and asks Ida to teach her how to cook tubers. Ida cheerfully agrees, but Taraz instantly intervenes, pulling Ida back and forbidding it. He warns her about Roland's stubbornness, but Ida, ever trusting, believes Roland isn't truly malicious and simply wants to talk. Ignoring Taraz's protests and Joey's broken heart over their ruined alone time, Ida leads Roland inside. The moment the door clangs shut, Roland's friendly facade drops and she presses a dagger to Ida's throat, accusing her of stealing Taraz. But her threat is pathetic. Ida, with surprising skill, disarms her in an instant and ties her up with practiced ease. She calmly explains she has some experience with self-defense. Defeated, Roland confesses it was just a final, desperate test. If Ida had been weak, she would have continued to pursue Taraz, but seeing her strength, she will now give up completely. Ida, realizing the truth, apologizes and cuts her free. Before leaving for good, Roland gives a parting gift of information, warning that while Nant knows about Leo's visit, they won't dare attack Taraz openly. With a final, sincere wish for Ida's happiness, Roland walks away, disappearing into the woods. Meanwhile, in a dark cave, Macken's men rage over Roland's interference, terrified they will be exposed to the Lion King. But Macken just smirks, confident he can use the many others who want Taraz dead to his advantage. Time passes, and as winter descends upon the land, the tribe thrives, having prepared well with bountiful hunts and harvests. One cold day, Taras follows an amazing smell to a hut where Ida has prepared a feast. A bubbling hot pot split between spicy and mild broths. She introduces them to a special dipping sauce she perfected, and the group dives in, their eyes widening in shock at the incredible flavors. The room fills with happy chatter as they all agree that hot pot is the ultimate winter meal. And Ida leans back, patting her full belly with a satisfied smile. As the tribe discusses simplifying the soup recipe to survive the winter, a general melancholy hangs in the air, a longing for the warmth of hot pot to last the entire season. Just as the snow stops, Ida is encouraged to take her children, Terrence and Tron, out for some rare winter sun. As she bundles up and prepares to leave, unaware that outside a group of women are already whispering her name, their conversation turning sour as Gina mentions the rumor of a half-beast. Ida emerges with her baby wrapped tightly, and the gossiping women fall silent, startled by her sudden appearance. She calmly asks what they were discussing, and Gina, with a fake smile plastered on her face, claims they were just talking about her son Tron and wanted to pay him a visit. A wave of anxiety washes over Ida as she quickly makes an excuse, telling them Tron isn't feeling well and turning them away. Gina's smile tightens, her voice dripping with suspicion as she presses Ida, asking why she would reject such a simple request, before her expression turns sinister, suggesting it's because Tron is somehow unpresentable. The facade drops completely as Gina confronts her directly, revealing she's heard the rumor that Tron is a half-beast, and that's the real reason Ida is hiding him. Ida is stunned into silence, her mind racing as she demands to know who started such a stupid lie. Gina argues that Ida's secrecy is all the proof she needs, proposing a twisted wager. If they see Tron and he's normal, she'll apologize, but if he's a half-beast, he must be cast out. The crowd, swayed by Gina's venom, closes in, demanding to see the child and threatening to drive them from the tribe. But Ida stands firm, her voice ringing with cold fury as she blocks their path, warning them that if their slander causes her son's fragile health to worsen, she will make them pay with their lives. Just as the confrontation reaches a boiling point, the tribe's chief arrives, demanding to know what the argument is about. Gina immediately points an accusing finger, declaring that Ida's baby is a half-beast. The chief is aghast, dismissing it as utter nonsense and revealing she held the baby at birth, but her mind reels, wondering how such a dangerous secret could have spread. Before anyone can answer, a panicked cry shatters the tension. The beast tide is coming. Atop the village wall, the chief grimly explains the grim reality of the winter attacks, warning that the cunning beasts will even use the bodies of their fallen to scale the defenses. The situation is dire. This year's tide is earlier and far larger than anticipated, and they are not prepared for the onslaught. The chief orders Ida to take the children to the safety of the cellar immediately. As Ida turns to leave, a deep unease settles in her heart. The rumor, the beast tide, it all feels orchestrated by a hidden hand. Her suspicion turns to cold dread as she spots streaks of beast blood deliberately smeared on their wall. A clear sign that someone lured the horde here on purpose. She knows instantly who is responsible for such a dirty trick: the giant gate tribe. Miles away, a smug advisor confirms to his prince that the rumor has been spread and the beasts have been lured, earning praise and the promise of a reward. But the prince smiles slyly, hinting he has one last terrible gift in store for them. Back at the village, as warriors scramble with arrows, Ida spots two unfamiliar men sneaking towards the warehouse. Her partner Joey suddenly appears, urging her to hide, but she quickly tells him about the suspicious men. Joey knows the warehouse should be guarded and resolves to investigate, telling her to go to the cellar. Ida grabs his hand, her eyes pleading with him to be careful. He pulls her into a tight embrace, promising he will return safely and that they will win this fight for their tribe, sealing his vow with a desperate kiss before running off into the chaos. As night falls, the battle begins, a storm of arrows raining down on the charging wolves. But their numbers are too great. The beasts breach the walls, and the tribe is forced to retreat in a bloody clash of tooth and claw. The fighting rages until dawn when the beasts finally pull back, leaving a field of carnage behind. A ragged cheer of victory goes up from the exhausted survivors. Ida rushes to Joey, relieved to see him alive. But her relief is short-lived. Though they repelled the attack, the cost was devastatingly high. She knows she must tell her mother about the sabotage. But she is interrupted by another tribesman, Jimmy, who points at her with righteous fury. He bellows that the attack was no accident, but a punishment from the god of beasts for Ida harboring a half-beast child. With a malicious grin, he suggests they ask Ida herself to confirm his accusation, and every weary, hate-filled eye turns to her. The whispers in the snow-covered camp are venomous, pinning the blame for the recent beast tide squarely on Ida, accusing her of hiding a half-beast baby and invoking the wrath of the gods. Internally, Ida fumes, knowing her son Tron's identity can't remain a secret forever, but this attack was no divine punishment. She realizes someone deliberately used beast blood to lure the creatures, and her eyes narrow with cold fury as she identifies the only culprits cowardly enough for such a trick: the Giant Gate Tribe. The name hangs in the air, sparking outrage among the tribe members. A man named Jimmy, however, seethes in the crowd, his own plan to frame the baby having been derailed. He steps forward, questioning Ida's claim and finding her secrecy about her baby deeply suspicious, his ambition to usurp the current leaders practically radiating from him. Ida calmly challenges him to check the gate for evidence himself, but Jimmy scoffs, declaring that with blood and corpses everywhere, the only way to prove their innocence is to hand over Tron for inspection. The tribe elder interjects, asking if he means to force Ida to reveal her child, but Jimmy presses his advantage, claiming the tribe deserves to know if they are harboring a cursed being. As the secret threatens to spill, a reassuring hand grasps Ida's wrist, her friends silently vowing to stand by her. Strengthened by their support, she steels herself, ready to defy them all for her son. Jimmy continues to whip the crowd into a frenzy, demanding that for the good of the tribe, the half-beast must be driven away. Just as her companions are about to explode, Ida raises a hand, silencing them with a calm command. She agrees to let them verify Tron's identity, but on one condition: if the baby is not a half-beast, Jimmy and his followers from the Great Lake tribe must leave immediately. Jimmy hesitates, suspecting a bluff, but under Ida's unwavering gaze, he agrees, confident she's backed into a corner. With the deal struck, Ida turns to lead the way, brushing off her partner's worried questions about Tron's condition. She flashes a confident smile, assuring him she will protect their son. She leads the small group to her dwelling but stops at the door, causing Jimmy to smirk, thinking she's finally lost her nerve. Ida coolly explains that her son is unwell and cannot be disturbed by a crowd, allowing only 2 or 3 representatives to enter. Jimmy immediately volunteers, eager to expose her lie, and the tribe nominates the honest and kind German to accompany him, ensuring a fair verdict. Ida lets them inside, leaving the others to wait in tense silence. Outside, her friends and mother fret over her plan, but they can only trust her confidence. Finally, the door opens and the 2 men emerge. German announces to the stunned crowd that Tron is a pure beast baby, though his health is dangerously poor. He offers Ida his full support in caring for the child, which she gratefully accepts. Jimmy erupts in a furious denial, screaming that it's a trick, that she must have swapped the babies. But his own companion refutes him, confirming the baby had the unmistakable features of a flying lion. Defeated, Ida orders him to honor their agreement and leave. Jimmy storms away, spitting curses and vowing that the god of beasts will punish them all for their deception. Once the traitors are gone, her friends demand to know how she did it. Ida reveals she used a simple illusion spell to cloud their judgment, a trick that only works on a few people at a time. The immediate danger has passed, but her mother warns that Tron's identity remains a ticking time bomb. Ida acknowledges the risk, revealing her plan to send Tron to the City of Darkness in the spring, where he can live safely among other half-beasts. Suddenly, a scout runs into the camp, shouting that Jimmy and his followers didn't just leave. They raided the food warehouse and set it ablaze to cover their escape. The tribe is horrified by this ultimate betrayal. It becomes clear this was a coordinated plot, likely backed by the Giant Gate Tribe, designed to cripple them with a beast tide and then steal their winter supplies. The elder despairs at the loss, but Ida calmly reassures her that Byron and Taras are already hunting Jimmy down. More importantly, she points out, with the traitors gone and a fresh supply of beast meat from the attack, their winter might be secure after all. Hope rekindled, the tribe begins to organize. Later, her partner pulls Ida aside, telling her he has a reward for her bravery. He leans in for a deep kiss before sweeping her off her feet, his wings unfurling as he soars into the sky, leaving Ida's flustered protests to be carried away by the wind. As the tribe toils to build houses against the coming snowstorm, Ida's mother sighs at their slow progress, though she can't help but notice Joey's relentlessly cheerful energy. Ida flushes, privately knowing Joey's good mood is a direct result of her nights spent with Taras and Byron, leaving her utterly exhausted. To distract her mother, she quickly laments their lack of manpower, blaming Jimmy for taking so many people with him. The conversation pivots to finding new allies, and Ida suggests Byron, with his extensive knowledge of other tribes, could be the key to their expansion. The idea sparks excitement, with others agreeing that Taras, their bravest warrior, should also go, but a sudden dread washes over Ida as she realizes both men have been gone for far too long. Her worst fears materialize as wounded warriors are carried into the village, their bodies stained with blood. Her eyes widen in horror as she sees Taras and Byron among the injured, their conditions critical. Her heart stops as she demands to know what happened. Gasping for breath, Taras reveals they were ambushed by warriors from Beast City. The priestess is summoned at once, her face grim as she reports their severe wounds, blood loss, and raging fevers. She hands Ida medicinal herbs, offering words of encouragement that their strongest warriors will pull through. Alone with Joey, Ida processes the shocking news, struggling to understand why they were attacked by Beast City when they were pursuing the Giant Gate tribe. The pieces click into place with terrifying clarity. The weakened Giant Gate tribe couldn't have acted alone, forcing her to conclude they've allied with Beast City. They deduce it's a cowardly plot by Beast City to eliminate Taras from the shadows, using the Giant Gate tribe as their pawn to avoid direct conflict. Suddenly, Taras awakens, his voice raspy as he confirms their theory, explaining that a group of totem warriors ambushed them. Ignoring Ida's pleas for him to rest, he reveals a darker truth. The Giant Gate tribe is using resources from Beast City to rapidly expand its territory, luring smaller tribes with promises of food and security. He warns that this growing threat will put them at a severe disadvantage when spring arrives. Her mind racing with the dire news, Ida reports everything to her mother, whose fury erupts at the betrayal. While Joey vows to fight to the death, a cold resolve settles over Ida. She declares they will give their enemies a taste of their own medicine, her voice laced with ice as she promises it's time for them to pay. A new plan is set in motion. Joey rallies the warriors, not for war, but for a rescue mission to help neighboring tribes harassed by beasts. Before he leaves, Ida pulls him close, reminding him to be careful and that his life is paramount. He promises to return with everyone, sharing a tender farewell before disappearing into the snow. Watching him go, Ida discusses the long-term strategy with her mother, who reassures her that their acts of goodwill will attract loyal allies. But Ida has another, more subversive plan brewing. She reveals she's recruited a team of charismatic and cunning individuals. With a sly smile, she explains her intent to send them into the now diverse Giant Gate tribe to sow dissent and chaos from within, planning a big surprise for her enemies. Later, she tends to the recovering Taras, stopping him when he tries to move and injures himself. She insists on taking care of him, gently pushing him back down to rest. As she carefully feeds him his medicine, Taras is overwhelmed with a foreign feeling of warmth, thinking that to be cared for by Ida makes all the pain he endured utterly worth it. Ida gently applies medicine to Taras, asking if it's too bitter and offering sugar, but he stoically insists a male must stand the bitterness. As she unwraps his bandages to change his dressing, she tells him it's time. But he suddenly pulls her close, his grip firm despite his injuries. He confesses to her with a heavy heart, his voice low and intense, that when he thought he was going to die, his mind was filled with thoughts of her. He was drowning in regrets, lamenting that he hadn't raised their child, Tron, with her or made her love him as much as she loved Joey. Overwhelmed with emotion, he pulls her into a desperate embrace, admitting he couldn't bear the thought of dying without seeing her one last time. He tells her this feeling of fear is new. He's never felt it before because now he has someone he can't afford to lose, and he knows she feels the same. Their intense moment is shattered by a sudden shout, and Taras turns to see Byron is finally awake. Byron, ever the troublemaker, cheekily asks Ida if he can get a consoling kiss too. Annoyed, Taras tells him he needs medicine to cool off, and Ida quickly agrees to make some as the two children bicker about who started it. Later, Ida reflects with relief that both of them have been recovering quickly. Since his near-death experience, Taras has become surprisingly clingy, insisting on bringing the babies from his mother's care so he can spend more time with them. Out in the snow, Taras and Byron are already competing for her attention, their bickering driving Ida to her wits' end as she silently begs for Joey to come back soon. As if summoned by her wish, a voice calls out that Joey is back, and Ida's face instantly lights up with pure joy. At the tribe's gate, Joey has returned, bringing a group of refugees whose village was destroyed by beasts, explaining to his mother that he brought them here after they volunteered to join the Great Lake tribe. Ida rushes out, calling Joey's name, and without a second thought, she leaps into his waiting arms, overwhelmed with happiness. He teases her about being so forward, but his mother simply smiles and leaves them to their reunion. Joey quickly pulls her away, admitting he couldn't wait to spend more time with her. He looks her over with concern, asking if she's lost weight or gotten hurt, then reveals he has a gift for her. He presents a small wooden carving of her in her bare form. Ida's heart thumps in her chest, touched by the gesture. He confesses that he carved it every single night while thinking of her, using it to pretend she was by his side. He hands it to her, explaining that it represents all his longing and pulls her into an embrace. In that moment, Ida understands his unspoken confession of love and kisses him deeply. Their reunion is promptly interrupted by Taras and Byron, who complain about how tough things were while he was gone. Byron grumbles that they were forced to accept Ida's personal care, a statement that Ida finds utterly uncanny. Taras then informs Joey that Ida was so furious about their injuries that she rallied some warriors to go after the Giant Gate tribe. Meanwhile, within that very tribe, leaders are arguing over a severe food shortage, made worse by an influx of refugees. An elf named Vincent is confronted, but he angrily grabs the elder by the throat, snarling that his help with Taras has nothing to do with their food problems. Vincent simmers with rage, realizing his mission to eliminate the Great Lake tribe and kill Taras will fail if their rivals keep growing stronger. He decides then and there that it's time to stop playing nice and start playing hardball. Back in the warmth of her home, as winter finally begins to recede, Ida watches her baby, Tron, who is already walking despite being only a few months old. She thinks about how he'll have to learn to hunt at just 6 years old, finding the image both amusing and daunting. Her thoughts are interrupted when Byron, in his large fox form, allows Tron to ride on his back. Ida panics, screaming at him to stop, terrified the baby will fall and get hurt. She yanks Byron's tail, scolding him for being so reckless. Just as a familiar voice calls her name, Fleurs has awoken from his hibernation, happily announcing that he's back and can be with her again. But before she can react, Tara steps in, a baby in his arms, possessively declaring that Ida has no time for him because she needs to be with the babies. The sudden announcement from Fears sends a shockwave through the tribe. He's taking his son Tron and leaving for the City of Darkness on his own. Ida is stunned, asking why he's in such a rush to depart. The reality of the situation crashes down on her as Fears holds her child, a life in the beast tribe no longer suitable for him. A painful realization dawns on Ida. They've grown too comfortable and Tron's future lies elsewhere. She protests, arguing that Tron is just a baby, barely able to walk, but Fears is resolute, stating the boy needs to see the world. He promises to raise Tron as his own, but the words offer little comfort. The thought of not being there to watch her son grow up is a dagger to her heart. In a burst of maternal desperation, Ida makes a bold declaration. She will go to the City of Darkness with them. Her mates are speechless at her sudden decision, a decision punctuated by the sound of a falling plate of food shattering the tense silence. Joey approaches her, his face a mask of disbelief as he asks if she's truly leaving. Her friends plead with her to stay, but Ida's mind is made up. She's going with Fears and Tron. Immediately, Byron and Taras volunteer to join her, their loyalty unquestionable. But Ida has to be the voice of reason, gently reminding Byron that the tribal totem binds him here, and explaining to Taras that his strength is needed to protect the tribe in their absence. Her gaze then falls on Joey, the young chief, whose duties chain him to his people. Visibly hurt, Joey retreats, using the excuse of ruined food to escape the conversation. Later, the silence in their hut is deafening until Ida approaches him, asking if he's angry. She wraps her arms around him, but he turns, his voice heavy with disappointment as he questions why she made such a life-altering decision without them, asking if they are truly mates. He points out that she didn't discuss it, she simply announced it, leaving them no choice but to accept. Overwhelmed with guilt, Ida apologizes, promising to be more inclusive in the future. Joey's anger melts into concern and he kisses her forehead, admitting he knows she's independent but he's just worried about her. Ida reassures him, explaining she's only brave enough to take such risks because she has their unwavering support. She tells Joey he's the best and that she loves him the most, a playful challenge in her eyes. He concedes but reminds her that his approval isn't enough. She still has to face Taras and Byron. While she promises to speak with them, an elder advises Joey that this might be for the best, hinting at a dangerous but powerful journey he himself must take. The next day, Ida finds Taras watching the children. He immediately states he doesn't want her to go, his voice filled with sadness. But he quickly resigns himself to her will, knowing he can't stop her when she's made up her mind. He pulls her into a tight embrace, confessing that this winter has been the happiest of his life and he can't bear to see it end. The moment is cut short when Byron scolds them for being distracted while the children were playing. Later, Ida confronts Byron, who surprises her by agreeing to her departure without any argument. He explains logically that an alliance with Fears is strategically sound, offering her protection. Yet a bitter undertone laces his words as he claims he has no right to stop her, implying he's less important than Joey. Ida immediately grabs his hand, denying his accusation and insisting he is important to her too, asking for his support. Far away in a cold palace, a blonde woman seethes with rage, calling the people of Beast City useless for failing to find the stolen jade. Her attendant, Ilara, suggests infiltrating the City of Darkness for clues. The lady mockingly offers Ilara the honor of this dangerous mission, a suggestion that makes Ilara recoil in terror. Dropping to her knees, Ilara begs to remain by her side, promising to find someone else. With a cruel smile, the lady gives her a new command: find the heir to the god of beasts and then eliminate them. Her eyes gleam with malice as she vows that if she cannot possess the inheritance, no one will. Under the cloak of a snowy night, a summer farewell takes place on the castle walls as Ida prepares for a long journey with Fears and a baby named Tron. Her friends urge her to be careful in the notorious City of Darkness, reminding her to think not just of the baby but of herself too. A young man named Joey steps forward, his expression a mixture of worry and affection, asking if it's really okay for her to sneak away like this. He then presents her with a small hand-carved puppet, a gift he had once given her, asking her to take it with her so that a piece of him can always be by her side even when they are apart. Deeply moved, Ida accepts the token, promising to think of him as well. With final goodbyes exchanged, Fears gently tells Ida it's time to go and they depart into the cold night, leaving her friends to watch them disappear into the distance. As their figures fade, Joey reveals his own grim plan to his friend Tara's. Tomorrow, he is going to their ancestral land. Tara's is aghast, questioning the certainty of his decision. But Joey's resolve is ironclad. He explains that their ancestral land is a burial ground for the tribe's deceased beasts, including the legendary golden-winged eagle. His goal is to find its beast core and refine it, a dangerous process that could evolve his bloodline and grant him unimaginable strength. Taras warns him of the terrifying risk. If the refinement fails, he will transform into a mindless, rampaging beast, forgetting everyone, even Ida. But Joey sees no other choice. Their current pace of growth is too slow and time is running out. For the sake of the tribe and for Ida, he declares he must take this risk. Meanwhile, after many days of travel, Ida and Fears finally arrive at a grand, sun-drenched city. Fears tells Ida to go and rest, offering to take Tron and get him settled. But their moment of peace is shattered when a man named Rowan storms in, announcing Fears' long-awaited return and warning that a half-beast rebellion in the Southern District is about to get out of control. The news of a rebellion hits both Ida and Fears with a shock. Rowan cheekily congratulates Fears on managing to bring back a baby so soon, but Fears coldly cuts him off, demanding an update on the situation in the Southern District. The rebels, led by someone named Morrison, are making a play for Fears' position as Lord of the City. Fears merely smirks, dismissing them as fools. He reassures Ida he will be back soon and heads straight for the sacrificial temple to handle the insurrection. Inside the temple, a man named Eric is passionately rallying his fellow half-beasts against Fears, questioning the leadership of a priestess named Morrison who used to support Fears. Morrison argues that Eric is no match for Fears and will only lead them to ruin. But Eric scoffs, claiming Fears' rule forces them to cower in fear. He appeals to the crowd, asking if they don't yearn for better days, and they murmur their assent. Just as Eric basks in his apparent support, Fears' chilling voice cuts through the tension, inviting anyone who dares to betray him to step forward. Fears makes a grand entrance, his powerful presence instantly silencing the dissenters. Eric is stunned by his sudden return, and Fears taunts him, saying he wouldn't miss the show for the world before lunging forward and seizing the traitor by the throat. When a guard tries to intervene, Fears effortlessly swats him aside with a sweep of his massive tail. As Fears prepares to deliver the final blow for this betrayal, Morrison shouts for him to stop, revealing that Eric's treachery may be part of a larger scheme orchestrated by the Divine Palace. He warns that killing Eric now would sever their only connection to the masterminds, who he identifies as surviving rebels from the battle on Mount God, their sworn enemies. Fears glares at Morrison, annoyed at being kept in the dark, but ultimately releases his chokehold on Eric. He instructs Morrison to treat him well, making it clear he expects a full confession. Morrison agrees, promising to reveal everything he knows this time. With the immediate threat handled, Fears' thoughts turn to Ida. He vows that now that she has returned to the City of Darkness with him, he will never allow anyone to harm her. He immediately tightens security, increasing patrols and adding guards to the Lord's mansion. Later, Rowan playfully pries into Fears' personal life, asking if he and Ida have finally confirmed their relationship. Fears admits they have, prompting Rowan to get excited about planning a grand wedding. But Fears firmly rejects the idea, stating that a public ceremony is too high profile and would expose Ida's identity, putting her in grave danger. To him, titles and ceremonies are meaningless. The simple fact that she accepts him is his greatest happiness. A man shoves Fleurs towards an elevator, declaring this is something he absolutely cannot miss, and a moment of confusion turns to shock as Fleurs realizes it's for mating. He's thrown inside before he can react, the door clicking shut and locking him in. He tugs at the handle fruitlessly, only to hear a soft voice from the bed tell him he's finally back. Later, after quelling a rebellion, Fleurs returns to Ida, confirming the trouble is dealt with, but a slight cough gives away his fatigue. She worries he's hurt, but he denies it, his face flushing as he says her name. Unconvinced, Ida pins him to the bed, declaring she'll check for injuries herself, suspicious that he's hiding things just like the others. He tells her to wait, but she persists until he stops her, ripping his own shirt open to reveal his sculpted torso. He leans in close, a smirk playing on his lips as he tells her she can check him now. When Ida freezes, he asks why she stopped, and she stammers that she sees he wasn't lying about being unhurt. Seeing his chance, he whispers that since she's confirmed it, he wants a reward, taking her hand and confessing that he wants her. He leans in for a passionate kiss, telling her not to be nervous as he lays her down on the bed. He gently assures Ida not to be afraid, promising he only wants to make her happy. The next morning, he playfully asks if she was satisfied with his service last night, but their moment is interrupted by the cries of their child, Tron. Ida realizes their son must be hungry, but Fleurs insists she rest while he takes care of it, scooping up the child with a gentle promise of tasty food. As Ida watches him, thinking he looks like a true father, a man appears and comments on the same thing. The visitor then gets serious, delivering grim news that Eric escaped from prison last night. Fleurs is stunned, learning that someone broke Eric out, proving he's an important piece in a larger game. Fleurs coldly deduces they let him escape on purpose to lure out the mastermind, and with a chilling gaze, he orders that none of them are to get away. Later, a well-rested Ida emerges from her room to find Fleurs giving Tron a hunting lesson. He instructs the small cub on how to use his tail for balance and catch butterflies off guard. But the boy pounces too early and face plants into the ground. Tron immediately bursts into tears and Fleurs rushes to comfort him. Ida pats the boy's head, telling him he did a great job and then scolds Fleurs for being too strict. But Fleurs is firm, stating that a half-beast education must begin at age 3. Ida is shocked at the intensity, but Fleurs explains the grim reality. If half-beast cubs don't learn to survive early, they won't make it. He reveals the horrifying truth that most are abandoned in the forest to be eaten by wild beasts. Ida's heart aches as she understands the lonely, terrifying struggle Fleurs must have endured to survive and become the lord of the City of Darkness. She takes his hand, promising that Tron has them now and they will protect him together. Despite the tender moment, Fleurs immediately snaps back into drill sergeant mode, insisting Tron still needs to learn. As they stroll through the city, Ida notes how different it is from a regular beast tribe, and Fleurs explains it's because there are fewer females. Tron, overjoyed with his freedom, runs ahead gleefully. Ida watches him, remarking how happy he is in a city that accepts all half-beasts. But Fleurs issues a warning about the bad tempers of beasts. His words prove prophetic as Tron suddenly collides with a large figure, getting knocked hard to the ground. The little cub looks up, tears welling in his eyes at the imposing, shirtless Beastman towering over him. A centaur comforts the crying beast cub Tron, telling him not to cry and that he must become a strong warrior. Ida watches with a hint of concern, but the elf Fleurs reassures her that half-beasts are generally tolerant of their cubs, even mischievous ones. Ida wonders if this will spoil Tron, but Fleurs dismisses the idea, though he notes that Tron's need to learn is no excuse for slacking off. Ida smiles, calling Fleurs an exception to the strict half-beast stereotype. As Tron playfully pulls on the centaur's hair, Ida apologizes for her son's naughtiness. But Fleurs, the lord of the city, suddenly looks up with an intrigued expression. He offers to hold the boy, and as the people nearby realize they are witnessing a tender moment between their lord, his wife, and the young master, they see a perfect family. An older man watches them from the shadows with a contemplative gaze. Later, Ida mentions to Fleurs that the food in the City of Darkness is too monotonous and asks if she can find a place to plant crops. But Fleurs warns her it's too dangerous outside due to wild beasts, offering instead to have his men bring back plants for her to identify. That evening, Ida marvels at Tron's boundless energy, feeling that bringing him here was the right decision so he could finally be himself. Realizing he'll be too worked up to sleep, Fleur steps in, offering to take Tron for the night so Ida can get some rest. He leans in close, teasingly asking if she doesn't want to leave him. Flustered, Ida claims she's just worried about her son, but Fleurs gently reminds her that Tron needs to get used to being without her for when she eventually leaves. Ida agrees, bidding him goodnight, and Fleurs softly wishes that he appears in her dreams. But the peaceful night gives way to a dreadful morning. Fleurs knocks on Ida's door, holding an eager Tron, but receives no answer. He wonders if she's still asleep, but a knot of dread forms in his stomach. Tron has been crying for a while, and Ida wouldn't sleep through it. He bursts through the door, only to find the room completely empty. Elsewhere, Ida awakens with a groan, finding herself bound tightly with ropes in a dark, unfamiliar place. She frantically demands to know where she is as her captor Eric steps out of the shadows, admiring her beauty and commenting on Fleurs' good taste. He leans in, his breath on her cheek, and declares that when he becomes the lord of the City of Darkness, he will keep her by his side. As he walks away laughing, Ida's mind races, realizing he must be the rebel leader Eric. A fire ignites in her eyes. She refuses to be a pawn and immediately begins struggling against her restraints. Back at the palace, Fleurs is seething with rage, certain that only Eric could have known the layout well enough to pull this off. He grabs one of his men, demanding to know how Eric slipped past their surveillance, only to be told the rebel leader vanished the night before. An advisor tries to calm him, suggesting Ida is safe for now since Eric's true target is Fleurs. But Morrison callously asks if they should just leave her with the enemy. Fleurs' control snaps. He slams Morrison against a wall by his throat, roaring that he will never use Ida as a pawn. A report arrives detailing Eric's demand, the release of all imprisoned rebels, including the fiercest monsters locked in the dungeon. Morrison argues that it's a trap, that showing his hand will reveal Ida is his weakness. But Fleurs' expression is ice cold. He doesn't care about the consequences. He declares that he cannot afford to lose her. and orders his men to agree to Eric's terms with one non-negotiable condition. He must first see Ida to confirm she is unharmed. Meanwhile, Eric is being chastised by a mysterious hooded figure for his foolishness in kidnapping Fleur's woman. Eric pleads his case, explaining he can use Ida to control Fleurs and gain secrets from the sacrifice temple. But the figure grabs his face, doubting that the ruthless Fleurs could be threatened by a mere woman. Eric smirks, revealing that Fleurs already agreed to his terms without hesitation. A sinister smile spreads across the hooded figure's face. This is interesting indeed. They muse that since Fleurs will be plotting revenge, perhaps it's best to simply return the woman to him for now. Eric proposes a deal, asking for a secret technique from the Divine Palace in exchange for the woman he's captured. Meanwhile, in a dark cell, Ida is bound by ropes as she hears the telltale creak of the door opening. A cloaked figure steps out of the shadows and she demands to know their identity. The figure reveals themselves to be an elf-like person with braided hair, who instead asks Ida who they are. This mysterious person reaches out, gently lifting her chin and declaring with a chilling certainty that they are her master. Their eyes begin to glow with a strange cosmic energy as they whisper a single name, Ida. Under the spell, Ida's own eyes go vacant as she repeats the word master, her will completely erased. Back in the present, a heartbroken Fleurs comforts his crying son, Tron, promising the boy he will see his mother soon. His friend Morrison voices his suspicion, warning Fleurs that Eric would never return Ida so easily, and that it must be a trap. But Fleurs is resolute, his gaze hardening as he declares that for Ida he will face any danger. He tells Morrison not to worry, as he will bring guards while Morrison prepares an ambush, leaving nothing to chance. As a final, somber instruction, Fleurs tells Morrison to take care of Tron if he doesn't make it back. At the designated meeting point, Eric sneers at Fleurs, mocking him for making such a sacrifice for a woman. Fleurs cuts him off, his voice dripping with ice as he demands to know where Ida is. Eric taunts him further, asking if he would even give up his title as city lord, but Fleurs scoffs, reminding him the position belongs to the strongest and Eric would never be able to hold it. Enraged by the insult, Eric orders his men to bring the woman here. Fleurs' heart stops as he sees Ida dragged forward, her feet bruised and bleeding from the ordeal. She cries out his name, her voice filled with desperation. Eric grabs her from behind, his touch possessive as he leans in to inhale the scent of her hair, whispering that Fleurs must first release the captives he brought. Despite his men's protests, Fleurs gives the command to release them. With the prisoners freed, Eric smirks and shoves Ida towards Fleurs, claiming he will now return his woman. Fleurs rushes forward to catch her, his face a mask of concern. But as she falls into his arms, Ida's expression turns cold and determined. This is her moment. In a flash, she draws a hidden dagger and lunges. His people scream a warning, but her target was never Fleurs. The blade sinks deep into Eric's chest with a sickening crack, shattering his protective amulet. Eric stares down in utter disbelief, gasping her name. Ida pulls the blade free, revealing that she knew he wanted her to kill Fleurs, but this was all part of her plan. Eric stumbles back, horrified that the Divine Palace's secret mind control technique failed. Fleurs holds Ida, asking frantically if she is okay. She explains that Eric tried to control her mind to make her betray him, but she assures him with a confident smile that his pathetic method didn't work on her. A quick flashback reveals that a child named Benny had managed to snap her out of the trance just in time, saving her from staining her hands with Fleurs' blood. The wounded Eric orders his men to attack, but Fleurs calmly tells him to surrender as he has already lost. Just as victory seems assured, Fleurs suddenly feels dizzy, his strength abandoning him as he collapses into Ida's arms. She whirls on Eric, demanding to know what he did. He grins wickedly, confirming it was his doing. A horrifying realization dawns on Ida: the poison was in the scent on her hair. Eric explains that the poison only affects half-beasts, which is why she is fine. He gloats that the stronger the half-beast, the more potent the poison, and Fleurs is destined to die a slow, agonizing death. Fleurs clutches his chest, weakly demanding the antidote. Eric dangles the cure before Ida, revealing it's a secret medicine that only he possesses. He spells out Fleurs' fate with sadistic pleasure. He will struggle in unimaginable pain for days until he finally dies. Eric holds Fleurs' life in his hands, boasting that he alone hid the antidote, before demanding Ida make her choice. But Ida's resolve is absolute as she stands against him. His men try to pressure her, questioning if she truly cares for Fleurs' survival. But she simply pulls her partner close, coolly reminding Eric that Fleurs is willing to die for her anyway. She scoffs at his leverage, declaring that Fleurs is far more than just a partner to her, and commands her men to drag the stunned villain to prison, telling him she might grant him an audience once he's had time to reflect on his failure. Later, as Ida begins to explain herself, Fleurs quietly confirms he understood her gambit all along. The victory is short-lived, however, as a subordinate named Morrison reports that they've been unable to find Eric's mysterious female accomplice. Ida is stunned, wondering how a stranger could go unnoticed in the city. Morrison presents a chilling theory. The operative isn't a noble but is hidden among the slaves, a deep cover agent of the Divine Palace. Realizing the magnitude of their enemy's plot, Fleurs orders Morrison to capture the spy at all costs. At that very moment, the agent is hiding in a tent, cursing Eric's incompetence. But relieved her own identity is safe. Just as she plans her escape, the tent flap is flung open, and she stumbles backward in terror. As Morrison grins, announcing he's got her. Back at their base, the poison sends Fleurs into a violent agony, and he screams for everyone to stay away. Panicked, Ida rushes toward him, but he roars at her to leave, terrified he might hurt her in his delirium. Another Beastman holds Ida back, warning that Fleurs is a danger to himself and others in the state. A fact proven when Fleurs smashes a table to splinters and throws himself against the wall. The man says their only option is to lock him up until the antidote arrives, trying to reassure Ida that Fleurs is used to pain. But Ida shoves his hand away, her eyes blazing as she retorts that she is not, refusing to stand by and watch him suffer. She declares she will stay with him. Inside the locked room, she finds him clawing at his own flesh. She grabs his bloody hands, stopping him, and he looks up in shock, asking why she's there. Ida embraces him, vowing that she will not leave no matter what happens. She asks to share his pain, and as he feels her strength flow into him, he feels a surge of courage to fight the poison. Just as a spiritual being explains, he is channeling power through Ida to keep her safe. The door bursts open and Morrison rushes in, triumphantly shouting that he's found the antidote. Overcome with relief, Ida tells Fleurs he will survive, and quickly gives him the pills. He swallows them without hesitation, but the hopeful moment shatters as he suddenly convulses and coughs up a spray of blood. Ida holds him, her heart pounding with terror, instantly fearing it was another trap, a poison disguised as a cure. But the truth is far stranger. The spirit reveals it was an overdose. Morrison explains in a panic that the antidote was supposed to be broken into 4 pieces and taken in 4 doses. Fleurs lies limp on the floor, the cure having nearly killed him, but as he finally stabilizes, Ida holds him tight, just grateful that he is alive. Bound in a cold, stone dungeon, Lilith's hopes are momentarily ignited by the sound of a door opening. She sees Morrison and believes her ordeal is over, pleading that she gave him the antidote and he must now honor their deal. Morrison merely scoffs at her naivety, reminding her that she incited a rebellion and nearly killed Fleurs, making it impossible for him to ever let her go. The crushing weight of his betrayal settles on her as he grabs her chin, demanding to know why the Divine Palace sent her to the City of Darkness. Lilith desperately weaves a tale of being accidentally captured while trying to escape, but Morrison sees right through the flimsy lie. He mocks the idea of a Divine Palace maid being enslaved by mere half-beasts, and warns her that cooperation is her only path to survival. He correctly deduces she's stalling, waiting for her master to rescue her. The threat finally shatters her resolve, and she confesses everything. Her master sent her to find the heir of the god of beasts, who has reportedly appeared somewhere in the City of Darkness. Morrison asks if she found this heir, but she admits she failed, her plan to use Eric to gain control having fallen apart. Having given him what he wants, she begs to be freed, and Morrison feigns agreement, calling himself an honest half-beast as he slices through her ropes. Lilith falls to the floor, seething with humiliation and vowing revenge, only to look up and find herself facing the iron bars of a locked cell. She screams at him, reminding him of his promise, but he replies with cold amusement that he only promised to release her from her bonds, not from the city itself. He tells her he won't be foolish enough to release a tiger back into the wild, but will ensure she's well taken care of. Lilith can only stare after him, whispering that he's despicable. Later, Ida expresses her fear that the Divine Palace will send another agent, but Morrison reassures her it's impossible. He explains their home is in a zone of punishment, where the god of beasts once imprisoned dangerous creatures. After a great battle destroyed the Divine Mountain, the survivors were trapped, unable to leave. Ida realizes this means not everyone in the Divine Palace is their enemy. Though Morrison is skeptical of their loyalty, the conversation ends on a grim note. With the Saintess already having appeared, they are running out of time. Far away, a man named Joey undergoes a torturous fusion with a beast core, pushing himself to succeed for Ida's sake. An ally named Taras watches over him, noting that after a month, Joey must face this trial alone. Suddenly, a violent burst of energy erupts from the hut, and Joey lets out a guttural scream, writhing in agony. Before collapsing, this trauma manifests in Ida's sleep as a horrifying nightmare where she finds Joey, only for him to apologize and say he can no longer be with her before vanishing completely. She wakes with a gasp, her heart pounding, finding herself in bed with Fleurs. Shaken, she tells him about the dream, terrified it's an omen. Fleurs comforts her, dismissing it as a reflection of her anxieties and promising he has everything under control, with his men keeping a close watch on their enemies. He pulls her into a warm embrace, telling her to sleep. The next day, Ida feels a lingering unease despite the peaceful scene of Tron playing happily. The dream about Joey weighs heavily on her mind. Fleurs interrupts her dark thoughts by offering her a unique, sweet fruit from the City of Darkness. She takes a bite and is instantly enchanted by the juicy, sweet flavor. Fleurs explains that the harsh desert climate is what makes the fruit so delicious, suggesting it could be a path to prosperity for their people. Ida, full of hope, suggests to Fleurs that they should try planting the fruits they found, a brilliant idea that immediately sparks her enthusiasm. Fleurs agrees to show her the perfect spot, leading her to the closest oasis, a stunning body of water he calls the Lake of Divine Blessings. He explains that while it's a vital water source, the surrounding area offers little prey, making hunting a difficult and often fruitless endeavor. The half-beasts believe the lake is a gift from their god, a sacred place that provides a steady supply of water year-round. Fleurs, however, confides in Ida that he doesn't think the god of beasts is that merciful, sensing there's a more logical explanation. Ida's sharp mind immediately puts the pieces together, recalling her old geography lessons. She asks Fleurs if there's a mountain nearby, and when he confirms there is one shrouded in mist, she realizes the truth. She explains that the lake isn't a divine gift, but is formed by groundwater from melting glaciers on the mountain, a scientific fact that guarantees a stable water supply for agriculture. With this newfound confidence, her eyes light up with the promise of a future where her people won't starve. Eagerly, they explore the oasis and find an abundance of other crops ripe for planting. They gather a huge bundle of fruits and vegetables, a bounty that seems almost too good to be true. Fleurs, ever the pragmatist, points out that while fruit is a great supplement, it can't be their main food source, but then he proposes a revolutionary idea. They can become merchants, establishing a caravan to trade the fruits with tribes on the plains for other essential supplies. He assures her that his giant gate tribe will handle the transport in exchange for a small fee, a business proposal that leaves Ida ecstatic. But just as their new venture is born, a harsh voice cuts through their excitement as Morrison appears, declaring that he will absolutely not agree to their plan. He storms over, furiously stating that if they cultivate the oasis, he will never allow it. Fleurs is immediately annoyed, demanding to know why Morrison would object to such a profitable venture. Morrison reveals the true reason for his opposition. A high priest once prophesied that the oasis is a sacred desert treasure, and if it disappears, the City of Darkness will slowly vanish into the sand. Fleurs scoffs at the prophecy, reminding Morrison that as the city lord, he won't be pressured by the words of the high priest. Ida realizes the priest had a point about the delicate ecosystem, but the argument between the two men quickly devolves into childish bickering. Ida tries to mediate, suggesting they can find a win-win solution, but they continue to shout over each other. Their squabble is interrupted by the sudden appearance of Tron, her little boy, who couldn't bear to be away from his mother all day. Ida showers him with affection, momentarily forgetting the tension. Returning to the argument, Ida proposes a compromise. They could start with small-scale planting to ensure it doesn't impact the oasis's capacity. Morrison remains skeptical, pointing out that some effects aren't visible until it's too late. Fleurs loses his patience, confronting Morrison with the brutal reality of their situation. He argues that they face an immediate food shortage and cannot sacrifice their people now for some unknown future consequence, reminding him that many starve every year. Another Beastman, Liyuan, sides with Morrison, revealing that he's noticed the lake's water level dropping over the years and that sandstorms have become more frequent. The word sandstorm catches Ida's attention, and just as she asks what it is, a fierce gust of wind whips past them. Panic erupts as everyone realizes a sandstorm is coming. Ida shields her face, overwhelmed by the sudden chaos as the sky darkens. Tron cries out in fear, clutching his toy lion. Fleurs immediately scoops the boy into his arms, protecting him from the gale. Liyuan shouts for everyone to find shelter as they rush towards a nearby building, the storm raging behind them. They manage to get inside and barricade the door, finally safe from the whipping sands. As they wait for the storm to pass, Ida looks out, shaken, realizing this terrifying force of nature is exactly what Morrison fears. Morrison turns to Fleurs, his voice grim, stating that this is precisely why he can't agree with the plan. If they develop the oasis while sandstorms rage harder each year, the City of Darkness has no future. His words hang heavy in the air, leaving their hopes for a better future buried under the weight of the raging storm. The others listen intently as Ida lays out her audacious plan to grow an oasis in the barren wasteland. While some are skeptical, they agree that if they work together, it might not be impossible. Ida, brimming with confidence, explains that the high priest never told her such a cold joke back then, and asks if the females are uncomfortable with the sandstorm. She feels a surge of warmth when Fleur confirms he still believes in her, and she takes his hand. The key, she reveals, is planting vegetation that can block the wind and stabilize the shifting sands. She explains that desert plants have incredibly deep roots that not only absorb more water but also hold the sand in place, preventing it from being blown away. Fleurs expresses concern that such a long-term project with no immediate returns would be a hard sell for the people. Ida counters this with a brilliant proposal. They will choose valuable plants that can also act as windbreaks, perhaps even fruit trees, ensuring that managing the desertification provides both economic and ecological benefits for everyone. Energized by the idea, the men are ready to start digging immediately. But Ida calms them, stating their first task is to gather more plant specimens for her identification system to analyze. Elsewhere, the Beastmen carry out their chief's orders, digging up plants and whispering amongst themselves about the sudden activity. Rumors fly that the chief is trying to find new, sustainable crops, so they no longer have to go hungry. The gossip spreads like wildfire, with some hearing that the chief has been personally surveying planting spots, making the impossible seem possible. When they see the city lord's own guard participating, they realize this is a serious effort, filling them with hope for the future. While the city buzzes with optimism, Ida watches a small child eat without a care in the world, feeling a momentary pang of envy for their simple lives. She is soon overwhelmed by the sheer volume of plants brought for identification. Sighing that it's not as easy as it looks, suddenly a notification flashes through her mind. She has successfully identified 5000 species and the system is upgrading. The reward is revealed to be an incredible alloy furnace, capable of creating any item from minerals. Ida is ecstatic at the thought of crafting new weapons, but her system child clarifies that while she is the host, he cannot change the core functions like upgrade conditions or rewards. She decides to identify some plants herself, telling the system child to watch the little one. But he insists on coming along to help. He advises her that to truly maximize the system, she must explore the Great Lake tribe. But Ida knows she isn't strong enough yet and must wait until her children are older. The system child wonders what the next reward will be, but Ida explains the difficulty is increasing exponentially. The next upgrade might require 50,000 new species. She confesses that she has a feeling the next upgrade will bring earth-shattering changes to the system. Unbeknownst to her, a grim scene is unfolding in a dark cave where Joey is bound and screaming in agony. The ritual goes horribly wrong and he thrashes violently, snapping his restraints. Priest Charlotte is thrown back. As he grabs her, his eyes glowing with red malice, snarling that he is Tara's. Outside, the priestess emerges, utterly defeated, explaining to another that Joey failed to merge with the beast core and his mind has been completely destroyed. She wrings her hands, regretting that the foolish boy pursued power so recklessly against her warnings. When asked if Ida knows, she panics, saying they must hide it from her. It is revealed that Joey's last wish was for Ida to be spared the truth of his failure. The priestess resolves to lie, claiming he went to another tribe, hoping Ida will eventually forget him. Back in the sun-drenched desert, the planting has begun. Fleurs finds Ida, worried she's been overworking herself. She reassures him she's fine, but admits to a lingering feeling of unease, as if something terrible is happening. She shakes it off, focusing on their success. They have found edible, erosion-preventing plants, and everyone is working with enthusiasm. Looking out at their work, she feels a sense of hope that both the City of Darkness and Traun will have a bright future. Yet a shadow of worry remains as she considers that it may soon be time to return to the Great Lake. Fleurs confronts Ida, his voice tight with desperation as he asks if she's really leaving. She confirms it, and he immediately protests, reminding her their Oasis project has just begun and no one else has the experience to manage it. But Ida is already prepared. She presents him with a notebook filled with detailed instructions on crops and solutions for potential problems, revealing she's been planning this for a long time. Fleurs is taken aback by her thoroughness, but his concerns shift to the young boy, Tron, asking if she can really bear to leave the child who is so attached to her. Ida smiles gently, explaining that Tron fits in well here and that with Fleur's strict guidance, he will grow up to be a fine person, no matter how much others spoil him. She trusts Fleurs completely, but her words feel like a series of well-rehearsed goodbyes, prompting Fleurs to finally voice the question burning in his heart. Does she have any reluctance to leave him, or was he never even part of her considerations? Seeing her shock, he backs down, accepting her decision but firmly stating that he needs time to sort things out before taking her to the Great Lake tribe. He refuses to let a female cross the desert and jungle alone, rejecting her suggestion that someone else could take her back. His eyes narrow with grim determination as he insists that the path is too dangerous, and he trusts no one else with her safety, reminding her he promised Joey he would get her back safe and sound. He then teases her, asking if she's in such a rush because she misses Joey, a question that makes her flush and stammer a denial. He presses closer, a knowing look on his face, asking if it's really because she's worried about him. Flustered, Ida quickly uses the excuse that Tron is calling for her and flees the room. Watching her go, Fleur's confident facade crumbles, leaving him alone with his thoughts, wondering why he can't bring himself to ask her to stay. Later, Rowan finds him brooding and mocks him, asking when the great Fleurs became so timid that he would just send the one he wants to another guy. Fleurs retorts that it's useless. Ida's heart has always belonged to Joey, and even if she stayed, it wouldn't be what he wants. Rowan, however, offers a sinister alternative, a dark what if that hangs in the air. He reveals he's heard of ancient spells in the temple that can make people forget their past, a direct suggestion to erase Joey from Ida's memory. Fleurs explodes with rage, slamming his hand on the table and roaring at Rowan to stop. His face is a mask of fury as he declares this isn't something Rowan should interfere with and orders him to leave. But Rowan's words have already taken root, leaving Fleurs tormented by the thought. He punches a wooden post, his knuckles scraping, consumed by a self-loathing question. When did he become so greedy? The temptation to keep Ida by his side forever, even by such twisted means, claws at his soul. That night, he's startled by Tron's crying and finds Ida consoling the boy. She explains she was preparing a special herb she found, one that eases fatigue because she noticed he hasn't been sleeping. Her simple act of kindness cuts through his dark thoughts, and he's visibly moved by her concern. He pulls her into a sudden embrace, his voice soft as he realizes she truly was worried about him. He apologizes for his recent behavior, promising not to meddle again and even jokes about putting his men to work in the fields. The next day, he sees her off, his expression serene as he tells Rowan he's content with having a place in Ida's heart and can't hurt her after promising to be her protector. Ida finally arrives back at her tribe's gate, collapsing under the weight of a heavy sack Fleurs had carried for her. But as she steps through the gate, her hopeful calls for her family die in her throat. The settlement is utterly destroyed, a wasteland of ruin and silence. Panic seizes her as she drops her bag and screams their names into the emptiness, the horrifying possibility that everyone is gone chilling her to the bone. A sound makes her whip around, and to her immense relief, her mother and other tribe members emerge from hiding. Her mother explains they were invaded and forced to flee into a cave. Before Ida can process this, a wounded Tara stumbles into view, supported by another warrior. He recounts how the chief shielded them while he stayed behind to fight the invaders. The way they speak feels odd to Ida, like they're talking in riddles, and she cuts through the strange tension with the only question that matters. Where is Joey? A dreadful silence descends as the tribe members look at each other, their expressions filled with a sorrow they can't bring themselves to voice. Ida discusses the future with the tribe's priestess, suggesting they form a trade caravan with other tribes to rebuild. She then heads off to fetch some special herbs from the city, perfect for treating the tribe's injuries. As she leaves, the elders watch with worried eyes, knowing she plans to keep a secret, just as they are keeping one from her about the true fate of Joey. They know Ida can't handle the news of what happened to him, so they resolve to help the tribe move forward. Later, Ida tends to a heavily bandaged Taras, reassuring him that at least his house, the one Joey built, wasn't destroyed. She reminds him it's his home, a product of Joey's hard work, and perhaps even in his madness, the intruder's subconscious didn't want to destroy it. This train of thought makes her suddenly question the attacker's identity, asking Taras who it was and what they wanted. Taras flinches, his gaze averted, and Ida's suspicion sharpens as she asks if he knows the man. He denies it immediately, but his blush betrays him. Ida presses further, pointing out that no one seems to truly hate the invader despite the destruction, and that Taras seems more worried than angry. Her eyes narrow as she puts the pieces together, realizing he must be familiar with the attacker. With dawning horror, she asks if it was her father who did this. Cornered, Taras sees an opportunity to protect the real secret and lies, confirming that it was her father. He claims her father came to take her back and threatened to destroy the tribe if she refused. Taras shoulders the blame for the incident, but Ida simply tells him to rest and heal. She leaves the room, pretending to have bought the story, but her mind is racing. She knows Taras wouldn't have admitted it so easily. Something is wrong. The attacker must be from Beast City or the Giant Gate tribe, and she vows to make them pay for their grudge. Meanwhile, the elders discuss the fragile peace, confirming that the city wall is fixed and traps are reset. However, they worry about the secret they're keeping. They know many tribe members saw Joey in his wild, destructive form, and that it's only a matter of time before Ida finds out the truth. Still, they resolve to hide it for as long as possible, believing it's the only thing they can do for Joey now. Later, as Ida sends her children to play, her world comes crashing down when she overhears two women whispering. They're in disbelief that the crazy orc who attacked them was really Joey. The name hangs in the air and Ida confronts them, her expression stone cold. They try to deny it, stammering that she must have misheard. But Ida insists she heard them perfectly, demanding to know if it's true. Under pressure, one of the women admits they don't know much, only that they saw the berserk orc rush from the chief's house right after Ida left. The puzzle pieces click into place with sickening clarity, and Ida realizes why everyone has been lying. She storms over to Tara's, her voice trembling as she demands to know where Joey is. He tries to stick to the old lie, but she bombards him with frantic questions. Which tribe did he visit, when did he leave, and when will he be back? Her desperation is palpable. Seeing her on the verge of collapse, the priestess intervenes, finally revealing the devastating truth. She apologizes to Ida, explaining that Joey failed to absorb the beast core, lost his mind, and escaped before they could help him. They sent people to search, but he was gone without a trace. The world shatters around Ida. Her mother tries to comfort her, saying Joey knew the risks. But Ida understands the terrible implication. He did it for her to become strong enough to protect her. An unbearable wave of guilt crashes over her as she realizes it's all her fault. The overwhelming grief and self-blame are too much for her body to handle. She spits blood and collapses to the ground as the others scream her name in horror. Panic grips the tribe as Ida lies unconscious in her bed, the aftermath of a sudden and violent collapse. The chief reveals the grave news. Ida suffered a tremendous mental shock, leaving her soul terrifyingly weak. An elder healer confirms that herbs are useless. He tried to call her spirit but found she had sealed herself deep within her own consciousness. If she remains trapped like this, her body will slowly weaken until it gives out completely, and she will die. Taurus clenches his fists in denial, refusing to believe Ida would give up when she has him and their child, Byron. The elder explains there is only one way. Someone Ida deeply cares about must enter her spiritual world, wake her, and bring her back. Immediately, a fierce argument erupts between Taurus and a white-haired man named Byron, both demanding to be the one to go. Byron argues that Ida has always harbored feelings for him and feels immense guilt over his condition, giving him an edge. But Taurus counters that he and Ida share a child, a bond that is far stronger. A priestess cuts them off, clarifying that this is an incredibly risky mission. Failure means both of their souls will be lost forever. The decision is made. Taurus will go. The priestess explains to a distraught Byron that most of his soul has already merged with the totem stone, making him too fragile for such a journey. As the ritual preparations begin, the chief warns Taurus to be careful. With grim determination, Taurus promises he won't give him a chance to worry, then takes the unconscious Ida's hand, telling her to wait for him. An incense stick is lit, its smoke a timer for his soul's journey. He must bring her back before it burns out, or he too will be lost forever. Taurus's consciousness drifts into an ethereal, misty plane where he desperately calls out Ida's name. Suddenly, a small boy, Benny, appears and grabs his hand, urging him to save Ida. Benny explains that Ida is completely enchanted, trapped in a suffocating prison of her own guilt, believing everything is her fault. He leads Taurus to a swirling vortex of darkness, a projection of Ida's negative emotions. Stealing his resolve, Taurus vows to bring her back and plunges into the void. Inside, he finds Ida weeping, lost in a cycle of self-blame. He rushes to her side and holds her close, promising he'll help her find Joey. But Ida is inconsolable, convinced Joey's troubles, Byron's inhuman suffering, and even failing to protect Tron are all her fault. Taurus forcefully tells her to stop blaming herself, insisting that protecting his partner was Joey's own choice, a duty any male would undertake. He pleads with her, telling her that Joey would want to see her happy, not let him down by giving up. He promises that they can find him, that everyone is waiting for her, and that they will always stay by her side. His words finally break through the darkness, and as he holds her, her eyes flutter open in the real world. Byron rushes to her side, overcome with relief that she's okay, while the chief wipes away tears of joy. Ida apologizes for making everyone worry and sits up with a new, fierce determination in her eyes, vowing to bring Joey back safely. Later, feeling stronger, Ida yawns and steps outside her hut, only to find the entire tribe gathered with gifts of freshly slaughtered meat and fruit. They explain they were worried and have been bringing food every day, hoping for her recovery. Ida is deeply moved, realizing she is no longer the lonely girl she once was. She has a family and a tribe supporting her. As she thanks them, she notices Taurus and Byron whispering furtively to the side. Byron asks about the search for Joey, and Taurus's face darkens as he admits there's been no progress. Ida's eyes narrow and she calls out their names, a hint of suspicion in her voice. Byron approaches Ida, explaining with feigned concern that Taurus is too overwhelmed to care for his own children, a story she immediately suspects is crafted for her benefit. Playing along, Ida takes his hands and graciously offers to look after the kids herself, appreciating his hard work while internally deciding to use the children as a welcome distraction. She plans to pick them up from the chief's house and make their favorite food, but her fragile peace is shattered when Byron casually mentions Joey's name. The name hangs in the air and Ida's cheerful facade crumbles as she walks away, her thoughts consumed by him once again. Her solitary moment is interrupted by a rustle in the bushes, revealing a nervous-looking woman named Lilith. Lilith explains she was worried and came to check on her, but her hesitation betrays a deeper purpose. Finally, she admits she has something to tell Ida about Joey, and Ida's heart lurches with a mix of hope and dread. Later sitting together, Lilith presents a small, cloth-wrapped object. Ida unwraps it to find a familiar wooden figure, a carving she instantly recognizes. A wave of emotion washes over her as she holds the small totem, a painful memory surfacing of the day she gave it to Joey before he left for the City of Darkness. Desperate, she demands to know where Lilith found it, clinging to the hope that it could lead her to him. Lilith's story is grim. She found it on the day their tribe was attacked, a day of fire and chaos. Amid the destruction, she had spotted the carving, recognizing Ida's likeness, and had kept it safe all this time. Ida clutches the precious item, the last tangible piece of Joey she has, and thanks Lilith profusely for its return. Lilith then cautiously mentions the rumors circulating about Joey, urging Ida to stay strong no matter what. Looking at the returned figure, Lilith offers a glimmer of hope, believing it's a sign that Ida and Joey will one day be reunited. This small act of kindness ignites Ida's resolve. She clutches the carving to her chest, convinced that Joey is out there, waiting for her to find him. Fueled by this newfound determination, Ida throws herself into strengthening the tribe, starting with a bizarre request for specific colored rocks. Her mother is bewildered until Ida reveals her plan: to use an alloy furnace to smelt ores and forge advanced weapons, demonstrating with a razor-sharp dagger they currently can't produce. She explains the magical furnace can create anything they need, drastically improving their lives and their strength. Her mother is quickly won over, giving her full support. While some tribesmen grumble about fetching useless stones, others place their full faith in Ida's intelligence, confident her plan will succeed. Their faith is rewarded when Ida's mother tests a newly forged iron knife, which slices through wood with incredible ease. But Ida is far from satisfied. She points out their progress is painfully slow, as finding ore through random gathering is wildly inefficient. Her mother agrees they need to find a proper mine, which prompts Ida to declare she'll lead a search party herself. Before she can finish, both her mother and a suddenly appeared Byron vehemently object, their unified no way stunning her into silence. They warn her of the dangerous giant gate tribe, forbidding her from taking such a risk. Her mother insists she stay within the safety of the tribe, treating her like a fragile doll who might break. Byron softens his tone, patting her head and explaining that they're just worried because she has a history of being reckless. Ida protests, arguing she's capable of defending herself, but Byron's demeanor shifts instantly. His voice turns to ice as he cuts her off, accusingly asking if this confidence is what she plans to use to find Joey. Flustered, Ida denies it, claiming she only wants to find metal to upgrade the tribe's weapons. But Byron sees right through her, cornering her and laying her entire plan bare. He knows that once the tribe is secure, she intends to leave and search for Joey, accusing her of using her duties as a means to an end. Trapped by his perception, Ida is left speechless, unable to deny the truth. Byron lifts her chin, forcing her gaze to meet his intense one. All she can offer is a whispered apology. He tells her not to apologize, his voice dangerously low because he has no intention of ever letting her leave. In the next moment, he pulls her into a deep, surprising kiss, sealing his vow with his lips. The tender moment shatters as Ida pushes Byron away, her voice firm. His heart aches with insecurity as he accuses her of only marrying him because he saved her, his eyes filled with a desperate pain. He venomously suggests her affections for Tara's were just for the child, and that Joey is the only one she truly loves, the one she would abandon everyone for. He leans in close, his voice cracking as he tells her that her compassion is a form of cruelty to them. Ida feels the dampness on her shoulder and realizes with a shock that Byron is crying. Suddenly, her surprise turns to fury as she shoves him back, calling him a foolish idiot for imagining such a tragic drama. She scolds him for being so foolish, asking if he really thinks her personality would allow her to accept anyone out of pity. Stunned, Byron can only ask if this means she actually has feelings for him, and she confirms it without hesitation. The realization washes over him. He had let his own insecurity create this entire misunderstanding. He takes her hands, promising he won't abandon them because they are partners, admitting with a soft embrace that the happiness he was seeking was right beside him all along. He apologizes for being so foolish, and she accepts. He then asks if this means she'll take him and Tara's along to find Joey. Ida agrees, explaining that Timothy and Terrence will stay with the chief for now, acknowledging that she's not a perfect mother and has other duties. Her main priority is upgrading her system, which requires traveling, especially with people from the Divine Palace searching for her. Seeing her worry for the children, Byron suggests leaving Tara's behind with them, proposing he and Ida go alone to find Joey. Ida immediately rejects the idea, bluntly stating that Tara's would probably try to kill him. Elsewhere, a man slams his fist down in frustration, calling his subordinate useless. The chief, Vincent, is furious they still can't figure out how the Great Lake tribe makes their new weapons. His subordinate explains that the weapons are heavily guarded, so Vincent speculates the secret isn't the craftsmanship, but the materials. He recalls hearing that the Great Lake tribe has been digging up rocks, and his subordinate confirms it, leading Vincent to believe the secret lies there. Back in the wilderness, Ida leads her own search party, instructing them to work in groups and be careful. Taras insists she stay by his side, reminding her of the hidden dangers in their search for iron. Confidently, Ida leads them onward, remembering a promising spot nearby. As they search, spies from the giant gate tribe spot them and rush to inform Vincent. Ida's intuition pays off as she discovers a massive field of hematite, a mine large enough to supply their entire tribe. Her companions cheer, ecstatic at the prospect of new weapons, and one of them pulls her into a grateful hug. Ida humbly insists it was a team effort, but their celebration is cut short by the arrival of Vincent and his men, who smugly ask if they've found some treasure. Taras immediately confronts them, demanding to know what they're doing on their tribe's new territory. Vincent's men mock the claim, and their chief dismisses the notion that he needs to report his movements, telling them to leave or be forced out. Taras lets out a furious roar, ready to fight. Ida quickly assesses the situation. They might win, but not without casualties. She calls Taras off, and he reluctantly agrees to follow her command. As they depart, one of Vincent's men suggests they kill Ida, but Vincent is too cunning for that. He explains that killing a valuable female from another tribe would unite their enemies against them, and besides, he has a much more important prize in mind. He orders his men to dig up the iron ore, believing that with superior weapons, the giant gate tribe will always prevail. As Ida's group retreats, her tribesmen question her decision to give up the ore so easily, but she simply tells them to relax and enjoy the show. A month later, the Great Lake tribe is mining a new, smaller deposit that suits their needs just fine. An elder joyfully remarks that they'll have their own weapons within 2 months, dreaming of iron armor and pots. She then voices her concern that the giant gate tribe might also succeed in making iron tools with the stolen ore. Ida reassures her that it isn't simple, explaining they lack the necessary furnace and bellows to smelt the iron properly. But just as she's confidently listing the difficulties, Byron bursts in with panic news. The giant gate tribe has successfully made iron tools. The announcement hits Ida like a physical blow, and she collapses to the ground in utter disbelief. However, her despair quickly melts away into a sly smile as she reveals the final trick up her sleeve. It doesn't matter if they made one because they can't mass-produce them. The chief, Vincent, holds a freshly forged sword, declaring that every soldier in the giant gate tribe must be armed with such a weapon. He acknowledges the immense cost and effort that has exhausted his people and hampered their hunts, but he callously dismisses their suffering as a small price for the benefits. He is the chief, and his decisions are final, yet he is informed that his grand plan has been rejected by the elders as wasteful. His authority challenged, Vincent erupts in fury, smashing a table and screaming that they are all idiots. Elsewhere, a determined woman named Ida discusses this very plan with her mother, confidently stating that Vincent's ambition will take too long, and she won't give him the time. Her mother agrees that conflict with the giant gate tribe is inevitable once their own people are armed. Ida reveals her own plan to leave with Taras and Byron to find Joey, a decision that shocks her mother. With unwavering resolve, Ida promises she will find him and bring him back safe and sound. Her mother is plagued by doubt, voicing the terrible fear that Joey might already be a pile of bones. Ida's heart stutters, asking if her mother has heard something, but she's quickly reassured it's just a mother's worry. Her mother gently explains that sometimes, not knowing is a blessing that allows hope to live, and seeking the truth means facing a harsh reality. Ida understands the pain but is resolute, declaring that Joey is waiting and she must find him, promising to bring him home no matter what. As she prepares to depart, her mother gives her final warnings about the dangers of the wild. Suddenly, a desperate Byron clings to her, begging to be taken along, though a small companion calls him simple-minded. Ida softly explains that he can't come, as his soul is tied to the totem stone in the tribe. She gives him a tender parting kiss, promising to return with Joey soon. With final goodbyes, she and Taras mount a magnificent winged lion and soar into the sky, leaving a dejected Byron behind. After a long flight, they land in a serene meadow to make camp for the night. Taras is impressed by the sheer amount of supplies Ida produces from what she calls her system backpack. As he sets up the tent, Ida wanders off to gather firewood and stumbles upon a dark cave, thinking it a safer place to rest. But her hope for safety is instantly shattered by a pair of glowing red eyes emerging from the blackness. A colossal bear roars and lunges from the cave, forcing Ida to flee in terror, screaming for Taras. Hearing her cries, Taras is there in an instant, sword drawn, ordering her to get behind him. He becomes a blur of motion, meeting the beast's savage roar with cold steel. His iron sword bites deep, spilling the bear's blood and felling it in a single, powerful strike as another bear looks on in terror. Ida can only stare in awe at his power, but Tara's credits the sharp iron knife, reminding her how different the outcome would have been with a stone weapon. He sternly warns her never to wander off again, as the wild is unforgiving and he can't always guarantee her safety. A chastened Ida promises to be more careful. Tara's then reveals a chilling truth. The fight wasn't just with one bear, but with many lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The second bear fled because it knew it was outmatched, not out of simple fear. The wilderness is far more dangerous than she could ever imagine. As Tara prepares to butcher the fallen bear for dinner, Ida is struck with a terrible thought, wondering how Joey could possibly survive such dangers with a lost mind. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, a man named Kim is being brutally beaten by a reptilian beast, before being swiftly ensnared by magical blue ribbons. A stunning, golden-haired fox woman appears, finding his survival intriguing. She remarks that he failed to absorb a beast core, yet his body didn't explode from the energy. She lifts his chin, a cruel smile on her face, and offers to help him out. She declares that she needs a mount, and from this moment on, he will serve as hers, for she is now his master. By the crackling campfire, Ida sits a lonely vigil, unable to rest. A rustle from the tent announces Tara's, who emerges and questions why she's still awake. She offers to take over the watch, insisting he needs his energy for the travels ahead, but he gently refuses, stating it's not right for a female to stand guard. Seeing her resolve, he decides to stay with her, settling down by her side under the vast, starry sky. Leaning against him, Ida's composure finally breaks as she apologizes, blaming her own stubbornness for forcing them to wander outside the tribe. Tara's immediately reassures her, declaring that he is her partner and will follow her no matter what she chooses to do. He reminds her that Joey is his brother too, and his resolve to bring him home is just as strong. Ida confesses her deepest fear, a secret she's kept even from her mother, her voice trembling with uncertainty about their quest. Tara's pulls her close, promising that everything will be fine. He personally confirmed the marks of the golden-winged eagle attacks, and if they follow that route, they are bound to find him. He tells her to sleep, his voice a comforting whisper, vowing that he has everything covered. For the next month, they journeyed relentlessly, facing down beast attacks with Tara's always standing as her shield, until a brutal ambush by a massive bear finally exhausted his energy and left him gravely injured. So a month later, they huddle under a giant leaf in the pouring rain, both weakened and weary. Tara's dismisses his injury as a mere scratch, urging them onward, but Ida insists they find shelter, knowing the rain masks their scent from predators and his wounds need urgent care. Her eyes scan the horizon, and a flicker of hope ignites as she spots a tribe nestled in the distant hills. Their relief is shattered when guards with spears block their path, coldly stating that their tribe does not welcome strangers. Ida pleads desperately, explaining her partner is injured and they only need shelter for one night. The guards hesitate but ultimately decide the risk is too great and tell them to leave. Just as despair sets in, a new voice cuts through the rain, ordering the guards to let them in. A man with fiery red hair, Dominic, priest of the Dark Wind tribe, appears, calmly stating that if a life can be saved, it should be. He explains to his men that he saw their tracks emerging from the forest and believes their injuries are real. He offers them a place to recover, but as Ida thanks him, Tara suddenly collapses without a sound. Inside a hut, Ida watches over his still form, her anxiety mounting. He has no fever, but he's pale and won't wake up. As she wonders why, Dominic appears at the door with a grim diagnosis. Tara's is probably poisoned. He asks to examine the wound, confirming his suspicion that Tara's was struck by a scorpion beast. Ida is horrified, unable to understand how it happened when the wound seemed fine before. Dominic explains the creature's insidious nature. Its venom causes a coma before spreading, and it's often too late by then. Filled with dread, Ida begs to know if there's a way to save him. Dominic offers a glimmer of hope, revealing he has detoxifying herbs in his basket. He also brought her food, gently telling her not to call him my lords but Dominic. After she introduces herself as Ida and her partner as Tara's, he tells her to eat and leaves, promising to check on them tomorrow. Watching him go, Ida thinks he seems trustworthy, but outside, Dominic's kind facade vanishes. He meets with his guard captain, Dustin, reporting that he's found nothing suspicious about the newcomers yet but orders them to be watched. Dustin reminds him of their leader's fragile condition, stressing they cannot be careless. Dominic's eyes narrow as he gazes at the hut, his thoughts turning dark. If they are who he suspects, they cannot be allowed to live. The next day, Ida walks through the village, noticing how prosperous it is, but also how the villagers shy away from her. Their whispers a constant reminder that she's an outsider. Just then, Dominic calls her name, approaching with a warm smile and another offering of food. She tries to refuse, but he insists, leaning in to tell her that helping a female is a male's duty. He then strikes a deal. If she feels indebted, her partner can hunt for them once he's recovered, an offer she gladly accepts as he leads her back to check on Tara's. Ida explains to Dominic that her quest to find her partner, Joey, is a long story that led her and Tara's into their current predicament. But her resolve is unshaken as she vows they won't give up. Dominic seems lost in thought, and when Ida asks if he's ever met Joey, he coolly denies it, claiming he rarely leaves the tribe to gather herbs. Still, he offers a comforting smile, believing she will eventually find him. Concerned, Ida inquires about Tara's condition. Dominic assures her the poison hasn't spread, but admits he doesn't have enough detox herbs to complete the treatment. He prepares to go gather more himself, but Ida, unwilling to be a burden, grabs his hand and insists on going with him. Surprised by her offer, Dominic hesitates, but she explains she has experience with herbs and can help. He finally agrees, but makes her promise to never leave his side. As they walk through the lush forest, Dominic points out the various unique plants, some healing and some poisonous. Ida's curiosity almost gets the better of her as she reaches for a strange red flower. But Dominic yanks her back just in time. He warns her it's an itchy flower that causes a severe rash upon contact, though its stems and leaves can be used for healing if handled carefully. As he skillfully harvests the plant, Ida praises his vast knowledge, which he humbly credits to the generations of priests before him. This makes her wonder if knowledge is better preserved outside her home, perhaps because of the Divine Palace's influence. Soon, Dominic finds the very herb they need to treat Tara's. But as they begin to pick it, a sneering man named Clark appears. Clark, the chief's brother from the rival Leaf tribe, mockingly asks why Dominic is gathering herbs when his own brother, Fergus, is gravely ill. Dominic tells him it's none of his business, but Clark smirks, claiming that as neighbors, they are naturally concerned. Trying to escape the confrontation, Dominic attempts to lead Ida away. But Clark blocks their paths, launching into a dramatic tale of how Fergus was wounded by a crazed golden-winged eagle, a story that makes Ida's blood run cold. The mention of the eagle triggers a frantic realization, and she lunges forward, grabbing Clark by the arm and demanding to know where he saw it. She desperately interrogates him, her voice filled with panic as she demands to know where the eagle appeared and where it went. Dominic tries to restrain her, telling her to calm down. But Ida's mind is racing, connecting the dots. Joey, in a crazed state, must have been the one who injured Dominic's brother. Infuriated by her assault, Clark orders his men to seize her, prompting Dominic to yell for her to run. They bolt into the forest as a spear lands just behind their feet. Seeing Ida's stamina failing, Dominic undergoes a stunning transformation, shifting into a powerful wind leopard with a rope. He tells her to get on and hold tight, and they speed away, leaving their pursuers far behind. Clark watches them go, his plans to use Dominic as a hostage foiled, but a sinister idea forms in his mind as he notes the close bond between the two, seeing it as a new weakness to exploit. Once they are safe, Ida tells the leopard he can slow down. After Dominic shifts back, Ida apologizes for her impulsive actions, but he dismisses her apology, explaining that the Leaf tribe was looking for trouble anyway. He then makes a startling confession. He was the one who hid the news about Joey from her, which led directly to the conflict. Ida is stunned, finally understanding his strange behavior. Dominic asks if he can trust her, and she promises that no matter what, she will be there for him, just as he was for her and Tara's. With her trust secured, he reveals the whole truth. His brother Fergus was indeed seriously injured after encountering Joey in a crazed state, but it was Clark's brother, Dustin, who deliberately lured Joey to him. This treachery forced their tribe on a high alert, explaining his initial suspicion of her. Touched by his honesty and kindness, Ida thanks him sincerely, causing Dominic to blush and awkwardly tell her to stop. He stammers that it's only natural after she rode on his back, a statement that makes Ida's mind reel. She suddenly remembers Joey telling her that an orc's true form can only be ridden by his mate, leaving her flushed and horrified by the implication. Does this mean she has to take responsibility for him now? Ida is flustered by Dominic's proximity, stammering that her actions were an emergency and a misunderstanding after he explains that he knows what happened was an accident. He tells her that he wouldn't let any other female ride him, and she apologizes for any offense, but Dominic's gaze remains intense. As they walk, he pulls her close, his voice low as he tells her that everything he said before was true. He leans in, confessing that only she can have this effect on him, leaving Ida speechless. She tries to downplay her significance, claiming she's just an ordinary female, but he gently places a finger on her lips to silence her. He insists that's not true, calling her the bravest female he has ever met. He reminds her how she didn't abandon her mate when he was injured, how she gave up the stability of her tribe to search for him, and how she's completely different from any other female he knows. Ida's mind, however, is a storm of anxiety, thinking not of his praise but of the dire situation. Tara's is still an outsider here, Joey injured the chief, and now Joey is missing. Dominic senses her distraction and promises to find another time to talk, making her vow not to avoid him. She quickly agrees and, eager to change the subject, asks about his brother's condition, feeling a heavy weight of responsibility. She asks to see him and Dominic agrees, leading her through the village. They approach a hut with increased security, and Dominic explains that the chief's injury from a secret attack is a serious matter for the whole tribe. Inside, the sight is grim. His brother Fergus, the chief, lies unconscious and pale, his body covered in bandages. Dominic reveals that while most injuries are superficial, a deep wound on his chest refuses to heal and has begun to fester. His voice filled with despair as he admits he doesn't know how much longer Fergus can survive. Determined, Ida steps forward, declaring she will help. She spots a bundle of herbs and asks if they're for Fergus, which Dominic confirms he picked himself. As she examines the plants, a system notification flashes in her mind, identifying one as a poisonous broadleaf. She cries out a warning, but Dominic is in disbelief, certain he checked them all carefully. The chilling realization hits him like a physical blow. Someone deliberately mixed poison into the medicine, meaning there is a traitor within the tribe. After Ida changes the bandages, she asks Dominic if he has any suspects. He grimly lists the few who had access: the ambitious third elder, a caretaker named Wayne, and Theon, a political rival. Just then, a bold guard named Dustin enters, his face a mask of suspicion. He immediately confronts Dominic for bringing an outsider to the chief's bedside, accusing Ida of being a spy. Dominic defends her passionately, but Dustin scoffs, calling him naive and blinded for trusting her. Before Dustin can continue his tirade, Ida interrupts, her voice ringing with confidence as she announces that she can save Fergus. Dustin looks at her with utter contempt, but Dominic confirms her claim, stating he will trust her and try her method no matter the risk. Ida explains she possesses a special healing ointment that saved Tara's from severe injuries. Claiming she's almost out, she grabs Dominic's hand and declares they're leaving to gather more herbs, pulling him out of the hut before a stunned Dustin can react. Once they're safely in the woods, Dominic questions her decision not to tell Dustin about the poison. Ida explains her caution, with the traitor still unknown, revealing their hand could be disastrous, especially since she's not sure if even Dustin can be trusted. She advises keeping it secret to avoid alerting the culprit or causing more trouble. Dominic realizes the wisdom in her words, ashamed of his own recklessness. Ida refocuses them on the immediate task, finding the cure for the broadleaf poison, an herb she knows how to find. Unseen, a spy reports their movements to a shadowed figure, who wonders if Ida has discovered the poison. The mastermind gives a chilling order. He would rather his brother die by mistake than be saved, and Dominic must not be allowed to return to the tribe. That night, Ida locates the glowing antidote herb perched precariously on a high, crumbling cliff. Knowing the rocks are too loose for Dominic, she resolves to climb it herself. She begins her ascent, but the unstable rock cracks beneath her foot, sending her plummeting with a scream. Dominic moves like lightning, catching her just in time and twisting his body to absorb the impact as they crash to the ground. He lies breathless on the forest floor with Ida safe on top of him. She scrambles off, flustered, stating that the cliff is too dangerous. Dominic looks up at her, a soft expression on his face, telling her she doesn't have to be so wary of him because he knows she doesn't like him. Ida blushes, stammering that it's not that she dislikes him, it's just complicated. Her flustered state is too much for him. He suddenly pulls her into a tight hug, exclaiming that she's just too cute. Ida is left completely stunned, looking up into his intensely blushing face. With the precious herbs just out of reach up a sheer cliff, Dominic suggests a swift solution. Ida should ride him in his beast form. She hesitates, remembering it's urgent and not the first time she's done this, so she reluctantly agrees. In a flash, Dominic transforms into a powerful leopard, telling her to hold on tight before he lets out a mighty roar. He scales the cliff with blinding speed, crashing through the foliage and landing perfectly at the top. They've succeeded, and Ida dismounts beside the glowing purple flowers they came for. But their victory is short-lived as the ground beneath them begins to crack and crumble. Panic flashes across Ida's face as the cliff gives way, sending rocks tumbling down around her. She dodges and weaves, trying to escape the landslide. But a massive boulder plummets towards her, and for a terrifying second, she thinks it's all over. In that instant, Dominic leaps forward, shielding her with his own body and taking the full, crushing impact with a blood-curdling roar. He collapses, transforming back into his human form, battered and bleeding as Ida screams his name in horror. He insists he's okay, urging her to help him back to the tribe where his brother is waiting. Their escape is cut short by a hooded figure who declares they'll never make it back. Suddenly, they're surrounded by masked assassins, and Ida demands to know who they are. Despite his injuries, Dominic struggles to his feet, placing himself in front of her and roaring that they'll have to go through his dead body to touch her. The attackers mock his futile heroism, sneering that none of them are getting away. Dominic screams at Ida to run and find help, and in a moment of sheer panic, she betrays him, shouting that she's just a harmless female and has nothing to do with him. She bolts, leaving a stunned Dominic to face their enemies alone. Her flight leads her to a dead end, and she desperately tries to bargain, promising she saw nothing. An assassin advances, his sword raised, coldly stating that only the dead can be trusted. Just as the blade is about to fall, Dominic crashes in, a blur of leopard spots and fury, kicking Ida to safety. He scoops her onto his back and leaps from the ledge, crashing down into the forest below to make their escape. Once they're safe, Ida frets about getting the medicine back, but Dominic grows serious, questioning how their attackers knew their location. The horrifying truth dawns on him. There's a traitor in the tribe, someone who poisoned his brother Fergus and then set this ambush. As his rage builds, he realizes the traitor is trying to seize power while they're gone. Back in the Dark Wind tribe, Elder Elijah spreads poison of his own, questioning why Dominic hasn't returned now that Fergus is unconscious. He furiously claims Dominic has abandoned the tribe, eloping with Ida and proving himself unworthy of his position. In the shadows, Elijah reveals his sinister plot, telling his subordinate that he's already sent men to kill the simple-minded Dominic to stoke the tribe's anger. The tribesmen are easily swayed, calling Dominic a bastard and preparing to hunt him down. Dominic's friend Taras tries to defend them, but Elijah silences him, questioning his authority since he's an outsider. With the tribe in chaos, Elijah makes his move, suggesting they elect an acting patriarch, with his cronies immediately nominating him. He accepts, vowing his first act will be to execute the foreigner who brought this disaster, pointing a finger at Taras. However, a man named Dustin calmly intervenes, arguing a new chief cannot be chosen so hastily and demanding a proper assembly. Elijah, feigning reason, reluctantly agrees. Later, Dominic returns to their hideout where Ida is waiting with the medicine. He informs her of the elopement rumors and the danger Taras is in, though he reassures her that his allies are protecting him. Ida puts the pieces together. The poison, the ambush, the rumors, it's all a scheme for the traitor to get rid of them and claim the patriarch's position. Dominic notes that Elijah was nominated for the role, but Dustin stopped him. Ida, however, senses something is off and whispers a new plan to him to unmask the true culprit. That night, the seemingly noble Dustin meets with the hooded assassins, confirming their preparations are complete. A smug smile plays on his lips as he declares his determination to win the position of patriarch, revealing himself as the mastermind behind it all. In the heart of the Dark Wind tribe, a power vacuum forms as an elder addresses the assembled members, explaining their precarious situation now that Chief Fergus is in a coma and Dominic has apparently eloped. He declares it's time to elect a new chief to face their enemies, but his urgency is met with suspicion. One man protests, reminding everyone they were choosing an acting patriarch, not a replacement, but the elder cuts him off with a devastating announcement: Fergus is dead. The crowd erupts in shocked whispers as he recounts finding the chief without breath just that morning. As the tribe mourns, another man quickly seizes the opportunity, nominating the elder Elijah as the new chief and praising his tireless service. A suspicious number of hands immediately shoot up in agreement, a clear sign that bribes had been paid and the election was a sham. But just as the vote is about to be sealed, a bald man named Dustin points an accusing finger, roaring that Elijah cannot be chief because he is Fergus's killer. The accusation hangs in the air, stunning Elijah into silence. Dustin calls forth a female witness who tearfully recounts seeing Elijah sneak out of Fergus's room the previous night, moments before she discovered the chief's lifeless body. When Elijah calls her a liar, she doubles down, describing a poisonous herb with serrated leaves she saw him carrying. The tribe's mood shifts instantly. Dustin commands a search of Elijah's home, and to no one's surprise, the incriminating herb is found. Cornered and panicked, Elijah turns the accusation back on Dustin, screaming that he's been framed. He spins a frantic tale of Dustin poisoning Fergus and planting the evidence, even suggesting Dominic was murdered, not eloped, to clear the path to power. The crowd descends into chaos, utterly confused about who is lying. Suddenly, a powerful voice cuts through the noise, ordering them to stop. Dominic has returned alive and well alongside a woman named Ida. He calmly announces that he knows the identity of the true culprit. Dustin feigns relief, but Dominic explains his absence was due to searching for an antidote after discovering his brother Fergus had been poisoned, only to be ambushed by assassins. The tribe demands answers, and Dominic, with a confident smile, declares the god of beasts will reveal all. Ida presents a beautiful, glowing golden bottle, a treasure bestowed upon them by the god himself. Dominic explains its divine power. Any evil person who touches the bottom will have their hand devoured, leaving only bone. Elijah, knowing he is innocent, immediately agrees to the test, as does Dustin, who is forced to play along. Elijah places his hand inside, pulling it out completely unharmed, and the crowd declares his innocence. Now all eyes are on Dustin. With a nervous sweat, he puts his hand in the bottle, proclaiming his innocence before pulling it out, also unscathed. The tribe gasps, bewildered, but Dominic isn't finished. He grabs Dustin's arm, accusing him directly of being the culprit. Dustin scoffs, pointing to his perfectly fine hand, but Dominic tells him to compare it with Elijah's. While both hands are intact, a faint white powder coats Elijah's fingertips while Dustin's is clean. Before the realization can sink in, Ida shatters the bottle on the ground. She reveals the trick. It was an ordinary bottle with white powder inside. Elijah's clear conscience led him to touch the bottom, but Dustin's guilt made him retract his hand in fear. Dominic presses his advantage, asking why he was so afraid if he had nothing to hide. The crowd turns on Dustin, their whispers filled with disgust. His composure finally breaks as Dominic lays out his crimes, poisoning Fergus, framing Elijah, and sending assassins. Cornered, Dustin drops the facade and erupts in maniacal laughter. He spits that the position of chief should have been his all along, that Fergus was merely in his way. He then reveals his final trump card, boasting that he has soldiers surrounding them and will kill anyone who stands in his way. He throws his arm up, screaming for his men to fight. But nothing happens. The silence is deafening. Ida mocks him, pointing out that his loyal men have already fled. Utterly defeated and humiliated, Dustin's rage finds a new target. He turns on Ida, his face twisted in hate, blaming her for ruining his plans. With a final, desperate roar, he lunges to kill her, his hands morphing into terrifying claws. A swift hand slices through the air, aimed directly at Ida, but it's intercepted at the last second by a powerful arm. Dominic stands before her, a human shield against the attacker, and declares with chilling certainty that no one can hurt Ida. The bald man, Dustin, scoffs, wondering how Dominic could possibly be standing after being poisoned and taking on his men. With a sly smirk, Dominic reveals a tiny vial, asking if Dustin truly believed he was just hiding all this time. Ida explains their master plan. They were never running, but investigating the truth and luring the impatient Dustin into their carefully laid trap. The final piece falls into place as Ida reveals the poisoned elder was actually Dominic in disguise. A flashback confirming how they caught Dustin red-handed while they watched from a window. Dustin's face contorts in utter disbelief and horror. He's been completely outplayed. The tribe now knows his treachery, and he collapses in defeat as he's dragged away to be locked up. With the danger neutralized, the recently recovered Fergus rushes to Ida's side, anxiously checking if she's all right. After she thanks him for his help, Fergus casually drops a bombshell. Now that Dustin is gone and he is awake, it's finally time for Ida and Dominic's mating ceremony. Ida's brain short-circuits, her expression frozen in comical shock at the very idea. Fergus, completely oblivious, thanks her for risking her life for Dominic, promising he'll take good care of her from now on. As a fiery-haired woman named Tara's glares, Ida frantically tries to explain it's all a misunderstanding, that she was just helping Dominic find a partner. But to maintain her cover, she dramatically clings to Dominic's arm, passionately declaring her undying love for him and vowing she'll be with no other male. The twins watch the display, with Tara slyly teasing Fergus about his own obvious feelings for Ida. Later, alone with Dominic, Ida recounts the whirlwind of events, explaining they had to work separately to avoid Dustin and deliver the antidote, leaving absolutely no time for flirting. Dominic listens patiently before pulling her into a deep kiss, and gently asking if she's still angry. Ida confesses she is, but her anger is aimed at herself for feeling too weak to protect him, for having to rely on others when he was in danger. His heart aches at her words and he pulls her closer, reassuring her that she wasn't weak, just poisoned. He insists he can protect her and tells her all she needs to do is trust him. Ida melts into his embrace, agreeing to trust him as they share another intimate moment, though she secretly plans to leave as soon as she gets information about someone named Joey. Meanwhile, outside the hut, Tara scolds Fergus for not being more proactive with Ida, but he laments that he lost his chance since she already has a mate. A sudden realization then hits him. Ida is only staying with them to find news of Joey. A flicker of dark hope crosses his face as he understands that as long as there's no news, she'll have to stay.